Chapter 1441. The scene was filled with lightning. Bright lightning, vast amounts of lightning, endless amounts of lightning. This was an ocean formed by lightning. Zichen looked at the sea in front of him, and secretly guessed that this should be the scene before the world completely collapsed. But he found that he guessed wrong. This sea of lightning was filled with endless lightning. However, these lightning bolts were not violent, nor were they terrifying. In fact, they even had a trace of a peaceful aura. In this sea of lightning, sometimes there were people riding on swords, sometimes there were people riding on beasts. They shuttled freely in the lightning, and did not suffer any attacks. As the figures flashed, the sea of lightning also surged. Then Zichen saw that there were people and beasts cultivating in this sea of lightning. There was a strange beast with 2 horns on its head breathing in the sea of lightning. There was a crystal ball emitting lightning in front of it, which seemed to be its inner core. There was also a cultivator using this lightning to temper his body. The surface of his body was surging with lightning. When Zichen saw the several Xingqian flashing lightning at his chest, his expression changed instantly. This was a body tempering technique that he was very familiar with, the 9-star Thunder King body. The other party was using the 9-star Thunder King body, which proved that he was from the Thunder clan. In other words, this world filled with lightning should be the world where the Thunder clan lived. The scene changed. The sea of lightning disappeared, and rows of towering buildings appeared. These buildings also emitted lightning. It was very bright but not dazzling. Next, Zichen saw a cultivator practicing his footwork. It was the world's fastest speed, 9 lightning flashes, which Zichen was very familiar with. However, the former's attainment was obviously much higher than Zichen's. With every step the other party took, his figure was constantly disappearing, as if he was teleporting. The other party had completely merged the power of space with the extreme speed footwork. Seeing the other party practicing his footwork, Zichen was a little embarrassed. His 9 lightning flashes was not complete, and the other party's was not complete. The difference between the two was not big, but Zichen could barely reach that level of disillusionment by relying on the heavenly thunder wings. He was still far from being able to do as he pleased. Zichen calmed himself down and released his perfect spiritual senses. He began to pay attention to the changes in his opponent's footwork and imprinted these changes in his mind. Zichen had completely memorized these footwork changes, but he found it very difficult to imprint them in his mind. It was as if these images could not exist in this world. Even if they were engraved with a perfect spiritual sense, they were still blurry. The footwork that he had just memorized also gradually became blurry as the spiritual sense engravings became blurry. In this kind of situation, it was as if there was a kind of resistance from the unseen world that prevented him from engraving and remembering. It was as if he was just a passerby who didn't need to leave any traces here. Just as Zichen was trying to figure out what was going on, he saw the cultivator performing the extreme speed footwork change again. This time, it was even more exquisite and profound than before. As he took a step forward, the stable space around him suddenly began to distort. His footsteps caused the space around him to change. With his body as the point, he caused the space around him to tremble. Zichen's eyes widened when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This time, the other party was just practicing, but Zichen could sense from the distorted space that the speed he was about to show was definitely the true extreme speed. This was because the space in front of him became unstable. It was like a distorted mirror that was divided into many regions. As long as he wanted to, he could step into other regions at any time. This extreme speed had already surpassed teleportation, the earth-shrinking technique, and the speed that everything in the world could achieve. This was because he was crossing space, crossing regions, and even crossing worlds. This was obviously the true 9 deaths of thunder and lightning, the most complete 9 deaths of thunder and lightning. Zichen widened his eyes and carefully observed the cultivator's changing footwork. The perfect spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness was also copying this footwork over and over again. The cultivator from the Thunder clan wouldn't realize that there was a descendant who appeared many years later and was spying on him. In the next moment, his footwork changed again. This time around, the spatial energy around the other party calmed down. The spatial energy was no longer distorted. However, his body became extremely blurry. Waves of extremely mysterious energy appeared on the surface of his body. Zichen widened his eyes and wanted to see the next change in the footwork clearly. However, he couldn't see it clearly at all. Even as he analyzed it with his spiritual sense, he felt dizzy. He couldn't tell which was which and which was which. This feeling was very contradictory and strange. Zichen wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. He couldn't express it with words either. It was like the wrong time had passed. Yes, the wrong time had passed. Time was chaotic. Zichen's eyes widened to the limit, and his face was filled with shock. He exclaimed, "Time, yes, it's time!" The cultivator's body became blurry because his surroundings were filled with the blurry power of time. What changed in the end was actually time. Oh my God, the world's fastest speed! So this is the true meaning of the world's fastest speed. Zichen's mind was shaken. He lost his composure and exclaimed. His voice echoed in this world. What was the world's fastest speed? Shrinking the earth into inches. Teleportation. Stepping on space meridians to move forward. Crossing space, crossing regions, crossing realms? No, it wasn't anything. It was to change the change of time, change the flow of time, and change the direction of time. From there, it could accelerate time, stop time, or even reverse time. The world's fastest speed. This was the true world's fastest speed. At this moment, Zichen finally understood why his perfect spiritual sense couldn't successfully copy this footwork. It was because this footwork was too shocking, too heaven-defying, and couldn't be tolerated by the world. At this moment, the power of time around the cultivator disappeared. He stood quietly in the field, but his eyes were filled with doubt and contemplation. Could it be that this footwork hasn't been perfected yet? Seeing the other party pondering, Zichen couldn't help but guess. However, in the next moment, Zichen found that the other party suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Zichen couldn't see the other party's face clearly. He could only see a pair of eyes. It was a pair of eyes as bright as Xingchen's. Those eyes seemed to have gone through the baptism of endless time, as if they had crossed over endless time and seen the future from the past. In Zichen's eyes, there was only this pair of bright eyes left. He was deeply attracted by this pair of eyes. Suddenly, a ball of golden light shot out from those bright eyes. This golden light passed through the obstacles of time and space, passing through the past and the future, and headed toward Zichen. Zichen saw the golden light and also saw a figure in the golden light. It seemed to be a figure who was displaying the world's fastest footwork. Around this figure, time and space were in disarray. He was crossing through space and time. This is an inheritance. Zichen's eyes were wide open, and his breathing became rapid. He was completely awake, but he couldn't move his eyes away. He could only look directly at the pair of bright eyes in front of him. It was as if the eyes of the two connected a passage from the past to the future. Buzz! At this moment, the world trembled, and a vast aura emerged. This aura was like the might of the heavens. It forcefully descended from the sky and fell into the passage that connected the past and the future. Then, a beam of destructive light appeared and shot toward the golden figure. Around the golden figure, the power of time and space surged even more violently. His figure became even more illusory. Every step he took, he passed through endless time and space. Clearly, he was speeding up in the long river of time. However, this beam of destructive light was even more terrifying and faster. It represented the might of the heavens and the rules of the world. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It landed on the golden figure and instantly shattered it. No! Zichen shouted. The passage that connected the two disappeared the moment the golden figure shattered. Golden blood flowed out of Zichen's eyes. However, just as the passage disappeared, there was still a small dot of light that successfully entered Zichen's eyes. Although this dot of light was so small that it could be ignored, it was like a seed that was buried in Zichen's heart. As long as there was enough opportunity, this seed would gradually germinate until it fully matured and bloomed. Zichen was very upset that the inheritance was destroyed. However, he didn't know that the entire 9-story Tongyu Tower trembled the moment the beam of destructive light appeared. This tremor seemed to shake the foundation of the entire Tongyu Tower. Many buildings collapsed, and many formations outside the ruins collapsed. Many inheritances that should have been hidden deep in the ruins also appeared one after another. The Thunder clan is indeed one of the ancient clans. They are indeed extraordinary. To be able to see a corner of the future from the past and forcibly pass on a technique. But they were still detected. In the end, they didn't succeed. This kind of otherworldly technique is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. It shouldn't exist in the world. If it appears, it will probably lead to a bloodbath. But even if it doesn't appear, a bloodbath will eventually come. Sigh. I wonder who will be the one to carry the flag this time. No one could hear the conversations in the void. At that moment, the cultivators in the Domain Manor realm all rushed madly toward the ruins that had appeared. Things like the spirit channeling realm crystals also appeared frequently, causing a frenzied scramble for them. Even the high-level life forms found some things that they were interested in, and then traveled through the ruins that had revealed a corner. They seemed to have made a major discovery. As for Zichen, he watched in astonishment as the buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. What had caused all this was merely the remnant power of the light beam of destruction in the tunnel. However, this remnant power had destroyed everything in this place. If Zichen hadn't erected his own reality space at the critical moment to defend himself, he would have been destroyed along with the buildings. This trace of power had destroyed everything, including the image. Zichen had lost the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. However, the image reassembled in the next moment. Just as Zichen was pleasantly surprised that the inheritance was still there, he saw an even more shocking scene. Chapter 1442. The peaceful lightning was disturbed by a mysterious aura. This aura descended from the sky. It was very sudden. The cultivators in the Lightning and the Thunder clan didn't notice it at all. This mysterious aura wasn't the aura of the heavenly Tao that Zichen encountered earlier. It was another type of aura. This aura was similar to the law of destruction that Zichen comprehended. It didn't come from this world but from another world. This aura broke through the void and landed in the Thunder clan, forming a passageway that connected heaven and earth. The passageway was bright and dazzling, emitting a vast aura. The people of the Thunder clan sensed that something was wrong. They rushed out from the lightning and attacked the passageway. In an instant, Zichen saw many powerful spells belonging to the Thunder clan. Someone summoned divine lightning, and it descended from the sky, blasting towards the passage. Someone summoned a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon emitted a powerful aura and attacked the passageway. In the sky, the void broke open again. Huge rocks appeared one after another. These rocks emitted lightning and were dazzling. It was unknown whether they were meteorites or meteorites. They whistled and smashed into the passageway. In an instant, many people of the Thunder clan launched their attacks. Many powerful techniques were displayed. Only a few of these techniques were recognized by Zichen. He had never seen or heard of the others before. However, when the attacks landed on the passageway, they only caused small ripples. From this, one could see how sturdy the passageway was. Until a powerful existence appeared. As he struck out with his palm, a palm imprint appeared in the sky. This palm imprint filled the entire sky and then moved towards the passageway. The entire passageway began to tremble violently. However, before the palm imprint could destroy the passageway, a beam of light rushed out from the passageway. This was a dazzling light. It directly penetrated the palm imprint and arrived in this world. The beam of light transformed into a figure. He held a sword in his hand. The sword was very bright, and his body was also emitting light. Zichen couldn't see the sword or the figure's appearance clearly. Following that, more beams of light appeared. These beams of light transformed into figures. These figures were glowing and the aura around them stirred up the space here. Following that, a great battle broke out. Many silhouettes of light charged towards the cultivators from the Thunder Clan, and one by one, the cultivators from the Thunder Clan fell. However, there were also some silhouettes of light that disappeared. Every silhouette of light represented a cultivator. Just as Zichen was guessing who the light shadow was, he saw a familiar weapon in the light shadow. It was a weapon that looked like a scythe. It was thin and long, and it was held in the hands of the light shadow. The silhouette of the silhouette flickered, its speed was extremely fast. With a ruthless slash of its scythe, the cultivators from the Thunder Clan were killed one after another. Zichen was very familiar with that scythe. It was the weapon that the alien war spirit had previously used. Moreover, it was an illusion. Naturally, the identity of the light shadow was also obvious. The outsiders had arrived. The battle was still going on, but the image had disappeared. The remaining energy in this place was no longer enough to maintain the image. This region was completely destroyed. The outermost space began to collapse. This place was about to collapse and disappear. Not being able to see the final image, Zichen could only leave even though he was unwilling in his heart. In the next region, Zichen encountered lightning once again. However, this time, he was focused on the aftermath of the image. He no longer had the heart to cultivate. With a flip of his hand, a large cauldron appeared. This was the everlasting pill cauldron that Zichen hadn't used for a long time. After the everlasting pill cauldron landed, it grew in size. It was like a huge mountain, exuding a simple and ancient aura. Following that, a strong suction force appeared from the cauldron and began to absorb the lightning here. Zichen now knew that this lightning wasn't some destructive lightning. It was the lightning that belonged to the Thunder Clan. Originally, they were very orderly and gentle. Zichen wasn't clear about the process of that battle. However, he could already guess the result. The world of the Thunder Clan had collapsed and turned into this. A huge vortex appeared out of thin air. All the lightning was sucked into the vortex. After collecting the lightning, Zichen left this fragment. After stepping into 3 fragments, Zichen finally saw another image. When that image appeared, it was also lightning. Following that, he saw a person practicing a technique. However, it wasn't the 9 lightning deaths. Instead, it was an extremely powerful lightning technique. It seemed to be able to summon lightning from the void. However, just like before, this technique couldn't exist in the world. Zichen's spiritual sense couldn't copy it at all. Because he didn't have insight into the past and future, there was no forced transmission of the technique this time. However, the next battle image clearly showed the degree of tragedy of that battle. The people of the Thunder Clan were very powerful. All kinds of powerful lightning techniques dazzled Zichen. However, the foreign races who came prepared were even stronger. One of them was holding a trident. He turned into a light shadow. Wherever he passed, many cultivators of the Thunder Clan died. Another one was the sword-wielding shadow who rushed out at the beginning. The shadow's sword light turned into a line. Wherever this line passed, even space was cut open. The powerful defense of the Thunder Clan was nothing in front of this shadow. Another one was holding a saber. He was tall and the power of his saber seemed to be able to split the sky. Of course, there were also powerful existences in the Thunder Clan. They weren't weaker than those 3 experts at all. The foreign races also suffered heavy casualties. The battle was very fierce. The shockwaves were very strong. In the end, it caused this world to completely collapse. Except for a few people of the Thunder Clan who rushed out, the others were all killed by the collapse of this world. When the world collapsed, a mysterious power appeared. This power was illusory and contained rich life essence. This was the foundation of this world's vitality. Some of them dissipated with the collapse of this world. Some changed after encountering the power of lightning. They floated in the void. Sometimes they were illusory, sometimes they were crystal clear. They were like drops of despair and unwillingness. The void lightning droplets were formed. It wasn't formed by the destruction of all things. Instead, it was caused by the destruction of the Thunder World. Looking at the disappearing image, Zichen's mood was very complicated. He was Lei Wu and could be considered a member of the Thunder Clan. At this moment, seeing the Thunder Clan collapse, he naturally didn't feel good. Zichen discovered this scene several more times. However, each time, the scene was different. Clearly, the Thunder Clan's world wasn't a single one. Back on the Martial Heaven continent, it was rumored that the Thunder Clan's destruction was due to resisting the invasion of the Devil race. Seeing the destruction of several of the Thunder Clan's worlds, Zichen guessed that the Martial Heaven continent was just a branch of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan's true foundation was still on the Martial Heaven continent. The Thunder Clan's world had collapsed here. Then the people who had created the Domain Manor worlds had merged this world with the Serene Tower. Then it was easy to explain the Thunder Clan's inheritance on the 9th floor. The broken worthless stone steel should have been the work of the foreign races. Many of the Thunder Clan's worlds had been destroyed. That was something that had happened many years ago. Zichen quickly adjusted his mood and put away his emotions. He once more began to absorb the Thunder Force to increase his strength. Other than remembering the reason for the Thunder Clan's destruction, Zichen was also filled with anticipation for the various techniques of the Thunder Clan. He wanted to try his luck here and see if he could find one or two of the Thunder Clan's techniques. He didn't find any. Even when Zichen's physical strength reached the peak of the first level, he still didn't discover any other battle techniques. Pfft. A battle spirit was beheaded. Zichen indifferently put away his saber and looked at the void lightning droplet in front of him. The battle spirit that had died had been of a foreign race. It had been excited to see him. Now Zichen understood the origin of that excitement. The destroyed Thunder Clan world had been reformed into a training ground. However, the ones guarding it were all battle spirits of other races. After they killed a certain number of humans, they could leave this place and regain their freedom. However, they had to kill a lot of humans. If they killed too many, it would be very difficult to accomplish. However, once they killed a Thunder Warrior, they would immediately regain their freedom. As Zichen discovered that the number of void lightning droplets had increased, the number of foreign race battle spirits he had killed had also increased. Zichen's eyes were cold. After learning the reason for the Thunder Clan's destruction, he attacked the foreign race battle spirits whenever he saw them. He didn't even bother to talk to them. The destruction of the Thunder Clan back then was too sudden. Although the Thunder Clan ultimately dealt a heavy blow to the foreign race, and the Thunder Clan played a major role in the establishment of the Manor Realm, they still took what happened back then to heart. That's why they left behind so many images that can only be activated when someone from the Thunder Clan arrives. Yeah. Look at that little guy. Although his expression didn't change much, he's obviously become more ruthless when he attacks the foreign race battle spirits. Although the Manor Realm has nothing to do with the Thunder Clan now, this region is still changing under the influence of the Thunder Clan. The strange beasts in the Thunder Sea are very powerful, but when someone from the Thunder Clan appears, those strange beasts actually disappear on their own. It's indeed unbelievable. A conversation could be heard in the void. After a month of this state, Zichen finally came to his senses. He had already obtained quite a number of void lightning droplets. It was time to test the effects of the void lightning droplets. After walking into the Thunder Sea, Zichen's figure flashed as he entered his own reality space. The reality space was shrinking as the collapse continued. The energy floating in the air was somewhat chaotic, but it was much purer than before. Zichen waved his hand and a withered void tree appeared in front of him. It took root in the void, but it was deathly still. Zichen took out a void lightning droplet and placed it on the roots of the void tree. The void lightning droplet landed on the roots of the void tree. The lightning within it began to spread, and the dense life energy also surrounded the roots of the void tree. The roots instantly absorbed the life energy as if they had been waiting for a long time. Wisps of silver light spread from the roots of the void tree. The void tree, which had no life energy, started to grow after absorbing the lightning droplet of life. However, the growth was very small. It was like a flickering candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. Chapter 1443. In order to revive a void tree, Zichen had used 3 void thunder droplets. Of course, the current void tree was not like the 2 fully revived void trees in Zichen's reality space that had started to absorb the power of the void to fill up his reality space. After the 3 void thunder droplets were absorbed, the roots of the void tree clearly showed signs of life and started to recover. Although the roots were still yellow, it would not be long before the void tree would truly recover and be full of vigor. After seeing the miraculous effect of the void thunder droplets, Zichen began to shuttle through the fragments. On one hand, he used the power of thunder to comprehend battle skills, on the other hand, he also collected the void thunder droplets. Just like that, half a year passed in a flash. In this half a year, Zichen's physical strength had increased to the limit of the first grade 2 vein realm. Soon, he would break through to the first grade 3 vein realm. At that time, Zichen's physical strength alone would be comparable to a late-stage first-grade domain realm existence. In addition, Zichen's Meteorite Thunder King Fist had finally reached the entry level, and he had also obtained many Void Thunder Droplets. Apart from not obtaining any other battle skills, which disappointed Zichen, Zichen was very satisfied with the rest of his gains. It's time to leave. I'm really reluctant. Looking at the fragments that contained thunder, Zichen could not help but sigh. He had gained a lot, but he still had not explored all of these fragments. He had not even explored 1/10 of them. After all, this was caused by the collapse of several ThunderClan realms. This place was very big, and contained almost endless thunder power. Shangguanhong and the others were still waiting. Half a year was the limit of this place. During this half a year, the number of cultivators on the platform had increased. The 3 entry tokens were placed there. These people no longer fought for them or went deeper. They were also waiting for Zichen to return so that they could snatch them. Although they felt disdain in their hearts, Manshur and the others maintained their silence. They were also waiting for Zichen's return. That guy has already been in there for half a year. He must have gained a lot during this period. He still won't come back. Is he not afraid of losing his life because of greed? The last time they saw Zichen's figure was a few days ago, so they weren't worried that Zichen would die. There were nearly 100 cultivators present. Among them, there were more than 50 existences comparable to higher life forms. Of course, there were 2 types of high-level life forms here. The first situation was when one's realm was high. Late-stage first domain realm could be said to be comparable to a high-level life form. There was also another situation where one obtained a powerful technique, which was said to be comparable to a higher life form. As Manshur and the others were special existences, they were already comparable to high-level life forms when their strength broke through to the middle stage of the first domain realm. Everyone was whispering to each other, wondering when Zichen would return. It's here! It's here! Someone exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and saw Zichen's figure on one of the fragments. Is he going to search for other fragments this time? Someone asked. Apparently, they had seen Zichen appear many times in the past 6 months. However, this time, Zichen did not go to the next fragment. After carefully sensing it, he took a step to the left and disappeared into the fragment. Sigh, he left again. This guy is really greedy. He is indeed greedy, but this is also good. The more greedy he is, the more advantageous it will be for us. Of course. Screams sounded, full of shock, giving those around them a fright. Why are you making such a fuss over nothing? Someone said discontentedly. He. The cultivator pointed at a small platform in front of him and began to stutter. What him? Who is he? The cultivator followed the direction and turned his head. When he saw the figure on the platform, his expression changed and he exclaimed, You actually came out! This cry startled the others. The instant they turned around, they saw Zichen standing on the small platform. For a time, cries of surprise rang out continuously. Soon after, the eyes of the crowd flashed with a greedy light. Hand over your harvest and we'll spare your life, a cultivator shouted. That's right! Hand over your harvest or we'll kill you without mercy! Not only will you die, your companions will die as well! Another cultivator shouted. The reason why they did not kill Manshur and the others was because they were waiting for this moment to threaten Zichin. Following these words, many cultivators began to close in on Manshur and the others. Their eyes were filled with hostility. Manshur and the others were pleasantly surprised to see Zichin. They had guessed that Zichin must have returned with a bountiful harvest. However, they had also stood here for half a year in vain, wasting a lot of time. Thus, in an instant, everyone actually made the same decision, and that was to take a step back with some kind of panic on their faces. This was clearly an act. Seeing this, the approaching cultivators laughed coldly. They surrounded these people but did not kill them. Their intention was clear. If the kid did not know what was good for him, they would kill him. Zichin, who had just appeared, was surprised to see so many people on the platform. He looked at the crowd in shock, wondering why there were so many people here. Were they not afraid of death? However, after seeing the greed and threats in the crowd's eyes, Zichin understood that there were so many people here. They were waiting for him to rob him. Hand over all your harvest. A cultivator looked at the dazed Zichin and said coldly. He thought that Zichin was scared silly by such a big lineup. His gaze swept past these people and looked at Manshur and the others in the distance. After seeing that they were fine, Zichin heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Manshur and the others pretending to be frightened, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hand over your harvest and we'll spare your life. Seeing that Zichin did not respond, the cultivator could only shout again. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Zichin looked at the crowd again with a helpless expression. In the past half-year, he had gained a lot. His battle strength was close to that of a high-level life form. He was not interested in these people. However, these people were like flies surrounding him. He could only drive them away. You really want my harvest? Zichin asked. Of course, all of it. The cultivator emphasized. Zichin smiled faintly and said, You definitely can't eat all of it. I'll just give you a few to taste. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichin pointed forward. As he pointed, a bolt of lightning appeared from Zichin's fingertip. This was the lightning from the fragments. It was very powerful. When it appeared, there was only one bolt of lightning. However, when it left Zichin's fingertip, it split into 5. Like 5 thick lightning pythons, they rushed towards the cultivator. Seeing this, the expressions of the surrounding people changed and they subconsciously retreated. As for the cultivator who spoke, he was locked on by the lightning and could not retreat. He could only face the lightning head-on. Previously, too many cultivators had used their lives to prove the power of the lightning. This time, it was the same. Rumble! The lightning raged and instantly drowned the cultivator. A miracle did not happen. When the lightning disappeared, the cultivator became a charred corpse. The surroundings were dead silent because of this. Luck points turned into a light ball and floated out from the corpse, heading towards Zichin. Zichin looked at the crowd indifferently and said, The only thing I gained in there is a lot of lightning. If you want it, come up. However, I'll make it clear in advance. There aren't many lightning bolts. Each person can only get at most 5. This was a blatant threat. Everyone's expression changed. Humph, you want to scare us? Someone snorted. Zichin smiled faintly and pointed a finger at the sky. On his fingertip, the lightning began to flash and distort. Obviously, when this lightning appeared, someone would die. There were many cultivators present, and no one dared to step forward. Come, make way. Everyone, please make way. The quiet atmosphere was broken by a voice. Manshur squeezed out from the crowd. When the cultivators who surrounded Manshur and his group saw Manshur suddenly appear outside the encirclement, their expressions changed. This was because they did not notice that Manshur appeared outside the encirclement. Manshur rudely and arrogantly pushed through the crowd and walked towards the battlefield. His target was the corpse. Obviously, he wanted to clean up the battlefield. Manshur was unprepared. His back was facing the crowd. Many people saw this scene and their eyes flashed with surprise. Come here! A cold light flashed in one of the cultivator's eyes and he rushed towards Manshur. It was obvious that he wanted to sneak attack Manshur and capture him. However, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the indifferent Manshur. His fist glowed with a pitch-black color, and his entire arm instantly enlarged. His fist also enlarged by several times. He turned around and punched out. Boom! The incoming cultivator also threw out an attack. However, his attack was too weak compared to Manshur's. Manshur's punch broke the opponent's attack and hit his chest. The latter coughed out blood and flew backwards. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. Isn't it just cleaning up the battlefield? Why did you launch a sneak attack? Manshur looked at the opponent and said. Then, he bent down to collect the items on the dead cultivator. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all dumbfounded. Previously, the lightning in Zichen's hand was very intimidating. However, they did not expect this weak-looking guy to be so powerful. He could seriously injure an existence comparable to a high-level life form with a single punch. Idiot! Not everyone in the crowd had the intention of robbing Zichen. After recognizing Manshur and his group, they guessed that the one who went in was Zichen. However, they did not announce it and continued to stay here to watch the show. Unfortunately, they could not watch the show this time because no one dared to take the initiative to step forward. Zichen put away the lightning at his fingertips and shook his head. He walked towards Shang Guanhong and the others. Chapter 1444. Zichen walked forward with a calm expression. He was not vigilant at all. Everyone had different expressions and different thoughts in their minds. They all stared at Zichen and watched him walk forward. As Zichen walked toward the crowd subconsciously parted. Obviously, they were very afraid of Zichen. The power of the lightning just now was really powerful. However, there were also some people who had strange looks in their eyes. They were also thinking. Seeing this, Manshur also said, "Hey, don't disturb him. He's very powerful." It was fine if he did not emphasize it. However, at this moment, he deliberately emphasized it. In many people's eyes, he was bluffing. Indeed, Zichen did not look special. As for his powerful strength, he did not show it. The only thing he relied on was those lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts were indeed terrifying. However, if he attacked in advance, he would not have time to summon the lightning bolts. In an instant, the number of cultivators who had other thoughts in their minds increased. Zichen walked forward with a faint smile. That smile was also full of confidence. However, in the eyes of others, he was just putting on a show. Put on a show? Go to hell! A cultivator who thought he was strong shouted coldly and rushed toward Zichen. He held the domain weapon and stabbed it with all his strength. Surging energy began to surge, and the power of space began to oppress him. Zichen, who was smiling faintly, did not change his expression. However, his body began to flicker with lightning. He clenched his fist tightly and lightning surged. Boom! He punched out, causing the void to shake. This punch was full of power. It was not weaker than the previous lightning bolts. The void distorted. The fist light moved forward in a straight line and collided with the domain weapon. Crack! With a loud sound, the domain weapon shattered. The fist light moved forward in a straight line and hit the cultivator. The cultivator's body shook violently. His eyes, which were full of confidence and mockery, lost their luster in the next moment. His body fell backward, and his vitality was gone. One punch had killed an existence comparable to a high-level life form. In the surroundings, the expressions of the cultivators who originally had strange expressions on their faces changed drastically in the next moment. Heh, I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Manshur chuckled as he walked over and began to plunder the belongings of the dead cultivators. His gloating expression made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable, but at this moment, no one dared to express their dissatisfaction. To destroy an existence comparable to a higher life form with a single punch, this was no longer a matter of pure luck. With such powerful strength, apart from higher life forms, who would dare to recklessly approach? Just like that, Zichen made his way through the crowd. Even when he was in front of Shangguan Hong and the others, no one dared to make a move. Manshur was more or less dissatisfied with this, and he muttered, "Can all of you have some backbone and courage?" Backbone and courage. Everyone was relatively speechless. When facing such a powerful existence, apart from higher life forms, who would have the courage and backbone? This was purely courting death. Everyone came to an understanding when they saw Manshur's expression. Earlier, the few of them had pretended to be fearful, and it was purely an act to disguise themselves as pigs to eat tigers. It was truly exceedingly detestable. "Let's go." Coming closer, Zichen smiled faintly and said. Everyone nodded, but they didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, as if they had forgotten what had happened before, and followed Zichen away. As they watched Zichen leave, voices rang out from the quiet platform. "What an idiot! Of all the people to find trouble with, he actually went to find trouble with Zichen." "That's right." Before Zichen's strength broke through, he was able to fight against 13 existences comparable to higher life forms. Now that his strength is obviously stronger, finding trouble with him is purely courting death. He is an existence who dared to draw his sword in front of a higher life form, the golden gorilla. Finding trouble with him is purely looking for trouble. After Zichen left, there was no good show to watch. Those people also said one after another. When others heard this, they also felt a little uncomfortable, especially after knowing about Zichen's deeds. They were all very angry. It turned out that they already knew about it, but they didn't say anything. Obviously, they were waiting to see a joke. How was the harvest? After leaving this place, Wuxia couldn't wait to ask. The last time he went with Huan Long, he had gained a lot. He had several void trees that were about to wither, waiting to be resurrected. The others also looked at Zichen expectantly. The harvest was okay. Zichen smiled faintly. Everyone's faces were also filled with joy. Shiguei and Chong Chui didn't understand the true function of the void lightning droplet. They just felt that it was a precious treasure, so they didn't ask much. 3 droplets will do. While speaking, Zichen took out 3 void lightning droplets and gave them to Wu Xie. Then, he gave 3 droplets to Manshur, Shangguan Hong, and Dong Qing each. Gu Wen and Ma Yingqiang also guessed something, but they didn't say much. The value of the void trees was too high, and it was too important, so no one explained. After giving each of them 3 droplets of the void trees, Zichen saw that they didn't react. Their void trees might be in the real world, and in the mana realm, this space couldn't be opened yet. After that, Zichen gave each of them 3 droplets. Not only could it resurrect the void trees, but the vitality in it was also a precious medicine for healing. It was a rare treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. After half a year, other than Zichen, the others didn't gain much. Next, they decided to look for some opportunities. Because of the tremor, many ruins in Tongyu Tower were revealed, and many people were fighting over them. As soon as they left the area, before they could enter their flying artifacts, they saw the space in front of them distort. Then, a door of light appeared. The door of light emitted a bright and gentle light, and it was very attractive. The cultivators who walked out after them were also surprised when they saw this scene. In the bright door of light, there was a bright object. "It's the channeling region crystal! It's the channeling region crystal! It's really the channeling region crystal!" Everyone exclaimed and then flew forward. However, before they arrived, they saw several figures around the door of light. It was Zichen and the others. "It's them again." When someone saw Zichen and the others, he gritted his teeth and said. They were just shocked, so they didn't dare to rush forward. They just stood in the distance and looked at them unwillingly. Zichen glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "We found this thing first, so it should belong to us. Of course, if anyone is not convinced, feel free to come forward." Everyone's expression changed, and they hesitated. The surroundings were silent. "There are still many opportunities here. If you don't want to fight with me, then go find other opportunities," Zichen said again. His tone was calm and confident. When some of the cultivators saw this, they cupped their fists at Zichen and turned to leave. The cultivators who were hesitating had to leave. Let's go. The channeling region crystal was a good thing, but it said that the channeling region core is on this level, so there are many channeling region crystals here. That's right. I also heard that the channeling region core appeared in advance. Many people are looking for clues, and they found some. They just need to verify it. So what if there's news? Since it's a good thing, it should belong to those higher life forms. It's not like we have a share. These people left one after another. During this time, some of the cultivators who were ranked very high in the city were also discussing the channeling region core. When Hammer heard these words, he frowned and looked at Zichen. He saw that Zichen's expression had also changed. If the channeling region crystal was a good thing, then the channeling region core was even better. There was only one piece, and it had incredible effects. Even if one refined 10,000 channeling region crystals, it couldn't compare to a single channeling region core. The channeling region core was like the void tree. It was a true treasure that everyone needed. Seeing Zichen's strange expression, Hammer said, "The channeling region core is a good thing, but it's said that there's only one of it. Relatively speaking, the channeling region crystal is what we need the most." This was Hammer's suggestion. His meaning was clear. With so many high-level life forms around, the possibility of seizing the channeling region core was too small. Rather than that, it would be better to obtain some channeling region crystals and refine them. Zichen nodded. He understood Hammer's meaning. After waiting for a while, the channeling region crystal appeared and was in Zichen's hand. Now, Zichen had several channeling region crystals on him. He took them all out and didn't give them to Manshur and the others. Instead, he gave them to Hammer. "Give it to me." There was a look of surprise on Hammer's face. Obviously, it wouldn't be his turn no matter what. "For now, you're the most suitable one," Zichen said. This was because he wanted the channeling region core. Once they met, only Hammer would be able to help him when fighting for it. The others didn't have any objections. They continued to move forward. Hammer entered Zichen's real world and began to refine the channeling region crystals. As for Hammer, when he saw that Zichen's world could be opened, he too was shocked. Along the way, the group found a few more channeling region crystals. After obtaining them, Zichen gave them to Manshur and Wuxia to refine. Light flashed between heaven and earth. Many more channeling region crystals appeared. Many cultivators were fighting for them. Along the way, Zichen and the others saw the most channeling region crystals. The amount of spirit-linking region crystals was so high that it was almost overflowing. This made people wonder if the true spirit-linking region core was about to appear. Many higher life forms had made a big move recently. They began to mobilize their experts to search for information about the channeling region core. Zichen and the others prepared to go to the trading ground again to see if they could find anything else. Halfway there, they saw a familiar figure. When he saw Zichen and the others, he couldn't help but be happy. He also flew towards them. "I've been looking for you for a long time." When he arrived, he said. "Looking for us?" Zichen was stunned. "You saved me last time. This time, I'll return you a great opportunity." "What opportunity?" Chapter 1445. The one who spoke was Wolf Cub. He was a true high-level life form. "Psychic core? You have news about the psychic core?" Zichen's eyes flashed. "I'm not sure yet, but I'm 80% sure. I'll need a few days to confirm it." "Come with me then," Wolf Cub said. "Only the psychic core?" Manshur asked. "It's a huge ruin. It's the biggest ruin in Tongyu Tower. It's divided into many levels. I can only take you there. It's up to you to see if there's anything else." There was no reason to refuse such a thing. Zichen nodded. "All right, but it'll take a few days." 3 days. "If I don't come to you in 3 days, you can go to this place to find me." Wolf Cub gave them a jade slip. There was a place marked on the jade slip. "Okay, see you in 3 days." Wolf Cub didn't stay and quickly left. Zichen and the others also headed to the trading place. There were more cultivators at the trading place than last time. Obviously, they had heard about the psychic core and were preparing to equip themselves before heading there. The battle spirit stall owner still occupied the trading place, and there were many good things for sale there. When Zichen and the others stepped into the trading place, Hammer had finished refining. His realm hadn't increased, but his power had become more condensed and agile. His battle strength had also increased greatly. There were many king-level vitality origin fluid for sale in these stalls. Zichen and the others also bought some. "Look, there's a psychic domain crystal here!" Shangguan Hong exclaimed. "There's a psychic domain crystal here too." On the other side, Dong Qing made a discovery. "I have one here too!" Manshur shouted. Next, Zichen and the others also found pieces of psychic domain crystals in front of other stalls. The abundance of psychic domain crystals meant that the psychic core was about to appear. This was a publicly known secret. Many of these stalls were selling spiritual region cores. It could be said that there was a flood of them. However, the price was not cheap at all. It was as if they had discussed it in advance. Each spiritual region crystal was worth 500,000 luck points. Such a price also scared away many envious cultivators. Refining a single piece was not very useful. One would need to refine several pieces in a row. This would require a lot of luck points, which ordinary people could not take out. As for those battle spirit stall owners, some of them had already refined several pieces and transformed once, and the remaining pieces weren't enough to transform again, so they decided to sell them. There were also some who had only obtained 1 or 2 pieces, which were useless to them, so they decided to sell them. Yes. Seeing this, Zichen didn't hesitate at all. With the exception of Hammer, everyone else used their luck points to buy channeling region crystals. During this time, Zichen had the most luck points, and he bought more than 10 channeling realm crystals in one go. It had to be known that in the half year that the world had collapsed, Zichen had killed many foreign battle spirits. And when these battle spirits died, Zichen had also obtained a considerable amount of luck points. In addition, the slaughter along the way was one of the important reasons why his luck points had skyrocketed. While Zichen and the others were purchasing the channeling region crystals, Hammer walked over to a crystal ball that was worth 1 million credits. He looked at the crystal ball in a daze. "What is this?" Manshur came over. After seeing the introduction on the crystal ball, he was also surprised. "This is a memory." "What kind of memory is it?" "It's worth 1 million credits." Manshur stared at the battle spirit stall owner and asked. The battle spirit stall owner replied, "To be precise, this is the memory of a remnant soul." "Remnant soul? Whose remnant soul?" Manshur asked again. The battle spirit stall owner shook his head and said, "I don't know. This memory can't be viewed because it contains a remnant soul. Once viewed, either the remnant soul will fuse with it or refine it. This thing is simply trash. Are you sure someone wants it? And it's worth 1 million credits. Do you know that 1 million credits can buy 2 channeling region crystals?" Manshur said again. Now, he only had a few dozen luck points left, so he naturally thought that 1 million credits was a sky-high price. Zichen and the others heard the news and came over. After hearing Manshur's explanation, their faces changed. During this time, Hammer did not say a word. Zichen looked at Hammer and said, "Brother Hammer, you can be sure that this remnant soul will be useful to you. This thing was useless to ordinary humans. As for the memories inside, what was the use of it? It was like gambling. Using 1 million luck points to bet that there would be a major discovery in the remnant soul's memories. However, the remnant soul's memories were from before the mana realm was established. It was useless to the current mana realm unless the remnant soul still remembered a few powerful techniques. Under such circumstances, humans would naturally not gamble because 1 million luck points was enough to buy the combat techniques they wanted. The appearance of this thing was clearly not targeted at humans, but at battle spirits. Zichen could see the desire in Hammer's eyes at a glance. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that I'll regret it if I miss out on it," Hammer said. "It's only 1 million luck points. Just buy it." However, the prerequisite is that the remnant soul inside won't retaliate. Zichen said. This remnant soul isn't strong. It doesn't have any offensive means, so it won't retaliate. Hammer said. Then buy it. Hammer's last bit of hesitation was dispelled by Zichen's words. He took out his last 1,000,000 luck points and bought the remnant soul. After the remnant soul was bought, the battle spirit stall owner turned and left. Zichen looked at him thoughtfully. Next, everyone left after spending all their luck points. Hammer was reading the remnant soul's memories. Zichen and the others also took out the psychic region crystal and prepared to refine it. The psychic region crystal contained a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was close to psychic. Zichen sat cross-legged and held a psychic region crystal in his hand. A suction force came from his palm and the energy in the psychic region crystal was forcibly extracted and integrated into his body. After the energy entered his body, it fused with his own energy and triggered a change in his own energy. It was as if some living substance was injected into the rigid energy, causing the rigid energy to gradually become lively. With the change in the energy, Zichen clearly felt that the energy was more condensed and agile than before. He also punched out. At this moment, the energy contained in the punch was more than before. It was more concentrated and naturally stronger. The psychic region crystal was quickly refined. However, Zichen's energy had only transformed a part of it. If he wanted to transform his energy completely, he would have to continue refining it. Fortunately, Zichen had a lot of psychic region crystals on him. Completing the first transformation wasn't a problem. 3 days passed quickly. The wolf cubs didn't come looking for them. It was obvious that the place was real. Zichen and the others also came out of seclusion 3 days later. When everyone appeared, they gave off the same feeling. A psychic aura surged around them, and the power around them underwent a transformation for the first time. They became agile and powerful. Manshur and Wuxia were full of confidence because of the transformation of their energy. However, they didn't dare to challenge Zichen, who had undergone the same transformation. The two of them could only exchange blows to test each other's strength. 3 days later, Zhongchui also appeared after fusing with the remnant soul. He wore a black robe and was surrounded by the light of energy. He looked even more mysterious. "How is it?" Zichen asked after seeing Zhongchui. In fact, Zichen didn't need to ask. He could guess that the remnant soul was very useful to Zhongchui. "It's my soul when I was alive." There was an unconcealable joy in Zhongchui's words. "Congratulations." Zichen's eyes lit up. Zhongchui nodded and said, "It's indeed worth congratulating. After fusing with this remnant soul, my strength has recovered a little. Even if a higher life form comes, I'm confident that I can beat it away." At this moment, the increase in their combat strength was definitely good news for the entire team. 3 days have passed. Let's go find Lang Wei. The wolf cub's name was Lang Wei. Following the guidance of the map and flying artifacts, the group arrived at the designated location in less than half a day. Lang Wei seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After seeing Zichen and the others, he quickly walked up and said, "I thought you guys weren't coming." As he spoke, a light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the group. Obviously, he had also noticed the changes in the team in just 3 days. "There were some delays on the way," Zichen explained. "Let's go. The news has been confirmed. The psychic domain core is here." The wolf cub led the group forward. Along the way, they saw many cultivators. However, these cultivators could only stay in the distance. Their eyes would occasionally look into the depths with desire, but they didn't take the initiative to approach. Zichen noticed these people and a puzzled look appeared on his face. The wolf cub saw Zichen's puzzlement and explained, "There are no high-level life forms in the cities they are in, so they are not qualified to be the first to explore. This place was discovered by high-level life forms. Only high-level life forms and the forces they belong to had the ability to get a share of the benefits. As for other forces without high-level life forms, they were not qualified at all. Keep a low profile when the time comes because there are too many high-level life forms here," Lang Wei instructed as they moved forward. There are many high-level life forms like golden gorilla, Manshur said. Golden gorilla. Lang Wei's eyes flashed with disdain as he said. He is indeed a high-level life form, but he is the weakest among them. Then, he said solemnly, among the high-level life forms, you need to be careful of those who haven't reached the domain realm because they are very strong and very confident. The reason they haven't broken through is because they want the psychic domain core. They want to get a perfect baptism and let their domain realm grow perfectly. Although these people haven't reached the domain realm, their various divine powers and physical bodies have already reached the peak of the domain realm. They are very strong. As he explained, the group went deeper. Along the way, they saw many human cultivators. Among these people, the weakest was comparable to a high-level life form. Chapter 1446. Lang Wei led the group through a huge canyon. The canyon was huge, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon, revealing a huge abyss. This canyon was caused by the tremors caused by the descent of the heavenly Tao. A cultivator had found a relic here. He had thought that it would be a small relic, but after entering it, he found that the relic was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. Later, the cultivator's fate was unknown, and the place was occupied by a high-level life form. After some investigation, he concluded that it was a relic within a relic. At the end of the canyon was an abyss that looked like a bottomless hole. Lang Wei led Zichen and the others to the abyss and jumped into it. Be careful, the wind shield here is very strong. Lang Wei reminded them kindly, but his body was soon swallowed by the darkness. On the surface, the abyss looked normal. However, as they jumped in, a powerful wind shield wreaked havoc in the abyss. The wind shield was so strong that an ordinary human cultivator might not be able to resist it. Not only is there a wind barrier here, but there are also some living creatures in the wind barrier. Among humans, only those who are comparable to higher life forms or those who are at the late stage of the first domain realm can pass through it. Lang Wei's voice sounded in their sea of consciousness. Lang Wei only said this now because he knew that they were not weak, so they should be able to dive in smoothly. Along with an ear-piercing shriek, a rustling sound came from the wind shield. Then, a large number of glowing bodies appeared and rushed toward them. These glowing bodies were the lifeforms born in the wind shield. They looked like bats with green eyes and long, bloodthirsty fangs in their small mouths. Set up your defenses and ignore them. You won't be lucky if you kill them. Lang Wei's voice rang out again. In fact, there was another reason for not killing these lifeforms, which was to prevent other weaker lifeforms from coming. Weak lifeforms were only relative. Ants were very weak, but once they gathered together, they would be very powerful. These high-level lifeforms had great combat power, but they did not want to be disturbed by a group of ants at certain moments. Zichen and the others naturally wouldn't break the rules. They raised their own defenses as instructed. During this time, Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang followed closely behind Zichen. Zichen also raised a defensive light barrier to protect the two of them. The creatures arrived in an instant and engulfed the few of them. After that, a series of crackling sounds rang out. During the collisions, the bloodthirsty fangs of these creatures continuously gnawed at the light barrier, causing the originally bright light barrier to dim bit by bit. If they couldn't reach the end of the tunnel for a long time, the defensive light shields that everyone had put up would eventually shatter, including Zichen's. Fortunately, this situation did not last for too long. As a dazzling light shone through the light barrier and into everyone's eyes, those creatures screamed and scattered. A huge colorful barrier appeared in front of Zichen and the others. It's here. Lang Wei pointed to the front and took a step forward. How did we find such a place? Looking around, Manshur's gaze finally fell on the colorful barrier in front of them. Manshur wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Zichen and the others also felt that it was very strange. After passing through the colorful barrier, they arrived in another space. This space looked like a real world. Green vegetation could be found everywhere. Ancient trees towered into the sky, their luxuriant leaves blotting out the sky and the sun. Occasionally, the roars of beasts could be heard from the forest. The roars of the beasts contained angry roars, and the shockwaves of battle could be felt. There is a strange ancient tree here that can bear a colorful fruit. Its effect is even better than King-grade origin liquid. Lang Wei pointed to the ancient forest in front of them and said, "This is the first layer. It was opened 2 days ago. Apart from a few people who are still in the forest, the others have already gone to the second layer." Zichen and the others had a lot of King-grade origin liquid on them, so they naturally wouldn't stay here. Under Lang Wei's lead, they went in another direction and directly arrived at the second layer. Many cultivators had already gathered there, so the sudden arrival of Zichen and the others attracted a lot of attention. Some people recognized Lang Wei at a glance, and their expressions involuntarily changed. Some people also recognized Zichen and the others. Huping City's people are here. They were the ones who challenged Lord Golden Gorilla last time. How dare they come here again? They're courting death. Humph, how dare they offend Lord Golden Gorilla and Lord Jin Meng? They're dead for sure this time. As they moved forward, discussions broke out all around them. Hearing these discussions, Lang Wei curled his lips and said, "Don't pay attention to them. Moreover, there is no need to pay attention to Jin Xian and Jin Meng here. Even if you give them a few guts, they won't dare to make a move. What you need to pay attention to here are the people from the top few cities. Shantian City ranked first, Destiny City ranked second, Hidden Fog City ranked third, and Goldleaf City ranked fourth. As the top 4 factions, they had the most experts here. Compared to the 4 forces, the Golden Gorilla, Jin Meng, and so on were completely inferior. Of course, this also included the 108 Huping Qing represented by Lang Wei. "Wolf Cub, come here quickly." As they approached, a clear voice rang out. It was a young girl waving at Lang Wei. "It's one of us. Come, let's go over." As soon as they approached, the young girl said with dissatisfaction, "What took you so long? Is this the person you were talking about?" As she spoke, the young girl began to size up Zichen and the others. After seeing the 2 beauties in Zichen's group, a strange look flashed across her eyes. She then swept her gaze across the others. After pausing for a moment on Hammer, her attention finally fell on Zichen. While the young girl was sizing up Zichen, the others were also looking at her. She looked very young, even younger than Lang Wei, but she naturally exuded a pressure. She had a very cute face. Although she was very young, it wasn't difficult to see that she would have a face that could topple countries when she grew up. In terms of appearance, she was the most beautiful person Zichen had ever seen in the Jianwu continent. She was even more beautiful than Dong Qing and Shang Guanhong. If a comparison had to be made, only Su Mengyao could be compared to this young and beautiful girl. "You must be Zichen." Just as Zichen was secretly comparing in his heart, the young girl suddenly spoke. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but there was a trace of dignity in it. Zichen nodded. "That's right. I heard that you saved my little brother. I thank you on his behalf. If you need help, you can go to Tiger God Mountain," the young girl said again. When Lang Wei heard this, he quickly explained. "She's called Wushuang. She's my companion." When Wushuang heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, "What companion? You're my little brother. We grew up together. She's a few days older than me." Lang Wei smiled awkwardly. "Humph." Wushuang snorted and looked at Zichen again, saying, "I've heard that you're not weak and have gained the appreciation of many people. Since that's the case, you're free to do whatever you want. As for the others, I'll take care of them." Zichen didn't speak during this time, but from Wushuang's tone, he could tell that she didn't like him. Zichen thought that since it was the first time he met her, there shouldn't be any hatred. Moreover, he helped Wolf Cub. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be treated like this. "We'll follow Zichen." Manshur responded indifferently. "Follow him. He's just a gigolo. He can protect you all." Wushuang's voice was raised a lot, and her gaze towards Zichen was a little more unfriendly. "Young lady, watch your tone." Shang Guanhong was dissatisfied when she heard Wushuang ridicule Zichen. Wushuang glanced at Shang Guanhong and withdrew her gaze from Dong Qing. She looked at Zichen again, and her gaze became more and more unreadable. Then she said in a strange tone, "I didn't know that a gigolo like you was so popular." Even if Zichen had good self-control, his face became unnatural after being ridiculed like this. He looked at Wushwang and said, "Young lady, I don't think I've offended you." "You didn't?" Wushwang suddenly gritted her teeth, and her gaze became extremely bitter. She looked like a little wife who had been bullied. Zichen was startled, and then looked at Lang Wei. He saw that Lang Wei's face was red. Obviously, he was holding back his laughter. "What does she mean?" Zichen asked. Lang Wei couldn't help but laugh. "Try laughing again," Wushwang said coldly. Lang Wei's smile instantly stopped, and then he looked at Zichen and said seriously, "If it's someone else, I really didn't offend her. But you, I don't even know her. How could I have offended her?" Zichen was very confused. "You don't know her, but she knows you. This young lady is extremely famous in our Tiger God Mountain. Everyone in the younger generation has to lower their heads in front of her. She's the true big sister of the Tiger God Mountain's younger generation." Everyone's face changed when they heard this. To be able to make a higher life form give such an evaluation, this young lady must be very strong. However, it's also because she's too strong that no one can subdue her. Last time, she coincidentally caused trouble and was reprimanded by the elders of the Tiger God Mountain. At that time, you all went to the outer area of the Tiger God Mountain and were training there. So, the elders of the family said that if she didn't listen to them, they would marry her off. Of course, in the Tiger God Mountain, no one can subdue her, and no one dares to marry her. So, the elders of the family said that they saw that the human wasn't bad. Chapter 1447. Zichen naturally recalled the scene that day when many king-level battle beasts had appeared to deal with him. At that time, he had thought that he had gone too far and angered everyone, causing the king-level battle beasts to collude with each other. Only now did he know that it was this girl who had been secretly causing trouble. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, thinking back, when they had gone to the periphery of Tiger God Mountain, the powerhouses there had probably already known their true purpose. That was why Zichen had succeeded in capturing many descendants with high-level bloodlines and then entered the manor domain. After all, Tiger God Mountain only had one quota each time. This time, they had made an exception and sent 2 people. Judging from Lang Wei's words, there were probably other high-level lifeforms in Tiger God Mountain. While not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Zichen also felt a little uneasy. Back then, he had been watched by so many powerhouses, but he hadn't noticed at all. After he had benefited, he had even been complacent. But why would those people pay attention to him? Why would they pay attention to him? In fact, the reason was very simple. Zichen was the leader of the group. His cultivation level was the lowest, but his combat power was the strongest. This was one of the main reasons, but the other reason was Zichen's subordinates. Manshur was transformed from a mountain spirit. To be precise, he wasn't human at all. He was considered a high-level life form. Wuxia had an undying body that was extremely rare among humans. Among those of the same level, it was extremely difficult to kill someone with an undying body unless they had some special means. Shang Guanhong had an innate spiritual body and was born with the ability to sense the power of nature. Dong Qing was an extremely rare beast tamer among humans. These people were all extraordinary. Even if they had not obtained the true inheritance, and could not be compared to the true higher life forms, they were definitely the best of the best among those of the same level. However, Zichen's level was lower than theirs, yet he was able to make them follow him willingly. Obviously, he was also extraordinary. However, marrying Wushwang to Zichen was actually a joke made by the elders of Tiger God Mountain, but the latter took it seriously and wanted to teach Zichen a lesson. In the end, he was stopped by the elders of his family. This was because Zichen's cultivation level was still very low at the time. If the 2 of them had fought, Zichen might have been severely injured. That would have been extremely disadvantageous for their journey to the domain manor. Wushuang was very angry that he didn't deal with that human on the spot. This was also the reason why Zichen was targeted the moment he arrived and called Zichen a gigolo. Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but the others burst out laughing when they heard this. You used to be very weak. I didn't expect you to be so weak now. The peerless girl gritted her teeth. Clearly, she cared a lot about that joke from before. Am I being unjustly implicated? Zichen felt bitter. Wushuang, don't underestimate him, Lang Wei was about to speak for Zichen, but he was met with Wushuang's cold gaze. The latter said word by word. Little wolf, what did you just call me? Sister. Wushuang. Lang Wei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Humph. Wushuang snorted angrily. Not only did she not look dignified, but she was also very cute. Once again, she attracted laughter. Sister Wushuang, I told you before that Zichen is very strong. The scene when he drew his sword at the golden gorilla shocked me. Lang Wei put on an exaggerated expression. What's there to show off by drawing his sword at the little gorilla? He's also a high-level life form. Or do you think that's enough for your sister? Wushuang first curled her lips in disdain. Then she looked at Zichen and said, If you want me to like you, you have to kill at least one high-level life form. The others looked at Zichen mockingly and snickered. Zichen was very helpless. He couldn't stand Wushuang's personality. He could only say, Sorry, you're not my type. What? Wushuang's beautiful eyes widened. She said angrily, You mean you don't like me? Zichen was very embarrassed. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Obviously, no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. I say, Wushuang, are you worried that you won't be able to get married? Indeed, with your personality, who would dare to marry you? Why don't you follow me? I'll definitely treat you well. A voice sounded. Then, a person walked over. There was a pressure coming from the other party. It belonged to a high-level life form. Get lost, who do you think you are? Wushuang glanced at the other party and said coldly. Lang Wei, who originally had a very kind smile, had his face sunk in the next moment. He said indifferently, Tyrant Bear, you dare to talk to my sister Wushuang like that? Are you looking for death? Tiger God Mountain, others might be afraid of you, but my Demon Bear Caves people aren't. Tyrant Bear said with a sullen face. From the name, one could guess the other party's original form. Lang Wei's original form was a wolf. Tyrant Bear's original form should be a big bear. Of course, it was definitely not an ordinary beast, but a real high-level life form. I'm not afraid. Just come at me. I can fight two of you. Lang Wei took a step forward. The aura around his body surged violently. A great pressure appeared. When a high-level life form released its aura, the surrounding people's faces changed. They subconsciously retreated, obviously not wanting to be affected. Tyrant Bear was very afraid of Lang Wei, but he was not willing to be outdone. He snorted and said, The battle hasn't started yet. My big brother asked me to inform you guys. If you want to form an alliance, hurry up. If you're late, there won't be any spots. You guys will have to fight alone. Suddenly, Tyrant Bear saw Zichen and the others. A hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, Oh, I forgot. You guys won't be fighting alone this time. There are these people following you. I heard that one of them is your husband. I don't know who it is. Wushuang's face became abnormally embarrassed. At the same time, she fiercely glared at Zichen. Zichen was helpless. Obviously, he was unjustly implicated. However, it was fine that Wushuang targeted him. Why did a random guy dare to target him? Did they really think that he was a cat or a dog? Zichen frowned slightly. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Human, is it you? You're Wushuang's husband? You don't look like much. How much power can that little body of yours withstand? I can probably break 10 of your heads with one punch. Tyrant Bear sneered. Tyrant Bear, that's enough. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Lang Wei said angrily. The others were clearly angry too. Of course, this included Zichen. Zichen slowly took a step forward. Looking at Tyrant Bear, he said, I say, Shaking Bear, whether I'm Wushuang's husband or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. As soon as Zichen's voice fell, Wushuang's laughter rang out. Shaking Bear, haha, a very nice name. And it's also very appropriate. I'll call you Shaking Bear from now on. Tyrant Bear's face became extremely ugly. As a member of the mountain Shaking Bear bloodline that was famous for its strength, he was a true high-level life form. Wherever he went, those humans would not welcome him warmly. Since when did humans dare to call him Shaking Bear? Moreover, he was a high-level life form. He could not be compared to those Shaking Bears who were not even mutated beasts. You want to die? Tyrant Bear's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Zichen looked at him and said calmly, Shaking Bear, your threatening expression looks very funny to me. You should say that if you want to die, I promise to fulfill your wish and kill you. Pfft. Wushuang laughed again. Obviously, she did it on purpose. In just 2 short sentences, she found that the pretty boy was more pleasing to the eye. You! Tyrant Bear was angry. A powerful aura surged around him. Then, a huge beast shadow loomed behind him. A terrifying pressure swept out. The people in the distance changed their expressions and retreated again. However, Zichen and the others did not change their expressions in the face of this pressure. Only Gowen, Yuan Chang, and Gu Wei, who were slightly weaker, turned pale. Scram. Zichen's calm eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly to Tyrant Bear, If you don't scram, you'll die. You're courting death. Tyrant Bear was finally enraged. He took a step forward and sent a palm at Zichen. The power of this palm caused the void to distort. Then, the sky darkened as a huge palm fell from the sky. Zichen's body flickered with lightning as he activated his Lightning King physique. He clenched his fist and punched. Boom! The sky shook, and the power of lightning rampaged. A fist light soared into the sky like a furious dragon, fiercely smashing towards the incoming palm. Rumbling thunder resounded across the sky in the next instant. The palm imprint and fist glow dissipated amidst the energy vibrations. However, the powerful aftershocks caused Tyrant Bear to take 2 steps back. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage in this collision. His expression became extremely ugly. He felt very embarrassed, but before he could continue, he saw that the person in front of him had disappeared. At this moment, a cold voice rang out behind him. You only have 1 chance. If you scram now, you can still live. This voice was just a few feet behind him. Tyrant Bear was shocked because he didn't notice it at all. Fine. I came here to form an alliance with you. I didn't expect that you would join hands to scheme against me. This time, the alliance is over. You guys can fight alone. This Tyrant Bear was tactful. After leaving behind a vicious sentence, he left with his tail between his legs. The humans in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that human to be so strong. Among the humans, few could understand what had just happened. They thought that Zichen was too strong. Only the higher life forms understood, and their expressions became extremely strange. The higher life forms on the other side of the Demon Bear Cave, as well as their allies, had very unnatural expressions. Although it's a small trick, it's also a kind of wisdom. Your performance is very good. I approve of you. But if you want to be my husband, you're still far from it. Seeing Xiongba leave with his tail between his legs, Wushuang walked over and patted Zichen's shoulder, acting like a big sister. Zichen smiled bitterly in his heart. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, an ordinary person's body would have already fallen apart. The aura exuded by this higher life form's every movement was just too strong. As for scaring Tyrant Bear just now, it was just a small trick. It was just that Tyrant Bear hadn't been able to see through it. Zichen had just used his clone, and the one who had spoken was also his clone. In this kind of situation, he naturally wouldn't take the lead and display his own power. Although he had intimidated Tyrant Bear, the others didn't care. That was because Zichen had just used a trick. Just like that, Zichen was ignored. Only Tyrant Bear, who had learned the truth, was furious. He glared at Zichen with killing intent. Chapter 1448. Outside the second layer of restrictions, there were many formation masters breaking the restrictions. These formation masters' abilities were comparable to high-level life forms. They were much more powerful than Dowen and Hui. In fact, the two of them were not weak. On the contrary, the talent they displayed in formations along the way made everyone click their tongues. In terms of talent, the two of them were naturally not inferior. The only thing they lacked was the inheritance of formations. They had been exposed to king-level formations for a long time, but the two of them only learned of their existence after entering the domain mansion realm. Along the way, although they had some opportunities and obtained several powerful king-level formations, they were still lacking compared to the factions that had more people. The formation masters breaking the restrictions came from the 4 factions. They represented the top 4 of the 108 cities in Shentian Prefecture. They were close to the restrictions and occupied the best positions. After the array masters, there were the powerful existences among the 4 forces. There were higher life forms and also humans. Of course, the humans who could stand here were all existences that were on par with higher life forms. They were equivalent to true higher life forms, not the previous ones who were comparable to higher life forms. Of course, there was no lack of uniqueness in these people's combat power. Apart from the formation masters, there were other high-level life forms here. Of course, there were also humans. The auras surging around these humans were extremely agile. No one knew how many times they had used the psychic region crystal to transform. The 4 factions did not show any signs of cooperation. However, as the people of the 4 factions stood there, no one dared to step forward, including the high-level life forms of the other factions. The top 4 of Shentian Prefecture's 108 cities were really too strong. Any random human leader that walked out was equivalent to a genuine higher life form. As for their city ranking, it had not changed for tens of thousands of years. All the powers were very afraid of them. Even the high-level life form Golden Gorilla, who had always disliked humans, did not dare to behave atrociously among the 4 factions. This was because there were many humans in the 4 factions who could fight against him. It could be said that the cultivators present, including those in the front positions, were all powerhouses. After the 4 factions were the high-level life forms of the other factions. At this moment, almost all of these high-level life forms had gathered together and temporarily formed an alliance to resist the 4 factions. The number of people in this alliance was not weaker than the 4 factions in front of them. In comparison, Hu Pingqing's group of 11 people seemed a little lonely. Hu Pingqing's group was currently in the 3rd stage. They could see everyone in the first 2 stages. Golden Gorilla and Jean Ming, who once had a conflict with Wolf Cub, were both in the 2nd stage, but the two were no longer as flamboyant as before. They seemed to be very low-key. He had no choice but to keep a low profile. The Golden Gorilla had once said that he did not put all humans in his eyes. However, today, more than 90% of the young powerhouses of the Shentian Prefecture were here. There were also many people who could kill him. "Let's not act rashly and just wait and see," Wishwang said. She seemed to have become the big sister of this small team. In truth, not everyone was here for the channeling domain crystal. After all, there was only one piece of it, and only one person could obtain it. Most people were here to try their luck. "That seal is about to break," Lang Wei said. The formation in front of them began to tremble violently, showing signs of collapsing. Manshur and the others looked at Zichen. Obviously, they only trusted Zichen. Zichen said in a low voice, "After we go in, it's more important to stay alive." TCH. Wishwang looked at Zichen with disdain. Obviously, the good impression she had just now had dissipated because of Zichen's fear of death. Zichen did not say much, because the formation in front of them was even more distorted, as if it could collapse at any time. Boom! Finally, the formation collapsed in the trembling. The moment it collapsed, streams of light rushed in. Swoosh! Swoosh! As these people rushed forward, 4 rays of light fell. These rays of light shrouded the array masters below, and instantly sucked them in. These array masters have high attainments in array formations. They took them in because they were worried that something would happen to them, Lang Wei explained. They did this to protect the array masters, but the sacrifice was too great because these array masters were destined to not be able to obtain any opportunities here. At best, they could only be broken by those high-level life forms. However, compared to the priceless existence of the channeling domain crystal, these array masters' opportunities were nothing. The experts of the 4 forces were the first to rush into the broken formation, followed by the high-level life forms in the second stage. Let's go! Following Wushwang's light shout, Ziqin and the others were like arrows released from a bow, entering at lightning speed. Then, the human cultivators comparable to the high-level life forms entered. After passing through the formation, Ziqin and the others' eyes lit up. Then, they lost their balance and directly fell to the ground. Before landing, Ziqin saw that this was a huge and boundless mountain range. Giant peaks were connected to each other, and the peaks were towering and endless. This is the forbidden airspace domain. When everyone appeared, they fell to the ground. This was because they were restricted by the forbidden airspace domain. After landing on the ground, Ziqin and the others didn't stop. They immediately rushed towards the mountain range. Because they could vaguely see the figures of many cultivators flashing in front of them, it was obvious that everyone was rushing towards the mountain range at the first moment. Among the 4 forces, a human cultivator was moving forward. After seeing the surrounding mountain range, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, he released a powerful spiritual sense. Roar! Ao! In the originally quiet mountain range, in the next moment, the roars of beasts rang out. The roars shook the sky like thunder, resounding through the mountain range. Then, one by one, war beasts appeared. These war beasts emitted powerful auras. Their eyes were filled with madness, as if they had lost their minds. A beast tamer. This human was actually a rare beast tamer. The 4 forces really had a deep foundation. With a thought, many war beasts were controlled and moved to the periphery. Ziqin and the others were attacked by many war beasts. The ground trembled. These war beasts seemed to have gone mad, attacking them crazily. Ziqin and the others had already used all their strength to kill, but there were too many war beasts in the mountain range. At first, they could still see the figures of the first and second stage cultivators. But as more and more war beasts rushed over, they could no longer see them. The distance between the 2 sides was also pulled apart. Among these war beasts, there was no lack of existences comparable to high-level life forms. Ziqin could not abandon them and leave alone. We are already here. You can go first. Ziqin looked at Wushwang and Lang Wei in front of him and said. At this moment, the power that the 2 of them displayed was also extremely powerful. All the battle beasts that came were almost instantly killed. If it was any other day, these battle beasts would have already retreated when they saw such powerful existences. However, they had already lost their minds today and were not afraid of anyone. Even the powerful aura released by the higher life forms could not completely suppress them. Do you think we are such people? After killing a war beast with a palm, Wushwang turned and looked coldly at Ziqin. I just don't want to be a burden to you, Ziqin explained. Boring. Wushwang snorted and continued to move forward, killing to open the way. As for Lang Wei, he spread his hands, obviously having no intention of leaving. Ziqin. Dong Qing suddenly called out softly. Ziqin turned and looked at Dong Qing. There are too many war beasts. Let's try releasing the dragon soul, Dong Qing said. Ziqin slapped his forehead and suddenly said, Yes, dragon soul. The last time Kunwan used this move, it was the dragon soul spear that resolved it. There were too many war beasts around. It was like a beast tide. The earth was shaking, and the ancient trees collapsed into tremors. They were trampled into pieces by the war beasts. In addition to the roars of the beasts, there were more screams of humans in the mountains. The battle had just begun and it had become extremely tragic. Looking at the gradually increasing number of war beasts, everyone felt the pressure. Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded. A silver light appeared from Zichen's body, and then it shook and turned into a dragon shadow. A powerful dragon aura spread out. After feeling the sudden appearance of the dragon aura, a deep fear appeared in the depths of the war beasts' souls. Their movements became sluggish, and their red eyes gradually became clear. This is the dragon aura of the dragon clan. As high-level life forms, Lang Wei and Wushuang's perception were very sharp. The moment the two of them felt the dragon aura, their faces changed instantly, and then they looked up at the dragon soul that released the lightning. You actually refined a dragon. Wushuang's beautiful eyes stared at Zichen. Her eyes were full of disbelief. This is a dragon soul, a real dragon soul. How did you refine it into a soldier soul? Lang Wei was also surprised. This was a long story, and it was naturally not the time to talk about it. Zichen could only say, I'll explain it to you later. In this mountain range, the dragon aura could only spread out 2 miles, and the war beasts within 2 miles had recovered their clarity. And when they recovered their clarity, their eyes were full of fear. Because there was not only the dragon aura here, but also the aura of high-level life forms. Both sides were considered superior, and the aura suppressed them to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. They were clearly awake and scared, but these war beasts had no intention of retreating. There was still some hesitation and struggle in their eyes. That's not right. After they woke up, they should have moved away. Dong Qing discovered something strange. They're not under control, but they're not retreating. Could it be that there's something here? Sheng Guanhong was also keenly aware of something. Let's go deeper and have a look. Zichen and the others were also energized, and they headed forward. These war beasts were still struggling. When Zichen and the others passed by, they did not attack. However, there were also some powerful existences that were not afraid of the pressure and rushed towards Zichen and the others. These war beasts naturally only had one result, and that was death. Zichen and the others left, and the war beasts that had recovered their clarity had their eyes turned red again. They fell into madness again, and then rushed towards the other humans. Chapter 1449. Puff. In the mountains, many war beasts panicked. Facing the dragon might and the pressure of the high-level life forms, they were in a dilemma. Some of them attacked Zichen and the others, but they were all easily killed. I'd like to see what is causing trouble. Wushuang had been walking at the front. Among the group, she had killed the most war beasts. It could be seen that although she was beautiful, she had the common problem of high-level life forms, which was bloodthirsty. Above the sky, the Thunder Dragon released its dragon might, intimidating the war beasts. The 2 high-level life forms moved forward, killing the war beasts that tried to attack. Everyone's speed increased a lot, but the attacks they encountered along the way also increased. In the end, the dragon's soul lost its effect. All the war beasts seemed to have gone crazy, launching fierce attacks at Zichen and the others. Puff! Puff! The dragon might no longer pressure them, but turned into a dragon spear and began to shuttle through these war beasts, piercing the heads of war beasts one after another. Zichen and the others no longer hid their strength and frequently displayed their killing moves. After such a crazy slaughter, after moving forward for dozens of miles, the war beasts finally disappeared. Behind everyone was a ground full of war beast corpses. However, among all the cultivators, Zichen and the others were the fastest. The traces of the war beasts disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone was a huge castle. Outside the castle, there were rows of brown stone steps, nearly 100 of them, spreading downwards. On both sides of the stone steps, there were 2 neat rows of beast sculptures, mighty and ferocious. This is a ruin. Everyone looked at the huge castle in front of them with some shock. The dark gate of the castle was tightly closed, and there were no other footprints around. Obviously, they were the first to discover the existence of the castle. However, before this, there were clearly many humans ahead of them, so why didn't they discover this castle? Or, after discovering the castle, they felt that there would be nothing good in it, so they turned around and left. The answer was obviously the former, because no one was sure what was inside. "Let's go and take a look." Wishwang seemed very interested and took the lead in walking towards the castle. The others also followed with curiosity and surprise. "We've only just arrived and we've already found a castle. Looks like our luck is pretty good." Wuxia licked his lips, appearing somewhat excited. As soon as Wishwang stepped onto the stone steps, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the eyes of a beast statue beside the stone steps. "The beast eagle is alive! Sister Wishwang, be careful!" Lang Wei shouted. In the eyes of the beast eagle, light shot out in all directions, but it was not completely resurrected. A glowing beast shadow rushed out from the beast eagle and rushed towards Wishwang. Swoosh! The beast eagle's figure flashed and disappeared. Wishwang stood still. Behind her, the others looked at Wishwang worriedly. "Sister Wishwang!" Lang Wei shouted. Wishwang slowly turned her head. Her bright eyes were filled with confusion. "Are you all right? What was that beast shadow?" Zichen asked. Wishwang shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. Because the beast shadow flashed and disappeared, she did not notice its attack. Could it be an illusion? Or perhaps it was an illusion. Everyone did not understand. Wishwang continued to move forward. As she took another step, the second beast eagle opened its eyes. Its eyes were shining, and then another beast shadow rushed towards Wishwang. This time, Wishwang still did not notice it. How could this be? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be a simple illusion? Manchu whispered and then walked forward. He stepped onto the stone steps. The beast eagle that had just calmed down flashed its eyes again. Then, a beast shadow rushed out and rushed towards Manchu. The beast shadow flashed and disappeared, but Manchu's face instantly turned pale. "It's an attack, a spiritual sense attack." Manchu's low voice sounded. When it came to spiritual sense attacks, Manchu was all too clear. Back then, that move of controlling 10,000 uses had nearly killed him. Spiritual sense attack. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard it. Then, Lang Wei also walked up the stone steps. As a higher life form, Lang Wei's spiritual sense was stronger than Manchu's. As the beast shadow flashed and disappeared, he did not notice anything. The beast shadows flashed and disappeared in front of Zichen, but Zichen did not notice it. His eyes were fixed on the gate of the castle in front of him. "These beast eagles should be a test of spiritual sense. Maybe the things in the castle are related to spiritual sense," Dongqing said. Among the group, Dongqing was the strongest in terms of spiritual sense. As a beast tamer, her spiritual sense was incomparably strong. The reason why the castle had appeared was because it had sensed the powerful spiritual will of the beast tamer. Unfortunately, those people were too fast. Before the castle completely appeared, they had already rushed into the depths of the mountain and brushed past the castle. At the same time, in other parts of the mountain range, other inheritance ruins also appeared. These ruins appeared because of some kind of energy. Unfortunately, after successfully drawing out the ruins, they had already entered the depths of the mountain range. Zichen and the others did not know about this situation. After guessing that this place was related to spiritual sense, Manchu, Wuxia, and the others who were not good at spiritual sense attacks retreated from the stone steps. At this moment, there were still 4 people climbing the stone steps. 2 higher life forms, Zichen and Dongqing. There were a total of 99 stone steps, extending all the way to the front of the castle. As they moved forward step by step, the beast shadow's attacks became stronger. It was like a test. Lang Wei's expression gradually turned solemn as he moved forward. His speed also slowed down. Wishwang's pace also gradually slowed down. There was a trace of pain in her bright eyes. Zichen and Dongqing did not change their pace. Soon, the 2 of them overtook Lang Wei. A strange look flashed in the latter's eyes. Beast shadows flitted past the 2 of them, but the 2 of them were very calm, as if they were taking a stroll. When Zichen arrived in front of Wishwang, she bit her lip and said, How can your spiritual sense be stronger than mine? Zichen just smiled and walked past Wushuang. The latter was so angry that she gritted her teeth. At this moment, in Zichen's sea of consciousness, a golden figure appeared. This figure held a sheathed golden saber in its hand. As soon as a beast's shadow rushed into the sea of consciousness, the golden figure immediately pulled out the saber. The shining saber light illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. This was the unique privilege of Zichen's perfect spiritual sense. He could manifest any attack. This privilege was not even available to higher life forms. As for Dongqing, because her spiritual sense was extremely strong, she also knew some attacking methods. Naturally, she was very relaxed at this moment. When she reached the 78th step, Dongqing's figure stopped, and her face began to turn pale. This situation meant that Dongqing was about to reach her limit. Sure enough, after 2 steps, Dongqing's mouth began to bleed. She had reached her limit. Zichen walked in front of Dongqing, patted her shoulder, and said, "Don't hold on. I'll take you on the rest of the road." Dongqing turned around, her face extremely pale. Swoosh! The next moment, Dongqing's figure disappeared. "Hey, I know you're here for the Dongqing, but are you sure you can reach the end? Be careful not to die." A shout came from behind. It was from Wushuang. The 99 steps were very harsh on spiritual sense. Even powerful higher life forms couldn't enter smoothly, and it was even more impossible for ordinary people to enter. In this way, it was easy to guess what kind of inheritance was in here. Beast Tamer. In this case, only a beast tamer had the strength to pass the 99 steps and reach the gate of the castle. Coupled with the hesitant and struggling expressions of the previous battle beasts after they woke up, everyone was almost certain that the inheritance here belonged to a beast tamer. This was also the reason why Lang Wei and Wushuang no longer tried to go forward. Since it was the inheritance of a beast tamer, the spiritual sense test here was naturally targeted at beast tamers. And this kind of spiritual sense test could lead to death. At this moment, everyone's eyes were also staring at Zichen nervously, their faces full of worry. "That fool, is he courting death?" Wushuang murmured, looking at Zichen with a complicated expression. When Zichen stepped on the 85th step, his body shook slightly, and he almost fell. Exclamations came from all around. Shangguan Hong and others shouted Zichen's name. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned back and smiled at everyone, saying, "I'm fine." His face was as pale as paper. The beast's shadow just now directly destroyed the golden figure's attack and almost smashed the golden figure. Zichen took another step forward. His body shook again, and this time he coughed up blood. Then, he staggered 2 steps forward, leaving a trail of golden blood on the steps behind him. "What a fool!" Looking at Zichen, who was on the verge of collapse, Wushuang murmured, but she was very touched. Obviously, Zichen's action was not for himself, but for his companions. "No wonder he's chosen by the elders of the family. He's really different." Lang Wei nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Zichen walked on the 90th step, only 9 steps away from the gate of the ancient castle. But these 9 steps were like 9 mountains in front of Zichen. The beast Shadow's attack had already scattered the golden figure. At this moment, Zichen could only gather all his spiritual senses and passively form a defense. At this moment, he was dizzy and on the verge of fainting. Taking another step, Zichen coughed up blood again, and the beast's shadow was broken. Zichen felt that the scene in front of him was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. This was the true state of reaching the limit. His spiritual senses could collapse at any time. "Zichen!" The shout behind him woke up Zichen, who was about to faint. His vision became clear again. At this moment, he was only 8 steps away from the gate of the castle. "No, the last 8 steps. I can't fall." Zichen turned around and saw Shangguan Hong, who was crying. He saw Wushuang, whose eyes were slightly red. He saw his companions, who were filled with worry. He smiled at them, then turned back and rushed forward. Chapter 1450. Previously, the beast's shadows had appeared one by one and attacked one by one. Even so, Zichen had been severely injured and had reached his limit. However, in the next moment, he rushed forward quickly. By doing so, it seemed that Zichen would step out of the stone steps as quickly as possible. However, in the meantime, he would be attacked by many beast shadows at the same time. As the light flashed, the beast eagles opened their eyes one by one. Their eyes shone brightly. Then, the beast shadows rushed out of the beast eagles and entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen's sudden action shocked everyone. In this way, Zichen seemed to have succeeded, but in fact, he was not far from death. He had chosen to help Dongqing by committing suicide. Swoosh! Zichen successfully took a few steps and reached the front of the castle. As soon as he rushed out, he fell down and did not get up again. Zichen! Shouts came from behind. However, due to the existence of the stone steps, no one could successfully reach this place. More than a dozen beast shadows rushed into Zichen's sea of consciousness one after another. They began to wreak havoc, trying to destroy Zichen's sea of consciousness. The roars of the beasts resounded, bringing with them powerful vibrations that caused Zichen's entire sea of consciousness to tremble. The beast shadows rushed in and immediately found Zichen's soul, which was in full defense. This soul was golden, but it was not bright. It formed the last line of defense, and looked like it could be destroyed and dissipated at any time. More than a dozen beast shadows arrived in an instant, and began to wreak havoc on the golden defense. Bang! Bang! The beast shadows were powerful and domineering. They instantly tore the golden defense into pieces. Zichen's entire soul was revealed. This was a golden-clothed Zichen. At this moment, he looked very weak. The golden light was dim, but his golden eyes were very bright. He raised his head and looked at the beast shadows. There was no panic on his face. His expression was calm. In his hand, a golden ball was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden ball contained a powerful force. This force was absorbed by Zichen and then transferred to the scabbard in his left hand. The originally dim scabbard burst out with a dazzling golden light in the next moment. This golden light seemed to make those beasts extremely uneasy, and they suddenly launched an attack. Zichen's right hand was already on the scabbard. In the next moment, the long saber was unsheathed. Whoosh! The resonant sound of the saber resounded, and the shining saber light filled the entire world. The originally dim world of the Sea of Consciousness was instantly illuminated. A circle of irregular saber light bloomed like a flower and scattered in all directions. The saber light swept past the surrounding beasts, causing them to dissipate one after another. Zichen lay on the ground, motionless. The shouts from afar never stopped, but Zichen did not react at all. Because it was a battle in the Sea of Consciousness, no one could tell whether Zichen was dead or alive. After a long time, Zichen's fingers trembled slightly, and his eyelids began to tremble. Gradually, he opened his eyes. As expected. When he opened his eyes again, Zichen was still very weak, but his eyes were very bright. Of course, he would not sacrifice himself. In fact, when he was moving forward, he already had a plan in mind. Sure enough, that final saber strike, which used all his strength, killed all the beasts. He's awake! Zichen is awake! Zichen is still alive! Seeing Zichen gradually move, everyone's eyes lit up with joy, and then they cried out in surprise. This liar really scared me to death. Wushwang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and snorted. This is really a challenge of the limit. Lang Wei sighed in his heart, and his admiration for Zichen grew. As for Manshur and the others, they obviously did not think so much. When they saw that Zichen was still alive, they also cheered loudly. Zichen stood up and glanced at the crowd with an apologetic expression on his face. At this time, he was still very weak and needed to recover his exhausted spiritual sense as soon as possible. However, before that, he released Dongqing from his own reality world. After coming out, Dongqing's face was still covered in tears. Then she threw herself into Zichen's arms and began to cry loudly. This guy is really bad. He clearly knows that he won't die, but he wants to use this method to trick girls. How despicable! Wishwang pouted in dissatisfaction. Lang Wei laughed but did not say anything. Behind them, Wu Xie, who was standing not far from Shang Guanhong, said, "Humph, this Zichen is really scheming." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Shang Guanhong, but found that the latter did not react at all. He could only smile bitterly. "It's okay. I already had a plan." Dong Qing obviously saw what was happening outside. Zichen gently patted Dong Qing's back and comforted her. "Don't work so hard in the future." Dong Qing choked with sobs, unable to stop her tears. Zichen smiled and nodded. Seeing that Dong Qing's tears were gradually stopping, Zichen said, "Hurry up and open the castle door. Let's see what's inside." Dong Qing was also very curious, but she did not immediately open the door. Instead, she repeatedly confirmed that Zichen's injuries were not fatal. Only then did she turn and walk towards the castle door. Her figure was slim, and her steps were light. After placing her lily-white hand on the castle door, she gently pushed, and the door opened. As the castle door opened, a desolate and simple aura spread out from the door. Zichen looked at the opened castle door, and his expression froze. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside the gate, there were even more beast sculptures. After the gate was opened, almost all of them came to life. Their eyes shone brightly, and the shadows of the beasts appeared around them. Some were jumping, some were pacing back and forth, some were looking at the gate with cold eyes, and some were very curious. Let's go." Seeing this scene, Zichen stepped forward and pulled Dong Qing. Dong Qing shook her head. There were beast shadows everywhere. If a beast tamer was here, it would be easy for them to deal with this situation. However, Dong Qing was not yet a beast tamer, so this place was very dangerous for her. Zichen hesitated for a moment and said, "This opportunity. It's better not to take it." He rarely backed down, and he did not want others to back down. However, the scene before them forced them to back down. Dong Qing shook her head again. This time, she was not as stubborn as before. She said softly, "Although it's dangerous, there's a chance of survival. Because these beast shadows no longer test spiritual senses. Indeed, the 99 stone steps in the outside world were difficult for even ordinary beast tamers to pass. If this place also tested spiritual senses, then this place would no longer be a place of opportunity, but a place of death." Zichen wanted to say something, but Dong Qing took a step forward. After stepping through the gate, she looked back at Zichen. Her eyes were calm and determined. She said to Zichen in a very gentle tone, "I don't want to be a burden to you in the future." After saying this, Dong Qing turned around and entered the ancient castle. The gate slowly closed after Dong Qing entered. Before the gate closed, Zichen saw many beast shadows rushing toward Dong Qing. Zichen wanted to shout, but he found that his throat was blocked by something. He could not make a sound. His nose turned sour, and his eyes became misty. Only Zichen could hear the last sentence. Dong Qing's meaning was clear. She did not want to be a burden to Zichen in the future, just like today. Therefore, she had to go for this opportunity that had a slim chance of survival. Either she could become stronger and become Zichen's partner in the future, or she could die without any regrets. The gate of the castle was tightly shut, and could not be opened again. Zichen walked back the way he came. Those beast eagles did not attack. Wishwang's mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not open her mouth. She only patted Zichen's shoulder like a big sister to comfort him. She did not hear Dong Qing's last words. But in the face of such a situation, Dong Qing still wanted to go in. Her meaning was obvious. Lang Wei's expression became extremely complicated. He had only spent a short time with these people, but he felt many things that he had only heard about, but never experienced personally. For example, the friendship of sacrificing oneself for a friend. "Let's go," Zichen said indifferently as he walked up the stone steps to the front of the group. Dong Qing had chosen her own path. Now, she could only walk it herself. As for these people, they still had a long way to go. Zichen walked forward with mixed feelings. He just wanted to help Dongqing, but he did not expect to make Dongqing feel pressured. If he had not tried so hard and walked up the stone steps, Dongqing might have quit halfway and not insisted in the end. Zichen felt very conflicted. He did not know whether he was right or wrong. You are right. This is Dongqing's choice. Shang Guanhong seemed to have guessed Zichen's inner thoughts. She walked up to him and said. Zichen nodded and did not say anything. If it were me, I would make the same choice, Shang Guanhong said. Zichen looked at her in surprise. She made this choice not because she tried too hard, but because she did not want to be a burden to you in the future. Although she has never expressed her thoughts, I know that she has always wanted to walk with you. Shang Guanhong smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in her beautiful smile. Just like me, it would be fine as long as she kept walking. But if she wanted to follow you, her strength would naturally increase. So, she probably did not want to be a burden to you. After walking forward, there was a moment of silence. The atmosphere was slightly stifling. Boom. Only when the energy fluctuations of the battle sounded did everyone regain their spirits. A few miles away, a giant appeared. The giant was shining all over, like a huge mountain peak. Many cultivators seemed very small in front of this giant. As the giant attacked, it caused the void energy to vibrate violently, and the cultivators' bodies directly exploded. What is that? A mountain giant. Seeing such a huge giant, Mansur's face was immediately filled with shock. Those cultivators rushed toward the mountain giant as if they had gone mad. However, all the cultivators who tried to get close to the mountain giant would explode in midair. Are these people crazy? They actually took the initiative to rush to their deaths. Wuxia said angrily when he saw the cultivators die in groups. Chapter 1451. Zichen was pointing at the heart of the mountain giant. There was a round hole wrapped in energy that seemed to lead directly to the heart. The vital point of the mountain giant is its heart. Why is there a round hole there? Was it forcefully shattered by someone? Seeing the round hole wrapped in energy, everyone was puzzled. It doesn't look like it was shattered. It looks more like a passage, or a passage that leads to another space. Hammer looked ahead and said in a deep voice. What? Everyone's expression changed. Let's go and have a look. Mansur couldn't wait and took the lead to fly forward. So far, no human had successfully entered the round hole. The strength of these people was comparable to higher life forms. However, those higher life forms had already gone deep into the hole, and those powerful human forces were not among them. Obviously, these cultivators were like Zichen and the others. They belonged to the last stage of the third stage. They seemed to be the weakest among all the teams. I don't know who triggered the restriction and attracted such a big guy, but that person disappeared. Otherwise, it wouldn't be our turn. That's right. There were many ruins along the way, but we didn't meet anyone who set foot in them. Those people must have left in a hurry, so others took advantage of them. As they moved forward, Zichen and the others could also hear the unrestrained discussions. Boom! The void shook, and a large amount of light swept across like a falling mountain. A cultivator was hit by the light and his body exploded. Dong! The mountain giant punched out, causing the sky to tremble and space to distort violently. A human cultivator who was trying to dodge was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body at all. Then, the fist light arrived and smashed him into pieces. This mountain giant was very powerful. So far, no one had broken through its defense and entered the passage. The arrival of Zichen and the others attracted the attention of many people. After seeing Lang Wei and Wushuang in the team, their expressions changed. Obviously, they recognized these two people as higher life forms. Let me try. Lang Wei's fighting spirit was strong. He stomped his foot, and the ground shook. He rushed toward the mountain giant like a cannonball. The mountain giant's eyes were cold and emotionless. The moment Lang Wei appeared, it locked onto him. As the power of the wolf appeared, it raised its hand and shot out a ray of light. The light was very gorgeous. It was like a rainbow falling from the sky. However, it was filled with danger. As the colorful light fell, the space began to distort. Waves of spatial power formed an oppressive force that slowed down Lang Wei's charge until the colorful light landed on him. Seeing these two higher life forms, the others in the surroundings no longer attacked, choosing to watch from the sidelines, similarly waiting for an opportunity. Looking at Lang Wei, who was about to be hit by the colorful light, everyone's expression couldn't help but change greatly. They thought to themselves, could it be that even a true high-level life form couldn't charge through? Swoosh! The colorful light instantly approached, but it didn't hit Lang Wei. Lang Wei's body glowed, and his speed instantly increased, dodging the attack of the colorful light. Lang Wei, whose speed had soared, rushed out of the colorful light and headed straight for the black hole in his chest. The colorful light landed on the ground and exploded. A mountain peak disappeared, and smoke and dust flew in all directions. Boom! Tremors spread out, and the world darkened. A gigantic footprint that covered the sky appeared. It was the mountain giant, and it was once again stomping towards Lang Wei. The mountain giant's control of spatial power was very skillful. Lang Wei's speed that had just skyrocketed was once again slowed down as if he had fallen into a quagmire. This time, the mountain giant's attack was faster and stronger. Howl! A wolf's howl shook the heavens and the earth. A gigantic one-horned war-wolf appeared behind Lang Wei. The one-horned war-wolf was mighty and ferocious. Its eyes were like lanterns. The war-wolf roared at the sky, and a powerful aura surged around its body. It clawed at the palm print. Boom! The two forces collided, causing the void to shake violently. The space began to distort crazily, and a powerful destructive force spread out in all directions with the battle as the center. Wherever the energy passed, the surrounding mountains exploded, and many ancient trees turned into dust. Some of the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the battle to enter the black hole were swept away by the impact. Their bodies coughed out blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. After the attack, the mountain giant's body shook slightly, and all the power was neutralized. As for Lang Wei, he kept retreating. The earth rumbled as he retreated, and deep footprints appeared one after another under his feet. Behind Lang Wei, the one-horned war-wolf's eyes shone with a sinister light. When Zichen saw the one-horned war-wolf behind Lang Wei, his expression changed. He cried out in alarm. That's a sky-devouring wolf! Heaven-devouring wolves were pure-blooded ancient beasts. Back in the Martial Heaven continent, Zichen had been fortunate enough to see one. He had even killed one. However, that one had clearly not been a pure-blooded one. Furthermore, its realm had been too low. However, the one behind Lang Wei was a pure-blooded ancient beast. It was a pure-blooded ancient beast in the Martial Heaven continent. Clearly, Lang Wei's true form was a sky-devouring wolf. Howl! The sky-devouring wolf roared, and a cold light shot out of its eyes. This light seemed to tear the void apart. Lang Wei's battle intent soared, and his figure flashed, charging toward the mountain giant. Boom! The mountain giant punched out, and a terrifying power surged out. One wolf and one giant fought just like that. During this time, energy constantly rumbled, creating a storm of energy. The energy storm was very terrifying, and it wreaked havoc in all directions. Those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the black hole could only pass through the storm. Among those cultivators, there was no such existence. Looking at the battle in the sky, Zichen and the others were shocked. This time, they had seen the true power of a higher life form. The entire space trembled in the battle, as if it couldn't bear the violent power and was about to shatter. This Lang Wei is really strong. Manshur sighed sincerely. That mountain giant is also very strong, said Wu Xie. Wu Shuang hadn't participated in the battle. She had been quietly watching. When she heard the two's words, she shook her head and said, The little wolf is not its match. Ah! The two were shocked. Wu Xie said, Lang Wei is a higher life form. Could it be that he can't beat this big guy? Wushwang glanced at Wu Xie, and seemed to be dissatisfied with his doubt. The little wolf is a higher life form, but this guy is also a mountain spirit. The mountain spirit itself is also a higher life form. Their potential is about the same, but the mountain giant's realm is higher. When the two fight, the little wolf is suppressed by its realm. It's normal that it can't beat it. When everyone heard this, they were somewhat stunned, especially Manshur. The two of them were both transformed from mountain spirits, but it seemed that the difference in battle prowess was not just a little bit. The battle continued, and Lang Wei didn't show any signs of losing. The two were restraining themselves, and they hadn't really started to fight to the death. Zi Qin had been watching the battle. After hearing Wushwang's words, he had a thought. He turned to Manshur and said, "Manshur, you go and try." "Me." Manshur was stunned, and then he shook his head like a rattledrum. No, even a higher life form like Lang Wei can't beat it. I'll be looking for death if I go. Shan Guanhong's eyes flashed. She said, "Yeah, you can go and try. This place is special. It should be caused by a mountain spirit. If you really are a mountain spirit, you can try," Wushwang said. Manshur's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Okay, I'll try." After saying that, he started to transform. His body was surrounded by black light, and he instantly turned into a giant. Although he couldn't be compared to the mountain giant, his black iron skin still gave people a sense of oppression. He really is a mountain spirit. Wushwang's eyes flashed with a strange light. She was surprised that Dong Qing had the chance to become a beast tamer. She didn't expect this seemingly insignificant big guy to be a mountain spirit. The surging energy waves were very strong, but the transformed Manshur's defense was also very strong. He turned into a black light and rushed into the energy waves. Boom! The energy waves shook, and the battle between the two higher life forms became more and more intense. Many mountains were shattered, and many ancient trees were turned into dust. After knowing that Manshur was a mountain spirit, Wushwang also transmitted a message to Lang Wei to help Manshur. Swoosh! A colorful light passed through the violent energy and rushed toward Manshur. Manshur's body was fixed in the air, and he couldn't move. The void split open, and an energy beast claw appeared. It hit the colorful light and shattered it. After dodging the attack, Manshur's eyes flashed with gratitude. His body flashed, and he moved forward again. Swoosh! Swoosh! The colorful light fell one after another, and its target was Manshur. Obviously, they were both mountain spirits, but the former didn't give Manshur any chance to survive. However, these attacks were all blocked by Lang Wei. Go to hell. Sky-devouring wolf's eyes became colder and colder. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. The horn on its forehead suddenly shone, and the surrounding energy started to distort crazily with the horn as the center. The void trembled, and a thick light appeared from the horn on Sky-devouring wolf's forehead, and it bombarded the mountain giant. The mountain giant let out a roar, and light flowed on its fists as it punched out. Boom! The energy there was completely berserk, and a deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth. This attack contained a powerful force, and the mountain giant was directly knocked back, leaving an opening in front of it. Go in. Manshur had been wandering around. When he saw the opportunity, he suddenly sped up and rushed toward the black hole. Swoosh! Manshur's body flashed, and he rushed in. It was very dangerous, but there was no danger to his life. The other humans who were watching the battle in the distance saw the mountain giant being knocked back, and they also waited for the opportunity to attack. Chapter 1452. The mountain giant went berserk. The colorful light around it was like raging thunder and lightning. No one could get close to it. At this moment, even Lang Wei chose to retreat. Roaring at the sky, the aura around the mountain giant became even more terrifying. It seemed to have gone mad, and the colorful light around it was distorted and powerful. This crazy state lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually calmed down. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, its body slowly squatted down. Its hands that were holding up the sky then lowered, turning into a towering mountain peak. The mountain peak was lofty and steep, and there was no vegetation. They could vaguely see the original outline of the mountain giant. The mountain giant returned to the mountain peak, and the original black hole had disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with regret. Some cultivators were unwilling to give up. They rushed forward with their domain weapons and slashed at a mountain rock. However, a sonorous sound erupted and sparks flew everywhere. He snorted coldly and poured in a powerful force to launch a series of attacks at the mountain peak. Sparks appeared, but he could not break a single rock on the mountain peak. However, just as the cultivator was feeling extremely angry, the mountain peak suddenly shook. His expression changed drastically, and he thought that the mountain giant was about to reappear. He retreated in fear, which led to a burst of laughter. The battle just now had already destroyed the surroundings. At this moment, the mountain peak's reappearance was very abrupt. The black hole disappeared, and they could no longer sense Mansher's aura. It was unknown whether Mansher was dead or alive, but the possibility of him obtaining an opportunity was higher. Zichen and the others decided not to wait any more and continued forward. Along the way, they encountered battles and other ruins. However, Zichen and the others did not arrive in time for the next few times. Some cultivators beat them to it. This place is indeed unusual. Every ruin that appears is extremely extraordinary. Lang Wei sighed as he saw many ruins along the way. However, they did not see any other high-level life forms along the way. Obviously, those people had already gone deep. Along the way, the battles continued, and various ruins appeared. During this time, Zichen and the others also took action and forcibly destroyed some small ruins to obtain some other things. As for the large ruins, they were only open to certain groups of people. Once someone with a certain identity entered, the ruins would automatically close. The higher life forms were known as the most powerful existences in this place. However, Wushwang and Lang Wei had also encountered danger several times when facing the other ruins. It was clear that although the higher life forms were powerful in this place, they were not invincible. This time, if they really found the psychic domain core and tried to snatch it, even the higher life forms would die with it. Grasping this specific clue, Zichen and the others advanced at a much faster pace. They directly ignored the small ruins because they really didn't care about them. If it was a large-scale ruin, he would first explore it to see if it was suitable for him before deciding to make a move. Zichen and the others were much faster now that they had a choice. 2 days later, they finally caught up to those in the second stage, and finally encountered other higher life forms. In the distance, they saw a dense forest. There were shrill cries coming from the forest. In addition to the clear screeching sound, there were also faint energy fluctuations. There's something going on inside. Noticing the abnormality in the forest from afar, Zichen and the others sped up and rushed into the forest. Swish! Swish! 2 rays of light flashed, and 2 figures appeared in front of Zichen and the others. This road is blocked. The 2 looked at Zichen and the others and said indifferently, Golden Gorilla, you dare to block me? Lang Wei said coldly when he saw the golden-robed youth in front of him. Wushwang looked at the other person and said with a smile, You black bear, are you courting death by blocking me? The other person was Xiongba, who Zichen had ridiculed. However, at this moment, although it was Wushwang who was talking about Xiongba, the latter's eyes were staring at Zichen unkindly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the forest, shrill cries resounded, and the earth trembled. The battle fluctuations became more and more intense. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Wushwang said with a faint smile, Just the 2 of you and you dare to stop me? You have guts. The 2 of you are the weakest, guarding outside and not letting anyone in. You must have found something good in this forest. Of course. Xiongba said proudly. The thing we found this time will definitely surprise you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you mess things up this time, I'm afraid you will offend many forces. You also know that our allies come from different places. Wushuang said with interest. Now that you mention it, I'm even more interested. What exactly is it that can make so many of you interested? But I think it's definitely not the domain core. Golden Gorilla sneered and said, although it's not the domain core, the value of this thing is not inferior to the domain core. Why do you say that? Lang Wei couldn't help but frown. Hammer's heart was also moved. Golden Gorilla said coldly, have you heard of the undying bird? The undying bird with the undying bloodline. Lang Wei and Wushuang's expression changed. It was publicly acknowledged that higher life forms were very strong. In addition to their strength, their vitality was also very tenacious. However, in terms of bloodline, the undying bloodline was the strongest. This bloodline had a strong effect of immortality. In this Shentian prefecture, there were many higher life forms. Although they were strong, they would also fall. Therefore, almost all forces were studying the undying bloodline, wanting to understand the mystery of immortality and rebirth in the undying bloodline. The value of an undying bird was indeed incomparable to a psychic domain core. However, if one looked at it from another perspective, it was even more valuable than a psychic domain core. Because the former was only targeted at one person and could only benefit one person. However, if one obtained the undying bird and comprehended the undying bloodline, it would benefit a powerful group. You guys are lucky. Wushuang snorted coldly, but there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. Lang Wei was very moved when he heard this. However, there were two higher life forms in front of him. He and Wushuang were not afraid, but Ziqin and the others were not. Moreover, they could not stop them. No matter what, Golden Gorilla and Xiongba would stop them. Although these two were the weakest among the higher life forms, they were still higher life forms after all. There was no problem in delaying them for a short period of time. Therefore, the two could only give up, but they were somewhat unwilling in their hearts. Undying bird, undying bloodline. Hearing Golden Gorilla's words, Zichen's expression changed. He looked back at Wu Xie and found that the other was also moved. Wu Xie had an undying body, but it was only an undying body. Apart from the undying demon body he obtained here, he had no other inheritance. Originally, it was a rare and powerful physique, but because there was no inheritance, its development was limited. At this moment, when he heard that there was an undying bird, Wu Xie was also moved. Because they both had the undying bloodline, after obtaining the other, he should be able to comprehend something. Wu Xie was moved, but he knew that his strength was limited, so he looked at Zichen with expectation and even with a pleading look. I want to go in and see. Zichen understood Wu Xie's meaning. He could fight for Dongqing, so of course, he would also fight for Wu Xie. You want to go in? Wushuang and Lang Wei were surprised. As for Golden Gorilla and Xiongba, after hearing Zichen's words, their faces were full of sarcasm. The two of us will go in, Zichen said in a deep voice, representing his firm will. Wu Xie nodded, but he had already suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmed down. Wushuang was pondering, and Lang Wei looked a little worried. One must know that there were high-level life forms inside. If the two of them went in, they would only die. Go, go, how can we not help you when you want to die? Golden Gorilla waved his hand and sneered. It's not a problem for you to go in and die, but it's a pity that I can't kill you with my own hands. Xiongba also smiled jokingly. As high-level life forms, the two of them were still afraid of high-level life forms. As for Zichen, they would not care at all. As long as Lang Wei and Wushuang did not go in and ruin things, there would be no problem for them to all go in. Go in, let's see how far you can go. Golden Gorilla sneered at Zichen and waved his hand again and again. Zichen did not pay attention to Golden Gorilla. He just nodded at Wushuang and Lang Wei, and then went in with Wu Xie. Golden Gorilla and Xiongba had a playful look and did not stop them. Wait, I'll go with you. Shang Guanhong stepped forward and said, I'll go too. Hammer took a step forward. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm just going to take a look, I won't act rashly. Golden Gorilla sneered and said sarcastically, I'm afraid you'll die before you make a move. Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "No, I must go in." This was a rare insistence from her. Her eyes were firm, and she had to go. Zichen nodded, but signaled Hammer to stay here. Along the way, Hammer naturally saw that Zichen was not a reckless person, so he nodded. "Thank you." Zichen nodded to Wushuang and Lang Wei, and then walked into the jungle. In the jungle, the battle was still going on, and the cries of the undying bird kept coming out. The ancient trees here towered into the sky, and the branches and leaves covered the sky. After entering, it was damp and gloomy. The ground in the forest was shaking, and all kinds of strange sounds kept coming out. These sounds were very sharp, but they could not be heard in the outside world. They could only be heard in the jungle. Among the sharp sounds, there was a rustling sound, as if some kind of object was moving. The atmosphere in the forest was very gloomy, as if there was some kind of ominous existence. Zichen and the other two seemed to be very careful as they moved forward. Shang Guanhong followed beside Zichen, and her expression became solemn. At the same time, she seemed to be carefully sensing and listening for something. Zichen and the rest ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, pairs of glowing green eyes opened on the thick ancient trees. These green eyes were cold and emotionless, and looked indifferently at the three of them. Without a sound, the branches and leaves extended and lengthened, following after Zichen and the other two. Zichen and the others did not notice anything unusual. Behind the three of them, countless branches extended out, forming a torrent. It looked like thousands of small snakes gathered together. These branches were like small snakes, staring at the three of them covetously. The three of them did not notice. Chapter 1453. Silently, the gathered branches launched an attack at Zichen and the other two. This dense forest was very mysterious. It could suppress spiritual perception. Otherwise, Zichen would have sensed it at such a distance. Zichen did not sense anything. As for Wu Xie, he was very excited. He was thinking about the undying bird. Maybe he could get the undying inheritance. He was so distracted that he did not notice anything. With his sharp senses, Zichen felt something was wrong. He turned around and the scabbard appeared in his hand. After turning around, he saw a figure. It was Shang Guanhong. At this moment, Shang Guanhong was emitting a bright green light. The green light was full of vitality. She raised her hand and stretched it forward. Her palm was full of agile green spiritual power. In front of the spiritual power was a large number of branches. These branches were wriggling like spiritual snakes. Holy shit! What is this? Wu Xie, who had turned around, was shocked when he saw this scene. If Shang Guanhong was not here, the two of them would have been besieged. The wriggling branches were also glowing. They looked very tough. Once surrounded, even if it was not fatal, it would be very troublesome. Then, Wu Xie looked up and saw the ancient trees open their eyes. Trees can become spirits. Wu Xie's expression changed. It was the first time he saw a tree becoming a spirit. This dense forest is very strange. All the ancient trees here have gained spiritual intelligence. They have some tricks. They are not strong alone, but they are very troublesome when besieged. The green light around Shang Guanhong did not diminish. The green light passed through the branches and extended to her body. The green light gradually filled the entire ancient tree and gradually surrounded them. The indifferent eyes on the ancient tree also gradually showed a hint of comfort. Then, it closed its eyes. Following the closing of those eyes, the branches and leaves that had extended out from those eyes automatically shrank back. I felt that there was something strange in this place. I thought there would be tree demons, but I did not expect these ancient trees to have all turned into demons. Shang Guanhong said after retracting the green light. What are we going to do now? Are we just going to go a little deeper? Wu Xie appeared to be a little anxious because there was still a battle going on in the depths. If the higher life form dealt with the undying bird early, they would not be able to obtain anything. I'll give you a strand of energy. It should be able to avoid the perception of these trance. Shangguan Hong shook her hand and pointed out two green lights, which looked like the green light seeds that she often used. Zichen and Wu Xie's expressions also changed subconsciously. Clearly, this was a conditioned reflex. When they saw the green light, they couldn't help but think of Shangguan Hong's methods. They wanted those human cultivators who had turned into trees. The green dots of light spread out, forming a light barrier that enveloped the two of them. After that, Shangguan Hong led the way and the two followed. Along the way, those ancient trees no longer opened their eyes, and their branches no longer extended. This move successfully avoided the tree spirit. After that, the three of them sped up and moved forward without any obstructions. Boom! Boom! The great earth rumbled, the battle still continuing. Many ancient trees left their original regions, slowly moving towards the depths. The tree spirits here are actually moving towards the depths. Could there be a tree king level existence there? Shangguan Hong's expression became a little unnatural. If there really was a tree king, the three of them should have been discovered long ago. This green light could avoid the tree spirits, but it couldn't avoid the tree king's perception. However, the tree king didn't signal these tree spirits to attack. It probably couldn't care less. Shangguan Hong's expression became solemn, and a trace of vigilance appeared in her beautiful eyes as she whispered, "Be careful. I suspect that there's a tree king here." "What do you mean?" Wu Xie was puzzled. "In addition to the undying bird, there might be a tree king. Those higher life forms haven't succeeded yet. This should be the reason why." Zichen had encountered similar tree spirits on the ancient road of trial, so he knew how powerful and terrifying they were. However, those tree spirits couldn't move. They were specially used for the trial. The tree spirits here were also used for the trial, but they could move. Zichen had the same guess in his heart, so naturally, he was also worried. With the guidance of these ancient trees, Zichen and the others quickly arrived at the battlefield. Boom! Energy shook, and a large number of tree spirits fell. A powerful energy wave swept towards the three of them. There really are two big guys. Bypassing a tree spirit, the three of them saw the battlefield in front. On the battlefield, there was an undying bird. Its whole body was fiery red, like a creature transformed from a burning flame. With every blow, a large sea of fire would rush out and sweep in all directions. Around it, there were 7 higher life forms. Among these 7 people, there was Jin Ming that Zichen had seen before. The others were unfamiliar, but they were all second-stage cultivators. At this moment, the 7 of them were divided into 2 teams. 3 of them were besieging the undying bird, while the other 4 were launching fierce attacks towards the thick ancient tree below the undying bird. That ancient tree was the thickest in the entire forest. Its roots were like horned dragons, and together with the branches that could extend at will, it defended against the attacks from all sides. Swoosh! Each of the vines was like a curved spear, neutralizing the attacks of the 4 greater life forms. Its eyes were cold and ruthless, but in the next moment, it glanced into the distance without leaving a trace. At this time, Zichen and the others just happened to arrive at this place. The sound of tremors continued to spread. Besides Zichen and the other 2, the tree spirits rushed forward, as if they didn't care about their lives. The 7 higher life forms would also occasionally turn around and attack these tree spirits. Tree spirits were very durable and had strong vitality, so most of these higher life forms attacked with the purpose of repelling and sending them flying. "What should we do?" Wu Xie asked as he watched the battle from a secret place. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry. Our goal is to destroy the 7 of them. That undying bird can't die, and that ancient tree spirit can't die." A light flashed in Shangguan Hong's beautiful eyes. She also lowered her voice and said, "Yes, these 7 people are really abominable. If there's a chance, we'll kill one of them." Wu Xie had a puzzled look on his face. They were obviously here to get the undying bird, so why did they have to kill these 7 higher life forms? However, Wu Xie immediately felt relieved. Both sides would be enemies sooner or later. If there was a chance to kill them, they naturally couldn't miss it. Was this really the reason? In the distance, The indifferent eyes of the ancient tree king changed slightly, but this change disappeared in a flash. The entanglement of the tree spirits made the higher life forms annoyed. It seemed that these two guys didn't have any more powerful means. After the 7 of them looked at each other, they decided to use some powerful means. For a time, in addition to the sharp cries, there were also the roars of beasts. The 7 higher life forms actually revealed their true forms at the same time. 7 more beasts appeared in the sky, exuding an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. What Jin Ming transformed into was actually a humongous battle beast. This battle beast was something that the Zichen trio had never seen before. Its entire body was black in color, and its body was covered in fine scales. Its body was as large as a mountain, while its eyes emitted a silver light. On its forehead, there were 2 sharp sword-like horns that pierced the heavens. What is that? It was obviously the first time the 3 of them had seen this kind of higher life form. Swoosh! After revealing its true form, Jin Ming's speed and strength had increased by a large margin. Its powerful might was comparable to the sky-devouring wolf that Lang Wei transformed into. Because the 2 weren't much different. One was a sky-devouring wolf, and the other was an earth-devouring beast. The 2 were old enemies. The earth-devouring beast rushed towards the ancient tree king. Wherever it passed, it left behind afterimages. Puff! 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 The tree branches shot out like spears, but they only pierced through the afterimages. Boom! The earth-devouring beast arrived in front of the ancient tree king. The 2 horns on its forehead began to glow as it slammed towards the ancient tree king. Puff! Puff! 2 rays of light were released from the 2 horns. 2 large holes instantly appeared on the ancient tree king's body. Green blood flowed out from the holes. Of course, Jin Ming was able to succeed in one hit. In addition to revealing its true form, it also had the help of several other battle beasts. In addition to the earth-devouring beast that Jin Ming transformed into, there were also other battle beasts transformed from higher life forms. Among them, there was an unknown blue leopard, a battle beast that emitted flames all over its body, and a battle beast similar to the red-eyed boar demon. In short, all of the higher life forms present were very powerful. After revealing his main body, he continued to restrict them. The undying bird and ancient tree king were slowly losing. However, those higher life forms seemed to be very cautious. They never launched a desperate attack, only attacking very carefully. Because of the number, the 7 higher life forms completely suppressed the ancient tree king and the undying bird. The wounds on their bodies were increasing. It seemed that death was only a matter of time. What should we do? Looking at the battle that was gradually coming to an end, Wu Xie asked. These 7 guys are too cunning. Perhaps they have discovered us long ago. That's why they are so cautious. If we rush up rashly, only death awaits us. Zichen sighed, his words full of regret. Unfortunately, we are still too weak. We are humans, and they are higher life forms. Shang Guanhong also had a look of disappointment. Haha, let's die together. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded in front of them. This laughter came from the ancient tree king. A powerful aura was suddenly released from its body. This aura began to spread and spread all the way to the end of the jungle. After sensing this aura, the ancient tree spirits that had been charging forward stopped. The next moment, a green dot of light emitted from their bodies and floated towards the sky. For a time, in the entire jungle, green dots of light rushed out from all the ancient tree spirits. The floating green dots of light all headed towards the ancient tree king, and then merged into its body. The already powerful aura around the ancient tree king became even more powerful and terrifying. As more dots of light were injected, the ancient tree king had the aura of a king that looked down on the world. Chapter 1454. With thousands of specks of light gathered in one body, the aura emitted from the ancient tree king could only be described as terrifying. This aura far surpassed the aura emitted by many high-level life forms. After feeling this aura, their expressions changed drastically. Of course, this included Zichen and the other two who were watching from afar. The specks of light continued to fuse into his body. The ancient tree king, which was originally not very tall and thick, crazily grew in the next moment. It was like a tree that reached the heavens, piercing through the clouds and into the horizon. Outside the dense forest, Golden Gorilla and Xiongba were standing there leisurely. This time, both of them could share the benefits of killing the undying bird, and they didn't have to do anything. The two of them were naturally happy. The only pity was that they couldn't kill that despicable human called Zichen with their own hands. What a pity! I'm afraid that guy is already dead. Xiongba shook his head and said, It is indeed a pity. We should torture him to death. Golden Gorilla said coldly. The two of them sighed from time to time, showing off their presence. Valde Wei and the others were too lazy to pay attention to them. If Manshur was here, he would definitely mock them. Lang Wei and Wushuang didn't know Zichen for a long time, so they didn't have much confidence in Zichen. They began to worry about the three of them. Hearing the shrill screams, Golden Gorilla and Xiongba's faces were full of pride. Don't worry. Those three guys are already dead. Now we just have to wait for our people to kill those two guys. 2. Lang Wei frowned. An undying bird and a tree spirit. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Golden Gorilla smiled proudly. However, in the next moment, there was a change. In the dense forest in front of them, specks of light suddenly rushed out. These specks of light were densely packed, and there were more than 10,000 of them, converging toward the center. This is... Golden Gorilla and Xiongba had a strange expression on their faces. However, in the next moment, they saw a towering ancient tree appear. The ancient tree grew crazily and then disappeared into the clouds. At the same time, a powerful will swept out from the direction of the ancient tree. What's going on? How did that tree spirit become so powerful? Shock appeared on the faces of the two. The same shocked expression appeared on the faces of the 7 high-level life forms on the battlefield. The final change of the ancient tree king was completely out of their expectations. The ancient tree king crazily expanded, and the aura around him became even more terrifying. An illusory figure appeared on the roots of the ancient tree king, indifferently sweeping his gaze over them. That's a figure. It's the ancient tree king's human figure. Heavens, it's a true higher life form. It has a chance of reaching the emperor level and manifesting a human body. The 7 higher life forms exclaimed in shock. The emperor level was the final realm that higher life forms could reach. Among the humans, this realm was called the boundary realm, and they were qualified to be the lord of any prefecture. Ancient trees weren't comparable to true higher life forms. Even if they reached the domain realm, they still couldn't transform into human form. Only when they truly broke through to the Emperor realm could they break free from the restrictions of the world, transform into human form, and become free. A figure appeared on the roots of the ancient tree. However, due to the rules of heaven and earth, he was unable to walk out of the ancient tree. He looked at the 7 higher life forms and coldly replied, If I didn't have to worry about my subjects, I would have already reached another realm. Hearing this voice, all the ancient trees in the dense forest opened their eyes and then made some strange sounds. These sounds were sorrowful cries. Their originally indifferent eyes were now filled with some moisture. He forcefully raised his realm. Once the time is up, he will definitely die. After the shock, these higher life forms also woke up. Zichen and the others obviously also noticed this. Their expressions became somewhat contradictory and complicated. Yes, I used the power of my subjects to forcefully raise my realm. I won't be able to hold on for long, but it shouldn't be a problem to kill you all. The Tree King's voice came from the roots. There was a hint of killing intent in his cold eyes. Not good. Let's retreat first. When the time is up, we'll come back. He can't leave here to chase after us. With a cry of alarm, the 7 higher life forms fled into the distance. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out. A branch like a spear pierced through the sky and chased after one of the higher life forms. The higher life form's figure changed, leaving behind afterimages. The afterimages were instantly pierced through by the branch. Then, the branch changed direction in midair and chased after the higher life form. Then, it pierced through the higher life form's body. Roar! A painful scream came from the higher life form's mouth. His whole body glowed, displaying powerful strength. He broke away from the branch's killing blow and turned into a stream of light that flew away. However, when he went far away, there was a rain of blood between heaven and earth. It was obvious that the higher life form was seriously injured. Seriously injuring a higher life form with one blow, the absolute power displayed by the ancient Tree King at this moment shocked Zichen and the others to the extreme. A blue leopard was flying. Its speed was very fast, like a bolt of blue lightning. Seeing that his companion was seriously injured, Lan Bao's eyes were full of horror. He quickly fled. As long as he escaped far away, when the time was up and the ancient Tree King was completely dead, he would come back again. Imagining the scene of him coming back, a murderous intent flashed in his frightened eyes. However, the sound of air breaking rang out at this moment. As Lan Bao turned his head, he saw a branch piercing through the sky. It was already very close to him. His expression changed again, and the blue light around his body became even brighter. As if he had used a secret technique, he directly accelerated to escape. Puff! However, the branch still penetrated the void and touched the blue light. Lan Bao was far away, and a blue rain of blood scattered. Another higher life form was injured. Puff! 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 Next, the branch was still flickering, and the higher life forms were penetrated by the branch one by one. Although none of the higher life forms had fallen so far, none of them had escaped unscathed. 6 of the 7 higher life forms had been seriously injured, and these 6 had escaped alive. The last one was the earth-devouring beast formed by Jin Meng. He was about to rush out of the dense forest. As long as he went out, the ancient Tree King would not be able to catch up. There was a hint of joy in his silver eyes. However, before this joy could be completely revealed, a branch that seemed to come from the sky appeared in front of him and pierced his heart. Roar! The branch pierced through the heart, and a powerful suction force appeared. This suction force was forcibly extracting the life force of the earth-devouring beast. Jin Meng let out a painful and mournful roar. Facing the crisis of death, his potential erupted, and he forcibly rushed a few meters forward, out of the dense forest. The branch dripping with blood turned back. Zichen and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. In just 7 short strikes, 7 higher life forms were seriously injured, and the earth-devouring beast formed by Jin Meng's life was unknown. After dealing with 7 people, the ancient Tree King turned his head and looked at Zichen and the other 2. Although they already knew that their traces had been discovered, their expressions still changed. An energy suddenly appeared, carrying the 3 forward. The 3 did not resist, because in front of the powerful ancient Tree King, resistance was meaningless. After all, the 3 of them could not be stronger than the 7 higher life forms. Greetings, Senior! The light carried Zichen and the other 2 to the ancient Tree King, and Zichen was the first to bow. At this moment, Zichen's position was in the middle of the 3. The ancient Tree King looked at Zichen. Although his gaze was calm, it made Zichen feel a great deal of pressure. The ancient Tree King's gaze moved away and landed on Shangguanhong. This made Zichen secretly heave a sigh of relief, and then he looked not far away. The undying bird was lying on the ground, and the light around its body had dimmed. It was motionless, as if its life was in danger. Yes, although you and I are not of the same kind, our power can be considered to be of the same origin. Since we are fated to meet today, I will give you a good fortune. The ancient Tree King's voice sounded again. It was no longer cold, but very gentle. These words were directed at Shangguanhong. Shangguanhong's face was filled with gratitude, but her heart was very complicated. She immediately said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." The image in the tree root waved his hand and looked at Wu Xie. "I can see that your bloodline is very powerful. Protect it, and it will completely transform your bloodline and give you the true, undying inheritance." Wu Xie was so excited that he could not control himself. He nodded repeatedly. At the same time, when he looked at the undying bird, there was a trace of restraint in his excited expression. Wu Xie's expression changed a lot in an instant, but there was no greed. The ancient Tree King was very satisfied with this. Even the undying bird that had opened its eyes had a hint of gentleness in its cold eyes. After explaining everything, the ancient Tree King looked at Zichen. He could naturally see that among the three of them, Zichen's cultivation was the lowest, but his status was very high. Because of the previous exchange between the three of them, when they needed to give some opinions, the two of them were asking for Zichen's permission. Being stared at by the ancient Tree King, Zichen took a deep breath and tried his best to make his voice calm. He said, "Senior, don't worry, I will definitely protect the undying bird." This was the ancient Tree King's only worry. "It's not that I can't kill one person with all my strength. This way, I will let a few people go," the ancient Tree King explained. In fact, he did not need to explain at all. He did not kill a single person, but seriously injured 7 people. He also wanted to protect the undying bird. After all, although the 7 people who were seriously injured were still very strong, they could not be compared to their peak condition. "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely ensure that the undying bird is alive, unless we die." Zichen's tone was firm. It was a promise. This time, it could be said that they had schemed against the ancient Tree King. This was because the ancient Tree King had heard their righteous words. This way, the ancient Tree King would not hate the 3 of them. Perhaps when he died, he would even help the 3 of them. Zichen's guess was correct. After displaying his powerful strength, the ancient Tree King had the intention to help Wu Xie and Shang Guanhong. "Okay, I believe you." The ancient Tree King laughed heroically, and then a wave of energy carried the undying bird closer. Zichen took a step forward, and a 3-meter space appeared around him. When the undying bird reached the 3-meter space, it disappeared. Seeing this scene, the ancient Tree King was stunned. Then, he looked at Zichen and laughed loudly. "Good, haha, I really didn't misjudge you." Chapter 1455. The ancient Tree King had great potential. He could completely break through and transform into a human to become a ruler and create another world. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to borrow the power of his people and extract their vitality for his own use. Nonetheless, he was in the middle of the dense forest and was protected by many tree spirits and the undying bird. Few could match him. Many powerhouses had come to the manor around this time. High-level life forms, which were rarely seen, had come in teams. Faced with this disaster, the ancient Tree King and the undying bird were seriously injured and were about to die. Nevertheless, before it died, the king mobilized some of its people's vitality to protect its old friend, the undying bird, and chose to cooperate with Zichen. The ancient Tree King, which reached into the sky, exploded with a bang as if a 30,000-meter-tall mountain had collapsed. In the dense forest, thousands of tree spirits opened their eyes. They looked at the collapsed ancient Tree King and cried out sorrowfully. Tears even flowed from their eyes. Zichen looked at the collapsed ancient Tree King with a complicated expression. Since the ancient Tree King had fallen, the winner this time was clearly his side. As the ancient Tree King collapsed, the space above the sky distorted, and a spatial ripple vortex appeared. Next to Zichen, Shang Guanhong's body began to lose control. She was pulled toward the spatial ripple vortex by a force. This should be the opportunity that the ancient Tree King mentioned. It should be some kind of powerful inheritance. Shang Guanhong floated away like an immortal. "Goodbye." Zichen waved his hand. "See you again," Shang Guanhong replied. Shang Guanhong replied. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Her beautiful face was filled with tears, and in the end, she disappeared into the ripples. Wu Xie also said goodbye to Shang Guanhong. However, at this moment of sorrow and joy, the latter only had eyes for Zichen. The flowing water was affectionate, but the falling flowers were unintentional. Outside the dense forest, the 7 high-level life forms looked coldly at the ancient Tree King. At the same time, they were waiting for the ancient Tree King to die and collapse. With a rumbling sound, the ancient Tree King finally collapsed. A hint of joy appeared in the eyes of the 7 powerhouses, and they rushed into the forest. This time, they were destined to not have a smooth journey because all the tree spirits knew that the 7 powerhouses were the murderers of the ancient Tree King, so they attacked them fiercely. Boom! Boom! However, as higher life forms, the 7 of them were very powerful. Even though they were injured, in order to obtain the undying bird, they displayed great strength despite their injuries. The tree spirits blocking them were simply no match for them. They charged forward violently, knocking away numerous ancient trees and crushing the branches in their way. They continued forward in a straight line until they returned to the battlefield. They arrived very quickly, forcing Zichen, who had originally intended to flee, to stop in his tracks. The 7 higher life forms were surprised to see 2 humans on the battlefield. However, they soon realized that the undying bird was nowhere to be seen. Their faces were filled with anger. "It's actually the 2 of you! How dare you!" The Earth Devourer beast reverted back to his human form. He stared coldly at Zichen and Wu Xie. The ancient Tree King was dead, the undying bird was seriously injured, and there were only 2 humans in front of them. There was nothing else that could threaten them. Therefore, these battle beasts all transformed into their human forms and stared coldly at Zichen and Wu Xie. One of the higher life forms asked, "Jin Meng, do you know these 2 humans? They're just 2 clowns." "I've seen their clown performance before, so I don't really know them," Jin Meng said disdainfully. Zichen was not angry when he heard this. He just smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, if I played the role of a clown last time, then I don't know what role you played. You left like a stray dog, so you shouldn't even be considered a clown." "You impudent!" Jin Meng's eyes instantly turned cold. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted angrily, "Settle your grudges later. Hand over the undying bird first." Another higher life form stopped Jin Meng, who was about to attack, and said directly, "Yes, hand over the undying bird first." The others all stared coldly at Zichen and Wu Xie. Their meaning was already very clear. If they didn't hand it over, they would die. "Everyone, I said I just happened to pass by. Would you believe me?" Zichen sighed and said. "Only an idiot would believe you," Jin Meng said. "But we really haven't seen any undying bird. We just happened to pass by here and saw an ancient tree collapse, so we planned to come and take a look." Wu Xie was still trying to explain in vain. Unfortunately, no matter whether what he said was true or false, he couldn't leave safely. At this moment, saying this could at most delay some time. Cut the crap. Either hand over the undying bird or die. The 7 people looked cold, not believing the words of the 2 at all. The atmosphere instantly fell into a tense state. A battle could happen at any time. 2 against 7, the outcome could be seen at a glance. Rumbling sounds could be heard all around, and the earth trembled. The tree spirits who wanted to avenge the ancient Tree King had finally arrived. They surrounded them from all directions, and from the looks of it, they were determined to fight to the death with these 7 higher life forms. Explanations and quibbles were meaningless at this moment. Zichen looked at the 7 people and asked, "Do we have to fight?" A higher life form said, "Hand over the undying bird, and we might spare your life." Jin Meng shook his head and said, "Of course it's impossible to spare you, but I can promise you that I'll let you die a quick death. You should also know that sometimes, it's extremely difficult and extravagant to want to die a quick death." Zichen's eyes became cold. He said in a cold voice, "Since I'm going to die sooner or later, why don't I fight? Now that all of you are injured, it's not like I don't have a chance of winning. You have to think clearly. Once the battle starts, it'll be a situation of life and death." The others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Jin Meng even laughed mockingly and said, "You dare to threaten us with a reckless clown like you? You're just a mere human. What do you have to fight with us? Don't tell me you want to rely on these brainless idiots. If we want, we can clean up all the idiots here." Zichen said seriously. They chose to fight to the death for their king. They are all loyal warriors, not brainless idiots. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen no longer paid any attention to the 7 people who were mocking him. Instead, he looked at the surrounding trance and said in a clear voice, "Warriors, I didn't know your king at first, but we have just become his friends. I admire him very much, so please believe me, I will definitely avenge your king and my friends. Next, there will be a great battle. I hope that you all can step back and avoid being affected by it. If I die in this battle, then you all can step forward." The originally restless tree spirits gradually calmed down after hearing Zichen's words. They didn't have much intelligence, but they could sense Zichen's intentions at this moment. They began to retreat together. The 7 higher life forms were surprised by this scene, but then they sneered because Zichen's words were equivalent to admitting that the undying bird was in his hands. And without the help of these idiotic tree spirits, in the eyes of the higher life forms, these 2 humans could only die. "Let's fight. I want to avenge Senior Tree King," Zichen said coldly. "With just a human like you, we can kill the Tree King." "Naturally, we can kill you," Jin Ming mocked, and the others also sneered. Swoosh! Zichen put his left hand on Wu Xie's shoulder, and the latter's figure disappeared directly. Zichen said coldly, "Next, even if I can't kill you, I will let you remember today. Remember, my name is Zichen, and I come from Huping City, number 108. Shameless boasting." Jin Ming snorted coldly, and with a tap of his foot he rushed towards Zichen. "Human, die!" A higher life form shouted and rushed towards Zichen. "Die!" Another higher life form charged towards Zichen at high speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Light flashed, and the 7 higher life forms all attacked, wanting to kill Zichen at close range. Facing the siege of 7 high-level life forms, if it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits long ago. However, Zichen stood proudly and indifferently glanced at the 7 of them. He was indifferent, like a king looking down on the world. Arrogant. Zichen's attitude caused anger to appear on Jin Meng's face. He let out an angry roar and appeared in front of Zichen in a flash. He viciously slapped Zichen between his eyebrows. He wanted to control Zichen's spiritual sea, destroy his body, and then search his soul to find the whereabouts of the undying bird. The other 6 naturally understood what Jin Ming meant, and they also attacked Zichen's other vital points. Even the ancient Tree King did not receive such treatment when the 7 of them attacked together. The attacks whistled over, but Zichen was still indifferent. It was not until these attacks were close to him that Zichen's eyes turned cold, and then a violent aura was released from his body. Boom! Violent energy surged, and Zichen's body shone with silver light, as if thousands of lightning bolts had gathered on his body. At this moment, Zichen was like a person made of pure lightning, like a living being made of lightning. His eyes were filled with silver light, cold and ruthless. In the face of many attacks, he was still indifferent, but the higher life forms suddenly felt uneasy. Swoosh! A thunderbolt rushed out from Zichen's body, like a thunder dragon, and rushed towards Jin Meng's palm above his head. Swoosh! Another bolt of lightning appeared and shot forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! More thunderbolts appeared and rushed towards the other attacks. Rumble! The thunderbolts came one after another, colliding with these attacks. In the deafening sound, these attacks were dissolved by the thunderbolts. The powerful attacks were dissolved so easily, and a look of surprise appeared on the faces of the 7 people. However, before they could launch a second attack, Zichen's silver eyes fell on the 7 of them. Being stared at by those eyes, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1456. The thunderous means Zichen had just displayed had greatly surprised the 7 higher life forms, and even shocked them. However, Zichen had actually said that the 7 of them would be in eternal slumber here, which had completely infuriated them. Arrogant! You're courting death. Similar angry and dissatisfied voices rang out continuously. Then, the 7 of them looked at each other and launched the second round of attacks. If the previous round of attacks was said to be not the strongest because they underestimated Zichen and were careless, then, at this moment, this round of attacks was the strongest attack they could show at the moment. However, for such a powerful attack to come only now, it was a little too late. Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile, and his expression was ferocious. Boom! Thousands of silver lights flashed around his body as he suddenly rushed out. The area hundreds of meters around Zichen was instantly filled with thousands of thunderbolts, turning the place into a sea of thunder. The 7 high-level lifeforms were also instantly submerged in the sea of thunder, and many thunderbolts began to wreak havoc. Damn it, what is this? Why is there suddenly so much thunderbolts? Angry and shocked voices constantly came from the sea of thunder. This was the thunderbolts that Zichen brought out from the small world of the Thunder Clan. These thunderbolts could easily kill a human comparable to a high-level life form. Zichen had stayed in that small world for half a year, and was very clear about the power of the thunderbolts there. Even a pure high-level life form would be in danger. Zichen stayed there for half a year and brought out a lot of thunderbolts, which was why he dared to make a promise to the ancient Tree King. With so many thunderbolts, even if the high-level lifeforms were at their peak, Zichen would have no problem protecting the undying bird, let alone 7 seriously injured high-level lifeforms. The thunderbolts raged, and the terrifying power of thunder surged. The earth began to shake violently, and the sky rumbled. The powerful attacks of the 7 had long been torn to pieces by the thunderbolts. Facing the continuous bombardment of thunderbolts, the 7 of them could only choose to passively defend. However, they did not retreat but chose to persist, waiting for the thunderbolts to disappear. Humph! The undying bird was too precious. Zichen had guessed that the 7 of them would not leave just like that. This was exactly what he wanted. He snorted coldly and entered the sea of lightning with his saber in hand. A lightning light shield appeared around his body, and the raging lightning sea took a detour around him. Zichen saw a human wearing blue armor. His true form was that of a blue leopard. The defense around his body became precarious in the face of the thunderbolts. Zichen looked at him and smiled coldly. This higher life form who was doing his best to resist the lightning bolts suddenly sensed something. His expression changed, and his figure flashed to the side. Swoosh! A streak of radiance appeared amidst the sea of lightning, which flashed past the place where the higher life form had been standing. When the latter saw the flash of brilliance, he naturally knew that he had been attacked. His face immediately became ugly, but fortunately, he had dodged the attack. He felt a little lucky. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. As he lowered his head, he saw that his right arm had disappeared. At this moment, the blue blood was gurgling out of his severed arm. The brilliance had cut off one of his arms, but he did not notice it at all. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. There was a lingering fear in his heart, but he no longer hesitated. He resisted the thunderbolts head-on, and rushed forward in a straight line. Swoosh! It was a long story, but in fact, everything happened very quickly. After feeling that his arm was gone, this higher life form decided to retreat. At this moment, he also knew that he was wrong. The thunderbolts that appeared were not attacking indiscriminately. They could pass through this place at will. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the sea of lightning. His speed was very fast, but the price was very high. At this moment, his body was charred black in many places. His hair was messy and was emitting black smoke. His eyes were full of panic. After rushing out of the sea of lightning, he did not stop and immediately fled. Let's go. Of course, while escaping, he also notified his companions. Swoosh! Swoosh! Following that, the lightning surged. 2 more people rushed out of the sea of lightning. The 2 of them were not much different from the previous one. They were both in a very sorry state. However, their body parts were undamaged. Boom! A huge beast figure rushed out of the berserk thunderbolts. There was a long wound on his body. His eyes were clearly filled with lingering fear. If he had not revealed his true form at the crucial moment, that ray of brilliance just now would have cut him in half. Damn it, just you wait! A furious voice resounded in the world. Jing Meng transformed into the earth-devouring beast and rushed out. He was also in a very sorry state from the bombardment of the thunderbolts. After rushing out, he left behind a ruthless sentence and rushed toward the horizon. However, just as he rushed out 1,000 meters, a green brilliance flew out from the dense forest below. This brilliance was an elongated tree branch. With lightning speed, this tree branch wrapped around the leg of the earth-devouring beast. Only one of the tree branches was broken after receiving the force of the attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, in just a short moment, numerous tree branches flew up from below and wrapped around the earth-devouring beast's body, legs, and even neck. At the end of these tree branches, tree spirits opened their eyes. Their eyes became indifferent once again. Damn it! The earth-devouring beast let out an earth-shattering roar. His body glowed, and a powerful destructive force rushed out from his body. As the destructive power wreaked havoc, the tree branches were all broken. After breaking these tree branches, before the earth-devouring beast could rejoice, he saw a figure rushing towards him from the corner of his eyes. This figure was Zichen, who displayed extreme speed. The lightning wings on his back were flapping at a high frequency. His left hand was holding a long blade as he chased after the earth-devouring beast. In terms of speed, Zichen's world extreme speed was naturally faster. The earth-devouring beast was scared out of his wits. However, as expected of a higher life form, he was decisive. He instantly coughed out blood. This was all essence blood. A mysterious energy spread from the essence blood, spreading throughout his body. His body began to glow, and his speed instantly doubled. Clearly, he had used some kind of secret technique. However, just as he was about to escape, Zichen pulled out his blade. A loud blade hum resounded between heaven and earth. A sky-high blade light descended from the sky, rushing towards the earth-devouring beast. The blade light descended, splitting into 9 in an instant. The attack speed surpassed the earth-devouring beast's escaping speed, and ruthlessly slashed his body. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the earth-devouring beast's body was split into 2. Half fell to the ground, while the other half flew towards the horizon. In the sky, Zichen saw this scene and sighed in pity. Higher life forms were indeed powerful and hard to kill. Although he had heavily injured 7 of them, he had not killed a single one. Remember, my name is Zichen. Looking at the 7 rays of light that were about to disappear into the horizon, Zichen coldly said. He believed that these 7 people would definitely remember this day. Dong! The earth trembled as the earth-devouring beast's body fell to the ground. It was a leg, but it was like a huge rock. The blood flowing out of it was glowing. This was the hind leg of a higher life form. It contained powerful essence, and was definitely a good ingredient. Zichen's figure descended from the sky. This was still a no-fly zone. Even if he soared into the sky, he could not stay in the air for long. The lightning below had all disappeared. Although it was a waste to lose so much lightning and heavily injure 7 people, Zichen felt that it was a good deal. Because the 7 people who were heavily injured no longer had the strength to fight. They would not be a threat to him for a short period of time. The lightning disappeared, and there was a huge foreleg on the ground. This was transformed from Lan Bao's severed arm. Zichen smiled faintly and kept it. This was good stuff. It could replenish his strength. After that, Zichen kept the earth-devouring beast's hind leg. Just this hind leg alone should be enough for them to eat for a long time. Suddenly, Zichen's heart skipped a beat as he remembered the 2 people outside the forest. Yeah, there's still Golden Gorilla and Black Bear. Lang Wei, Wushuang, stop Golden Gorilla and Black Bear. Zichen roared and soared into the sky. Then, with the help of the tree spirits, he flew out of the forest. He was not a higher life form. Without burning his essence blood, he could not fly here for a long time. Outside the forest, after hearing the surging thunder, Lang Wei and Wushuang had the idea to fight. As Zichen's voice rang out and the 7 people turned into streams of light and disappeared, Wushuang and Lang Wei had already made their move. The two who were originally joking had no idea what was going on before they were drowned by the energy of the attack. They did not understand why the 7 people ran away when the ancient Tree King was already dead. It was not until Zichen's cold voice rang out that the two reacted. Then, their expressions changed greatly. Obviously, Zichen had used some unknown method to kill the 7 people and was now rushing back to kill the 2 of them. He had 1 against 7 people, let alone the 2 of them. Run! The 2 instantly made this decision. Then, without hesitation, they decisively used their secret method. Their speed instantly soared as they fled into the distance. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 thick thunderbolts directly turned into 2 thunder dragons and chased after the 2 people. Then, the thunder dragons exploded, and the 2 people screamed in pain. Then 2 beastly figures with rolling black smoke escaped into the distance. Zichen rushed out of the forest. Looking at the direction the 2 people fled, he shook his head regretfully. What a powerful thunderbolt power! Wushuang and Lang Wei were also amazed by the power of the thunderbolt power. Hammer and the other 3 followed and stared at Zichen curiously. Clearly, they had also witnessed the scene of the 7 higher life forms escaping, and they were curious about it. How did you do it? Wushuang stepped forward and stared at Zichen with his big eyes as if he was looking at a monster. Chapter 1457. After scaring away 7 high-level life forms, as well as Golden Gorilla and Tyrant Bear, Zichen's reappearance made people feel more and more mysterious. Lang Wei and Wushuang asked again and again, becoming more and more curious about Zichen. Zichen only smiled and replied, "It's just a small trick. By the way, where's the undying bird? Did you get it?" Wushuang asked. A brilliance appeared in front of Zichen. It was Wu Xie and the undying bird. The heavily injured undying bird had become much smaller in size. At this moment, Wu Xie was carefully treating its wounds. Lang Wei and Wushuang naturally knew how precious the undying bird was. At this moment, they were also curiously looking at the undying bird. This undying bird has a great relationship with Wu Xie. Zichen coughed lightly when he saw the two's constantly changing expressions and their fixed gazes. Humph, I'm not that kind of person. Wushuang rolled her eyes at Zichen. Lang Wei smiled embarrassedly. Just now, he really had a little impulse to snatch the undying bird. This time, Golden Gorilla and Tyrant Bear fled in panic. Let's see if they still have the face to see us next time. Lang Wei changed the topic and laughed. By the way, there's something good. As he spoke, Zichen took out a huge beast leg. The beast's leg glowed brightly, and it contained a huge amount of essence qi. This belongs to a high-level life form. Lang Wei and Wushuang's eyes immediately widened when they saw the beast's leg. This is Ji Meng's leg, and the other is Lan Bao's leg, Zichen said. Good, very good. Last time, these 2 guys were scheming against us. This time, we'll cut off their legs. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of me next time. Lang Wei laughed. After that, they set up a fire and barbecue. At the same time, Zichen took out a big pot and cooked the meat while barbecuing. Soon, bursts of meat fragrance spread. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone was bathed in light. This was especially true for the undying bird. With its undying body, it quickly recovered from its injuries after devouring the essence contained in the flesh. This is the flesh and blood of a higher life form. It can be said to be a precious healing medicine. If I carry more of this on me, who will use medicinal pills in the future? Wu Xie belched in satisfaction. This was originally a joke, but who would have thought that when Lang Wei heard it, his eyes lit up and he said, "That's right, this is good stuff. Of course, the more the better. How about we discuss it together?" Wu Xie stared blankly and asked, "How are we going to plan this? Don't tell me we're going to scheme against a higher life form?" Lang Wei glared and said, "Why can't we scheme? We have so many people here. If we encounter a higher life form, we can naturally kill him. That's right, Zichen can defeat 7 people by himself. If we work together, we can naturally succeed. That's right, let's go find those guys who escaped now. Maybe we can kill them all and cook them. Wuxia's eyes lit up and he was full of interest. He believed that as long as he could eat a higher life form, his realm would definitely increase again. He might even be able to break through to the second domain realm. The two of them hit it off. Then, Lang Wei turned around and looked at Zichen, saying, Zichen, what do you think of our suggestion? Zichen didn't turn around. With his back facing Lang Wei, he shook his head and said, Nothing. What do you mean nothing? They're all injured. Now is the best time to kill them. Once we kill them and devour their flesh and blood, we might be able to break through to the next realm, Lang Wei said with a glare. Zichen was still indifferent. Lang Wei was a little angry, but he couldn't do anything to Zichen. He could only look at Wushuang and ask, Sister Wushuang, what do you think of my suggestion? It's a good suggestion. If we really kill those guys, we'll let the forces behind them cry. Wushuang had an evil smile on her face. If we go after them, we'll definitely miss out on a great opportunity. Zichen said indifferently. What great opportunity? The few of them were startled. The Spirit Core. What? The Spirit Core? You're really thinking about that thing? Wushuang and Lang Wei looked at Zichen in surprise. Why can't I? The Spirit Core belongs to the Fated. This time, it was Hammer who spoke. Obviously, he had always had some thoughts about the Spirit Core. Along the way, Hammer hadn't made a move, but the two could clearly feel that this battle spirit was extraordinary. You guys go find the opportunity. I should be here. Wu Xia's voice suddenly sounded. He had just received the undying bird's voice. Everyone turned around and looked at him strangely. My undying bloodline needs to be awakened, and the opportunity is here. As he spoke, Wu Xia glanced at the undying bird. Obviously, he was relying on it. It was time to part ways again, but this was a good thing. It was worth being happy about. Zichen nodded and said, I wish you success. Thank you for your kind words. Wu Xia smiled. This is good. The further we go, the fewer people there are. But I don't know when such a good thing will come to me. Gu Wei also smiled. Wu Xia finally left with the undying bird. Wushuang and Lang Wei gave up the idea of chasing those high-level life forms and decided to go deeper with Zichen and the others. Everyone stepped into the dense forest again. The tree spirits opened their eyes, and their eyes were filled with gentleness. The scene of those high-level life forms fleeing had been deeply imprinted in their minds. They knew that these humans were the king's friends, so they took the initiative to let them pass. Branches stretched out, opening a straight path for Zichen and the others, all the way to the end of the dense forest. Looks like you've gained their approval, Wushuang said. Walking out of the dense forest, Zichen turned around and saw that the tree spirits were still looking at him. He slowly stretched out his hand, and there were many densely packed silver lights in his palm. These silver lights were very small and very dense. Zichen waved his hand, and the silver lights flew up, turning into many light spots that fell into the dense forest. The silver light spots fell on the tree spirits, and then disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, all the tree spirits closed their eyes. What was that? Wushuang asked curiously. A lightning seed, Zichen said. A lightning seed fell into the tree spirit's body. If carefully watered, then one day, this lightning seed could completely change them, turning them into lightning trees. After traveling for 2 days, they successfully found a ruin. This ruin was not big, but it was very suitable for Shifengwei. In the end, everyone worked together and successfully sent Shifengwei into the ruin. Now, there were only 6 people left in the group of several people. Swoosh! 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 Light appeared on the horizon. The light flew rapidly, like a meteor streaking across the sky. They could see from afar that there was something in the light. What's that? Lang Wei's gaze focused as he looked at the light. It's a spirit realm crystal. The gold and silver light disappeared from Zichen's eyes. He rushed toward the light like a bolt of lightning. Each light was a spirit realm crystal. In total, There were more than a dozen pieces, comparable to millions of luck points. Zichen used his extremely fast footwork to catch up and put away all the spirit realm crystals. At this moment, he was standing in the air, and his gaze could see very far away. There were still lights flashing there, and each light was a spirit realm crystal. There were so many spirit realm crystals here. Zichen had a look of surprise on his face. He put away these spirit realm crystals as quickly as possible and then rushed forward. These lights all came from ahead. Lang Wei and the others caught up. After walking for a while, Zichen obtained another 5 channeling region crystals. In just a short while, he had obtained close to 30 channeling region crystals. Finally, Zichen saw the source of the light. At the end of his line of sight, there was a huge ripple barrier. The light came from the other side of the ripple barrier. And below the ripple barrier, Zichen saw humans again. Many humans. To be precise, they were human array masters. Behind these human array masters stood some powerhouses from the 4 forces. After chasing all the way, Zichen and the others finally caught up to the people in the first group. In the first stage, these people still had to break through the layers of seals as they rushed forward. Zichen and the others seemed to only have 1 layer of seals, but in fact, there were many layers of seals, so this greatly reduced their advancing speed. Just like that, they broke through this barrier for several days. As the restriction gradually weakened, more and more spirit channeling realm crystals flew out from within. These people were already collecting high-level life forms, but there were still some that couldn't be collected in time and flew into the distance. Swoosh! 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 The ripple barrier in front of them suddenly began to tremble slightly, and then rays of light shot out from the other side of the ripple barrier like a meteor shower. These rays of light were all spirit realm crystals, and there were no less than 200 of them. As for the spirit channeling region crystals that kept flying, everyone couldn't help but wonder if there was a spirit channeling region core on the other side of the barrier. Behind them, light flashed. Zichen had made his move. He was a little shocked by the number of spirit realm crystals, but his speed was still fast. For some reason, the people in the first group didn't make a move. They just stared at the ripple barrier. Most of the spirit channeling realm crystals went to Zichen. Boom! When the array masters saw the spirit realm crystals rushing out, they had already increased the speed of breaking the barrier. The ripple barrier began to tremble violently, and then there was an explosion. The barrier was broken. The array masters broke the barrier. Before they could cheer, streams of light appeared. These streams of light were as fine as raindrops and flew toward them. Some array masters couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the light spots. Then, the light spots pierced through their bodies and flew forward, covered in blood. Many array masters suffered heavy losses in an instant. Fortunately, the others reacted quickly and took the other array masters away. After that, they no longer paid any attention to the flying spirit-linking region crystals. Instead, they headed straight for the spirit-linking region core. Chapter 1458. The cultivator with the silhouette of light on his forehead was a beast master. He smiled at Zichen with a sinister smile. Following the appearance of the silhouette, he no longer paid any attention to Zichen. He turned around and flew into the depths. Obviously, he believed that the human was dead. The light turned into a human figure and went straight for Zichen. He held a weapon in his hand and rushed towards Zichen's forehead. Spiritual sense attacks were meant to determine victory and defeat in the sea of consciousness. Don't bother. Zichen's expression was indifferent as he let out a cold snort. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a figure holding a sheathed saber. Last time, Zichen almost died when he climbed the 99th step. His spiritual sense was severely injured. But after that, Zichen found that his spiritual sense had become more condensed. His spiritual sense was no weaker than a beast master's. At this moment, Zichen did not care about this light figure at all. After his spiritual sense rushed out, he moved at an extremely fast pace and began to collect the psychic region crystals that flew out from all directions. As for the collision between the two spiritual senses, Zichen wasn't interested in it at all. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, the long saber was unsheathed. A dazzling golden light flashed, and the spiritual thoughts of the beast's master were destroyed without any surprise. Wuxuang and the others caught up. When they saw the channeling region crystals, they were surprised. Did they go in? Lang Wei asked anxiously. They went in. Zichen replied indifferently. He was still collecting the channeling region crystals. There are so many channeling region crystals here. It means that the channeling region core must be in the depths. Why are you picking up these things instead of getting the channeling region core? Lang Wei looked a little anxious. Zichen's speed was as fast as lightning as he shuttled back and forth, collecting the psychic region crystals one after another. His chuckle came from afar. This isn't some lousy toy. This is a psychic region crystal. It's said that after refining enough of it, it's comparable to a psychic region core. Lang Wei sneered. That's true, but how much do you need to refine? 1 million, 10 million, or even 1 trillion? No one knows what's in the depths, but I believe that it won't be easy to snatch the psychic domain core. So, I should take advantage of this time to improve my combat strength. The spirit channeling realm crystals flew out like raindrops. Even Zichen, who was moving at top speed, couldn't collect them all. Hammer did not say anything. He turned into a stream of light and began to collect the channeling realm crystals. Needless to say, Gowen and Yuan Shiqiang had already started collecting the crystals. To them, the common spirit region core was too far away. The common spirit region crystal was the real deal. After that, even Wuxuang began to collect the flying psychic realm crystals. Lang Wei wanted to go deeper, but it seemed that no one was following him. He was helpless and could only join in. Everyone took action one after another, greatly increasing their efficiency. After clearing out all of the channeling realm crystals in this place, the 4 of them had also reaped a whopping 1,000 crystals. Let's not rush in. Let's improve our combat strength first. After saying that, Zichen flew toward a mountain peak. He wanted to refine the channeling realm crystals there. Gowen and Yuan Shiqiang followed closely behind. The 2 of them didn't need to refine the crystals for the time being, so they stood guard for Zichen. If a battle breaks out, it will definitely be the most tragic one. If things go wrong, even the higher life forms might fall. Taking advantage of the fact that the battle hasn't started, increasing our combat power a little bit is equivalent to increasing our chances of survival. After saying that, Hammer also left. Let's go. We'll go too. Wuxuang signaled Lang Wei to follow. Next, the group began to refine the channeling realm crystals and undergo another transformation. On the mountain peak, Gowen and Yuan Shiqiang stood guard while the other 4 people began to glow. As the refining continued, the glow gradually became more lively. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, no one else entered the depths. At this place, many ruins of various sizes appeared. The cultivators who should stop had stopped. Those people knew that it was hopeless to obtain the channeling realm core, so they focused on the ruins. At present, other than Zichen and the others, only the other 9 high-level lifeforms still had hopes for the channeling realm core. However, the 9 of them were severely injured and would need a long time to fully recover. By that time, the channeling realm core might have found a home. During these 3 days, channeling realm crystals would fly out from time to time. Gowen and Yuan Shiqiang acted as guardians while collecting the crystals for the 4 of them to refine. 6 days later, after refining all the channeling realm crystals, the energy in the 4 of them finally changed again. It became more lively. Okay, let's go. With the transformation of their spiritual energy, the 4 of them became stronger. Naturally, their confidence also increased, so they went deeper. This time, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. Wherever they passed, all the lifeforms were killed. It could be seen that the 4 forces had officially begun to search for the channeling realm core, not letting any life form go. It seems that they have made up their minds to not let others touch it. If our traces are discovered, there should be a big battle, Hammer said indifferently when he saw the corpses of the lifeforms. To be able to reach this deep, in terms of battle spirits, the only one that could do so was Hammer. Along the way, Zichen and the others seemed to be very careful. However, 2 days later, their traces were discovered. This path is blocked. A figure appeared from the void and blocked Zichen and the others. It was a human who had reached the late-stage first domain realm. He was wearing armor and holding a long spear in his hand. He stood in the air with an indifferent expression. Zichen and the others stood and looked at the human in front of them. "Leave quickly before you die." The human's gaze swept past Lang Wei and Wishwang. His tone was still indifferent. He had already recognized that the two of them were high-level life forms, but he still dared to speak with such an attitude. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of high-level life forms. "We'll retreat if you ask us to." Lang Wei glared and took a step forward. Energy surged around his body. If the human wasn't afraid of him, as a high-level life form, how could he be afraid of the human? Even if the human's cultivation base was one realm higher than his. The human's expression immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "High-level life forms, other people might be afraid of you, but the Hidden Fog City isn't." The Hidden Fog City was ranked third among the 108 cities of the Shuntian Prefecture. Lang Wei's expression also turned cold. It seemed like he was about to attack. Zichen suddenly waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's retreat." If they retreated now, they could still go deeper. There was no need to fight. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The human glanced at Zichen and snorted coldly. Zichen nodded at the unwilling Lang Wei and prepared to leave with the others. Suddenly, the human in front of them narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Wait! What do you mean? Do you want to fight?" Lang Wei turned around and glared at the other party. The human in front of them pointed at Zichen and the others and said, "You can leave, but leave these two behind." The other party was pointing at Go Wen and Ma Yingqiang. The two brothers looked confused. They didn't seem to know the other party, so why did the other party ask them to stay? "You want them? Dream on," Lang Wei said coldly. "That's not up to you." The other party smiled coldly. A ray of light shot into the sky from his hand. This was the most common signal. It meant that the other party was calling for people to gather. They just wanted to let the two brothers leave, but now they took the initiative to call for them. It could be seen that Go Wen and Ma Yingqiang were extremely important to them. Could it be that they know that the two brothers are array masters and need them to break the formation? Zichen couldn't help but frown. However, if it was just to break the formation, the two array masters wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, they didn't need to call for other people. After all, almost all of the people here were high-level life forms. Zichen couldn't guess what the other party was thinking. However, he decided that he couldn't let the other party take the two brothers away. Therefore, he said decisively, "Retreat. Do you think you can leave?" The other party smiled coldly and rushed toward them. His target was the Go Wen and Ma Yingqiang. "These twins must be left behind for me." A powerful aura was released from his body. Then, the Go Wen and Ma Yingqiang were enveloped by an oppressive force. It was as if their bodies had sunk into a quagmire. "Let's go." Zichen flashed in front of the two brothers. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. Boom! The spatial energy in front of them began to surge violently. The fist radiance exploded, and the power became even more violent. The oppressive force formed by the humans in the Hidden Fog City was instantly shattered by the punch. The brothers recovered from the oppressive force. Lang Wei grabbed the two brothers with each hand and flew away with them. Wushuang and Ma Yingqiang followed him on his left and right. Zichen, who had extreme speed, stayed behind to stop the other party. "Stop!" A cold light flashed in the eyes of the human from the Hidden Fog City. His body flashed, and he went around Zichen. Then, he slammed his palm toward Lang Wei. "I think you're the one who should stop." Before the palm print could reach Lang Wei, an indifferent voice sounded. The human from the Hidden Fog City narrowed his eyes. The human from the Hidden Fog City had appeared in front of him without him noticing. A fist radiance that flashed with oppressive lightning appeared in front of the palm print. The fist's radiance collided with the palm print, and the palm print was instantly shattered. The human from the hidden fog city turned pale, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. He shook the long spear in his hand and pointed it at Zichen. A light flashed, and the long spear was pointed at Zichen's chest. Lightning flashed around Zichen's body, and a powerful and oppressive aura was released. A Xingqian appeared in front of his chest. The Xingqian emitted lightning, and there were 2 clear runes on it. Zichen displayed his Thunder King physique, and its powerful energy converged on Zichen's arm. Zichen clenched his fist and punched out again. Meteor Thunder King Fist! A loud shout resounded between heaven and earth, and a dazzling lightning fist radiance appeared. This fist radiance was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Not only was it dazzling, but it also contained an extremely powerful aura. The void trembled, and wherever the fist's radiance passed, space was compressed into a vacuum. Chapter 1459. Like a meteor, the fist pierced through the sky with a long trail of energy and collided with the tip of the spear. Boom! A dazzling light was released, and the heavens and the earth began to tremble. A burst of energy spread out in all directions along with a deafening explosion. The aftermath of the energy was filled with a powerful destructive force. As the tremors continued, the space began to distort crazily. A powerful force flowed through the spear to his right arm, and then to his body. The spear-wielding man's body shook violently. His body began to tremble in a small area. He was trying to dissolve the powerful force contained in the fist. However, the force was too powerful. While his body was trembling, he was also pushed back by the force. At this moment, there was an obvious look of surprise on his face. His attacks were continuously blocked, and this time, he was even pushed back. Obviously, it was no coincidence. The human in front of him did not seem to have a high cultivation level, but he possessed a powerful force. The spear-wielding man from the hidden fog city had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. He had to take him seriously. Swoosh! He pointed the spear in his hand again, and his eyes turned cold. Again! With a loud shout, a light spot appeared on the tip of the spear. This light spot was like a thin line that shot out. Wherever it passed, it left a thin mark in the air. This was caused by the attack cutting through space. There was no excess energy dissipating from the thin ray of light. Although this attack seemed unremarkable, it contained an extremely powerful force. Zichen's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right fist, and a dazzling silver light was released from his fist. This silver light was like water. It was the pure power of lightning. It formed into a physical force. Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. A powerful force began to surge, and a vast thunder might shook the heavens and the earth. If Zichen's thin line attack could be said to be restrained, concentrating its attack power into a single point, then Zichen's current attack would be both flamboyant and domineering. This attack would be known to everyone in the world. Boom! The fist collided with the thin line again, and the power contained in the thin line exploded. It turned from a bright light spot into a bright light. The powerful force formed and raged together with the fist's light. Under the illumination of the lightning, Zichen's expression appeared somewhat ferocious. His eyes were filled with a fanatical fighting spirit. In the next moment, the strength of his already terrifying fist increased by another 20%. This was the first time he had truly fought against a powerful existence. He really wanted to test his own battle prowess. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the exploding light. The energy in the sky that was already vibrating became even more violent in the next moment. This violent energy was on the verge of going out of control. Zichen and the spear-wielding man could only retreat once more. Swoosh! Just as they retreated, the spear-wielding man circled around the berserk energy and rushed into the distance. Clearly, he was still aiming for the two brothers. Zichen moved with extreme speed and blocked his path like a ray of light. Scram! The other party roared. His spear smashed down like a staff. The power of space trembled violently. This staff strike had the power of Mount Tai. In the face of such an imposing attack, Zichen's expression remained indifferent. His response was simple, and that was to clench his fist and attack. Boom! The fist hit the descending spear. In the midst of the energy shock, the two of them retreated once again. Clearly, either of them had gained an advantage in this attack. Feeling the rising fighting spirit of the other party, the spear-wielding man's expression gradually became serious. One must know that both sides seemed to be equally matched. However, under this premise, he had used his own weapon. Moreover, he was relying on his strength that was a full realm higher. Even so, he still could not suppress the other party. Moreover, it seemed that only those truly high-level beings would dare to use their bodies to block a king-level spirit weapon. But the other party was just a human. A human should not be so strong. With unwillingness in his heart, he once again charged forward with his spear. This time, he began to display all kinds of powerful techniques. However, in the face of the other party's fierce attack, Zichen's response was simple. That was to clench his fist and punch out. At this moment, he was relying on the powerful Thunder King body. With the help of the Thunder King body and a little power of the Meteor Fist, he was able to restrain the other party. However, it was naturally impossible for him to kill the other party. At this moment, Zichen also knew that his combat strength was comparable to the other party's. However, just like two high-level beings together, if there were no other special factors, it was extremely unrealistic to want to kill the other party. Of course, if the battle lasted for a long time, Zichen was confident that he could win. This was because there was endless power in his body. He could completely rely on that endless power to exhaust the other party to death. In the sky, a battle between high-level beings was erupting. Both sides were fighting fiercely. There was no clear winner. This battle lasted for about 100 moves before it stopped. The spear-wielding man stood indifferently, staring at Zichen. He was also extremely shocked. The other party's true realm was not at the domain realm. However, the other party was not weaker than him. Moreover, after fighting for so long, the other party's attacks were still sharp. Now, he had to admit that the other party's combat strength was not weaker than his. Although the other party was a human, he was equivalent to a high-level being. The battle was not long, but it was not short either. Lang Wei and the others should have been far away. The other party was just one person and could not do anything to him. Zichen was not in a hurry. He just looked at the other party indifferently. "You can't kill me," the spear-wielding man said. "You can't do anything to me. You can't stop me. I can leave if I want to," Zichen replied. "Hand over the twins if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, none of you will live." The spear-wielding man began to threaten. "You think you can?" Zichen smiled sarcastically. "You should know who I am relying on. I can't do anything to you alone, but there are many people like me behind me. A battle between high-level beings is like this. In a one-on-one battle, no one can do anything to the other. However, in a two-on-one battle, the one who is alone will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Moreover, there are more than two people behind me. Therefore, this is your only chance, and your only chance to live." "That's impossible." Zichen refused decisively. "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I can see that you are also a human and your combat power is not weak. It must not have been easy for you to grow to this level. You and I are both humans, so we naturally can't see our own kind die for nothing. If you refuse, there will only be one result. You will die, and so will the others. Therefore, you have to think carefully." The other party tried to persuade him again. There was nothing wrong with his persuasion attitude, but Zichen snorted when he heard it. It sounded nice, but if it were not for the fact that their combat power was similar, the outcome would be different. Humph, absolutely impossible. Therefore, without thinking, he snorted coldly and responded decisively again. The following conversation between the two of them was between persuasion and rejection. It was like asking if you had eaten, and if you hadn't, then would you eat, and if you didn't? It was the most meaningless conversation among all the contradictions. In fact, both of them were stalling for time. Both of them were well aware of it, but they had a tacit understanding. The conversation continued. After repeating it for a long time, they started to run out of things to say. Therefore, the two of them could only tacitly change the topic. Seeing how confident you are, there must be a lot of high-level life forms in your hidden fog city. There are indeed quite a lot. How about you guys? Tiger God Mountain and Huping City should have quite a lot as well, right? There are indeed quite a lot of people. How many of you came this time? Around 3,000. We are ranked 3rd, so we have a lot of entry tokens. You guys shouldn't have too many, right? We only have 12. For Huping City, this is quite a lot because no matter how many people come, they will still die. The conversation continued like this until one side was disdainful. You are stalling for time so that your friends can escape quickly, the spear-wielding man from Hidden Fog City said with a faint smile. You are also stalling for time so that your friends can come and gang up on me. Zichen chuckled and said, I am indeed stalling for time, but I am not waiting for my friends, nor am I ganging up on you. The other party shook his head with an unfathomable expression on his face. If you are not waiting for your friends, then what are you waiting for? Zichen asked. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. I am waiting for the twins to arrive, the other party said with certainty. That's impossible. They have already gone far. If you guys are chasing after them, I believe that they have already left this spatial world. I believe in their speed, Zichen said with certainty. However, he was not confident enough. The conversation stopped here. The other party smiled mysteriously and strangely. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It came from behind. Zichen did not turn around to look, but his body stiffened. The smile on the corner of his mouth also became extremely unnatural. The sound of something breaking through the air approached. It was 5 figures. Zhong Chui was in the lead, Wushuang was behind him, and Lang Wei was in the middle with Go Wen and Yuan Shiqiang. Looking at the 5 of them, it seemed like they were forced to flee. How is it? Seeing Zichen's slightly ugly expression, the other party smiled confidently and proudly. Nothing much. Zichen's expression gradually turned solemn. He said indifferently, I will say the same thing again. It is impossible for you to take the twins away. If that's the case, you are really too tactless and don't know the rules. Seeing Zichen's lack of understanding, the other party shook his head in disappointment. His eyes gradually turned cold, and a dense killing intent emerged from the bottom of his heart. The sound of something breaking through the air approached Zichen. Wushuang stuck out her tongue at Zichen in embarrassment. Zhong Chui smiled apologetically and said, The enemies are too strong. There are too many of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. This time, it came from several directions. There were indeed many of them. As the sound of something breaking through the air approached, there were more than 10 human cultivators. They were all at the late stage of the first domain realm. Since they could force Wushuang, Lang Wei, and Zhong Chui to retreat, it was obvious that each of them was equivalent to a high-level life form. Chapter 1460. Hammer and the others failed to escape and were chased back. There was an apologetic look on their faces. Around them, there were more than 10 existences equivalent to high-level life forms surrounding them. Zichen and the others had nowhere to run. Behind Zichen, there was a tall human man. After he arrived, he nodded at the spear-wielding man, then glanced at the others. He deliberately paused on the twins for a few breaths, then said indifferently, Hand over the twins, and I promise you can leave alive. What a big tone. You're just relying on your numbers. If it's 1-on-1, I'll definitely kill you. Lang Wei glared at the other party and said, ferocious aura surging around him. Each of these people was equivalent to a high-level life form, but they didn't have the talent of high-level life forms. If it was 1-on-1, Lang Wei wasn't afraid of anyone, but if the other party chose to gang up on him, the result was obvious. Lang Wei and the others would run away. You want twins? That's impossible, Zichen said indifferently. His attitude was still the same as before, interrupting their thoughts. Jinkang, you don't have to say any more. I've already said what I need to say, but they're stubborn. Next, we can only fight to the death, the spear-wielding man said to the tall man. Jinkang's face revealed a ferocious smile, and said, In that case, we can only kill them. It's always been my greatest wish to be able to kill high-level life forms with my own hands. The surrounding energy surged, and the eyes of the human cultivators became cold. Waves of undisguised killing intent locked onto Zichen and the others. Wait! Zichen suddenly waved his hand. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Have you changed your mind? Jinkang glanced at Zichen, his eyes full of disdain. He hated this kind of reckless guy the most. Zichen looked at Jinkang and said, I'm very curious. What is the reason for you to spend so much effort to find twins? I'm guessing that you're not just looking for twins. You're looking for twins who are proficient in formations. You're smart, kid. Since you asked, I'll tell you the truth. Channeling the domain heart is our ultimate goal. Now we're only one step away from our ultimate goal. The key to taking this step is the twins. What do you think will happen if we meet the twins? Jinkang licked his lips, his eyes filled with bloodthirst. Once they encountered the twins, they would naturally use any means to obtain them, even if they had an extremely powerful force behind them. But in terms of power, in the entire Shentian prefecture, who could compare to the 4 great cities? If it was just to break the formation, I would naturally agree, because I am very curious about what the spirit channeling domain core looks like. However, as soon as you came, you wanted to take it by force, with no intention of negotiating at all. Either you are relying on the 4 powers and are not afraid of everyone, or breaking the formation should be dangerous. Zichen looked at Jinkang's changing expression and said coldly, In other words, the key to the birth of the spirit channeling domain heart isn't the twins breaking the formation, but the blood sacrifice of the twins. The end result of the blood sacrifice was death. Hearing this, Go-Wen and Ma Yingqiang's faces instantly turned pale. Regardless of strength, Zichen's wisdom alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. Although the one who spoke was Jinkang, the battle strength of the group was not much different, so there was no need to talk about who was the leader. Jinkang's eyes narrowed as he said, You're very smart. We indeed don't know if the twins will live or die after breaking the formation, but according to the deductions of the other array masters, the probability of the twins surviving is very high. Who knows, they might even encounter some kind of great opportunity. Zichen smiled faintly and said, Do you think I'll believe that? Of course you won't believe it. Actually, I don't believe it either. I believe in the blood sacrifice more. However, you only have 2 paths now. One is to sacrifice the twins, and you will live. The other is to die in battle, and the twins will still die, Jinkang said indifferently. Hearing this, Lang Wei and the others' expressions did not change much, but Go-Wen and Ma Yingqiang's expressions kept changing. There was obvious guilt on their faces. Zichen really wanted to go to the place mentioned by Jinkang, but obviously not now. He naturally would not sacrifice Go-Wen and Ma Yingqiang. When he saw the two's expressions, he guessed the conflicting thoughts in their hearts. He patted their shoulders and said, Don't think too much. With me here, no one can take you away. Hearing this, the two's eyes were filled with gratitude. What an arrogant tone. The current you can't even protect yourself, yet you dare to threaten to protect others? I'll only give you one chance. If you miss it, it won't happen again. You better think carefully, Jinkang said coldly. Hearing Jinkang's words, Zichen did not hesitate. He shook his head and said, Sorry, I still don't agree. The surrounding atmosphere instantly turned cold because of Zichen's words. Waves of cold killing intent locked onto Zichen. He doesn't know what's good for him. What about the rest of you? Jinkang glanced at Lang Wei, Wushuang, and Ma Yingqiang. Ma Yingqiang smiled and did not say anything. Wushuang glanced at Jinkang with disdain, then turned around and glared at Zichen. Lang Wei snorted and said sarcastically, I say, are you an idiot or do you think we are idiots? You still need to sow discord in this situation. Where's your spirit? Jin Kang's expression turned somewhat ugly. Fortunately, he had high self-restraint. The displeasure disappeared in a flash, then he chuckled and said, Since you treat my benevolence as idiocy and my kindness as malice, then I'll grant you your wish. Remember, the one who will destroy you is Jin Kang. After Jin Kang finished speaking, the surrounding people began to close in on Zichen and the others. There were a total of 15 of them, and each of them was comparable to Zichen's current combat strength. 6 against 15, the outcome was clear. Although their defeat was certain, it did not stop the rising fighting spirit in their hearts. Ma Yingqiang, Wu Shuang, and Lang Wei were already prepared for battle. The two brothers' faces were filled with fear, guilt, and the courage to face death. There's no need to fight this battle. I have my own plans. Zichen's voice rang in their knowledge seas. Then, a 3-meter space appeared behind Zichen. This 3-meter space just happened to cover the 5 of them. Then, the space disappeared along with the 5 of them. Seeing this, Jin Kang was slightly stunned. Then he sneered, Hiding them with a secret treasure? It doesn't matter at all. After we capture you and soul search them, they will automatically come out. After saying that, Jin Kang rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, the others also moved and rushed towards Zichen. If it was 6 against 15, although their defeat was certain, they could at least put up a fight. But now, it was 1 against 15. They did not need to be serious to end the battle. Zichen's body moved without wind. His black robe fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly. A large silver light rushed out from behind him. Within the silver light, there was a huge pair of wings. The wings emitted a brilliant silver light. As soon as they appeared, they lit up half of the sky. But then, the other half of the sky was illuminated by the silver light. It was from Zichen's body. His entire body was covered in silver light. Within the silver light, there was a Xingqian shining with lightning. On the Xingqian, there were 2 very clear runes. It was Zichen's Thunder King physique. At this moment, with the Thunder King physique and the heavenly thunder wings, Zichen's body emitted lightning, lighting up the entire sky. The first attack appeared, piercing towards Zichen's brightest chest. Obviously, someone had already noticed that this was the key to Zichen's powerful strength. Swoosh! The thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, and his figure disappeared. The attack passed through the afterimage and disappeared. After disappearing, when he reappeared, Zichen was already on the other side. His face was expressionless, and his figure once again turned from real to illusory. It was as if he was walking on the spatial node between reality and illusion. His figure appeared and disappeared at the same time. And every time Zichen appeared, there would be an attack that accurately cut through space and hit his vital points. But every time, the attack would miss by a hair's breadth. So fast. This is the Thunder Clan's extreme speed. Spread out, don't let him escape. Shouts rang out one after another. The 15 human experts spread out. They stood at a distance and then moved forward in a crisscross pattern, launching one attack after another. There was no need to deliberately rehearse, and they could display the most perfect coordination. With the appearance of the crisscrossing attacks, the pressure in the space became stronger. Even Zichen felt a trace of pressure. And this was his extreme speed. He had made great progress recently. If it were in the past, his figure would have been squeezed to the point where it would be difficult for him to move. In the sky, a brilliance flashed. The void was cut open by a sharp weapon, stabbing at the position where Zichen had just appeared. Zichen's figure disappeared in a flash. The next time he appeared, his black robe was slightly tattered at the position of his chest. Another attack appeared and attacked somewhere in the void. This attack was only a ray of light, and there were no other energy fluctuations. But when the attack came into contact with a certain spot in the void, it instantly pierced through it. Everyone present was equivalent to a high-level life form. Their control of power had long reached the limit of this realm. They launched many attacks, but there was no energy explosion in the sky at all. There were only rays of light that flickered and disappeared from time to time. Zichen, on the other hand, was walking through these rays of light. He was like a small boat encountering a storm. He was in imminent danger, and the boat could capsize at any time. It was also like walking on a shaky single-plank bridge, and he could fall at any time. Whether it was the former or the latter, once he lost his footing, he would definitely die. Zichen, who displayed his extreme speed, appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was hard to tell whether it was real or illusory. Every time, he narrowly avoided the rays of light that flashed past his face. Swoosh! Swoosh! As his figure flashed again and again, Zichen finally dodged the first wave of attacks. His figure also appeared behind the 15 people. The 15 people's faces were filled with astonishment. They never thought that someone would be able to smoothly pass through their joint attacks. Zichen turned around and smiled faintly at the 15 people. The lightning wings on his back trembled again. Then, he turned into a ray of lightning and flew into the distance. At this moment, no one could catch up to Zichen. Chapter 1461. His swift display of might shocked everyone present. With such extreme speed, Zichen was almost invincible. They were unwilling to give up, but they could only watch as Zichen turned into lightning and disappeared. So he's from the Thunder clan. No wonder he can bring people here even though his realm is not high. The Thunder clan's extreme speed is said to be the fastest in the world. Today, I've seen it with my own eyes. The group of human powerhouses also had looks of admiration on their faces. There was no grudge between the two sides. They just had different standpoints. Now that the other party had used extreme speed to leave, they felt helpless, but they would not hate him. After all, there was only one piece of the domain core of communication, but there were 4 forces here. Not only would the 4 forces have to fight in the end, but only one person from the winning side would be able to obtain it. The domain core of communication was most suitable for those who had not broken through to the domain realm, so they obviously would not be the final winner. Seeing Zichen's extreme speed, they had given up chasing him. However, they suddenly saw Zichen stop moving forward. They had a touch of doubt on their faces as they chased after Zichen. Zichen, who was moving forward at extreme speed, stopped. He had to stop because there were several people standing in front of him. To be precise, there were 4 people standing in front of him. These 4 people were at the same realm as Zichen, but looking at them, Zichen felt that they were stronger and more terrifying than the 15 people behind him. The 4 people stood in 4 directions, forming a semicircle, and looked at Zichen calmly. A young man stood on the far left. He wore a light blue robe and had his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at Zichen. He stood there without moving a single step, but Zichen felt as if he was using an extremely fast footwork technique. His figure was actually fading in and out of the void. On the second position on the left stood a young girl. She was wearing a golden armor, which made her look valiant and heroic. She was like a goddess of war, and her whole body was shining brightly. Under the golden armor, her curvaceous figure was perfectly outlined. She looked to be about the same age as Wushuang, and her eyes were very big and bright. She looked at Zichen with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. From left to right, in the third position stood a scholarly middle-aged man. He wore a moon-colored robe that fluttered without wind. He stood in the air, and although his figure did not change, it was as if he had become one with the world around him. He looked at Zichen quietly. His eyes were as clear as a lake, and there was no change in his heart. Zichen looked at the other party, thinking that if the other party had a fan in his hand, he would be a Confucian scholar among mortals. The last person was a young man. He wore hemp clothes and looked like an ordinary young woodcutter from a mountain village. His life was very poor, and there was nothing special about him. With his sharp senses, Zichen felt that this young man was very powerful and terrifying. "Since you're already here, shouldn't you introduce yourselves?" The middle-aged man who looked like a Confucian scholar had a folding fan in his hand. He opened it, and waved it as he spoke with a chuckle. The other three people looked at Zichen silently. Huping City, Room 108, Zichen. Zichen tried his best to make his voice calm and peaceful. He did not want to be too nervous. Then he asked, "What about you guys? You want to know our names? Logically speaking, you shouldn't be qualified. However, since you brought the twins, we'll reluctantly tell you," said the blue-robed young man who seemed to be the leader. His words were very calm, and there was no belittling in them. It was as if he was stating a fact, and that fact was that he was of noble status, while the others were of lowly status. It was as if he was looking down on others, but it made it impossible for others to refute him. Zichen did not refute because he could sense that these four people were very powerful and terrifying. Even his extreme speed might not be able to do anything to them. That was why he stopped. If he guessed correctly, these four people should be from the four factions. Moreover, they were the true leaders of the four factions. Even if they were not the leaders, they must be the true owners of the domain core. The four people's realms were not suppressed. They were all at the peak of the corporeal realm, and had not taken the final step. The young man on the left introduced himself. His words were just as concise. "Hidden Fog City, Hidden Fog City." The second girl in golden armor introduced. "Golden Leaf City, Jin Qingqing." The third scholar introduced. "Destiny City, Fortune Telling." The fourth young man introduced. "Shuntian City, Shuntian Dao." After the introduction of the four people from the four cities, Zichen's expression did not change at all. Actually, the reason why Zichen was indifferent was because he was ignorant and inexperienced. If it was any other power from the Shuntian prefecture, they would definitely be extremely shocked after hearing these four names. Moreover, they would instantly understand why the hidden Miss Shadow had said that they did not have the qualifications to know their names. The top three cities in the Shuntian prefecture were Shuntian City, Destiny City, and Hidden Fog City. In these three cities, there was only one faction, and this faction was the strongest. For example, the strongest faction in Hidden Fog City was the Hidden Fog. The Hidden Fog could be a big city, or it could be a family. In these three cities, there were many experts in these three factions. These experts were very strong, and it was impossible to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. However, in these three cities, there were only 3 people in each generation who were publicly recognized as the strongest. They did not have their own names, only a code name. The code name of the strongest person in the Shuntian city was Shuntian Dao. It was said that his talent was the closest to the heavenly Dao. This kind of existence did not care about race. It could be human or a higher life form. The strongest person in Destiny City was called the fortune-telling. Literally, the fortune-telling of the heavens and the earth. The strongest person in Hidden Fog City was the Hidden Fog Shadow. The most important one was the Hidden Fog Shadow. He was like a shadow under the sun. He did not have a physical body and could not be injured, but he could attack. These 3 people were strong enough. As for Jin Qingqing in Golden Leaf City, although she was less famous than the other 3, those who had heard of her name would not look down on her because she was a woman. It was said that the battle where she became famous was when she jumped levels and defeated 2 high-tier lifeforms at the same time. That battle proved that not only did she have an alluring beauty, she also had an alluring combat prowess comparable to her alluring beauty. However, that was not her strongest point. It was said that her strongest point was her intelligence and wisdom. She was publicly recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in Golden Leaf City. If it wasn't for the great opportunities in the mana world, she would have broken through to the next level and become as strong as the older generation. Zichen did not know about this, so after hearing the self-introduction, his expression did not change, and his heart did not beat faster. It was the same when he saw Jin Qingqing. Although she was beautiful, she was only a young girl, just like Wushuang. She was destined to be alluring in the future, but she could only be called cute now. This was because Zichen had already met several alluring people. After the self-introduction, they realized that they did not manage to shock the humans in Huping City. This was very unexpected, and the 4 of them did not know what to say next. The four of them were all geniuses. When other people saw them, they would naturally try to curry favor with them. Even if they did not, they would try to find something to talk about so that there would not be an awkward silence. However, they met Zichen now. Zichen was also a man of few words. After the self-introduction, he was still waiting for the four of them to speak. Therefore, there was an awkward silence after the wait. The 15 people at the back had already arrived. When they saw the 4 people in front of them, they were shocked and surprised, but they knew better than to go forward. The place was quiet, and the silence was somewhat awkward. The silence was first broken by Zichen. "Are you here to get to know me? Now that you know each other, I'm very happy to have met you. Can I leave now?" A hint of astonishment appeared on the calm faces of the 4 people. "What do you mean we're here to get to know you? What are you? What are you worth for us to get to know you? Also, why did you say it so half-heartedly? We're not here to curry favor with you. That last sentence, you should be telling the truth. However, don't you know why we're here?" While the 4 of them were stunned, these thoughts flashed through their minds. The fortune teller raised his fan again, and the awkwardness on his face disappeared. He smiled and said, "You should know why we're here." Zichen's face was immediately filled with doubt, and he asked, "Why are you here? Are you not here to get to know me?" When the 4 of them heard this, they were stunned again. Especially Hidden Mist. He had clearly said that it was because they were twins that he was qualified to know their names, but why did he forget in the blink of an eye? Zichen naturally would not forget, but the 4 of them did not expect Zichen to be so thick-skinned. Normally, they would not meet anyone who pretended to be stupid in front of them, because those people would die before they could even get close. But today, the fortune teller predicted that the twins would appear, so he ordered people to be on guard and investigate. After learning the news, he personally came. But they did not expect that the other party did not say anything after hearing their self-introduction, and now, the other party did not know their purpose. "We're here for the twins." Shindao, who looked like a poor teenager, directly stated their purpose. "The twins are my people." Zichen smiled faintly. He did not know how famous the 4 of them were, but he could feel that they were very strong. But at this moment, Zichen could still smile because the way they spoke was very similar to the way he met Manshur, Wu Xie, and the others. Their combat strength was not weak, but their way of speaking was seriously lacking. Even simple and basic communication was a problem. "We can buy them, no matter how much luck points you want," Shindao said again. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not selling. Before coming, although the others told us to kill as little as possible, you refused, so I can only kill you. I must get the twins and the domain heart," Shindao said very seriously and firmly. Chapter 1462. Zichen said with a smile, but his thoughts were extremely impure. This was already considered sowing discord. When others heard this, even if their faces didn't change, they would still feel some resentment in their hearts. Unfortunately, Zichen didn't see this resentment. It was either hidden too deeply, or he didn't understand. The linen-clothed youth, Shindao, didn't seem to understand. He didn't even think about the deeper meaning of this sentence. Instead, he explained very simply and seriously. "I must obtain the twins, I must obtain the domain core. And of course they must obtain it too." Zichen's smile disappeared, and he said again, "But there is only one domain core." The linen-clothed youth nodded and said, "Yes, there's only one. It's a pity, but we've already discussed it. Once we find the domain core of channeling, no one is allowed to interfere. We'll fight in pairs, and the winner will get the domain core of channeling." Zichen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at the youth, Hidden Fog, and the middle-aged man, Fortune Teller. Shindao answered very seriously. Obviously, he thought so. Jean Qingqing's big eyes were also full of agreement. Obviously, she had already agreed. Zichen didn't think this was a problem because the two looked very young. In this kind of situation, as long as they weren't arrogant people, they would attach great importance to promises, even if this method looked ridiculous. However, Hidden Fog and Fortune Teller looked very old. Zichen also looked like a youth, but he had lived for thousands of years. As for these two, Zichen guessed that they should be older than him. Such a simple method to determine who the domain core belonged to, children should agree, but how could these two guys agree? "Why are you looking at me?" Fortune Teller asked. "Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't be young, right?" Zichen asked after hesitating. Fortune Teller's originally indifferent face was startled, and then his face became a little embarrassed. He almost lost his calm, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and explained. "The four of us are about the same age," Zichen suddenly said. "So that's how it is, but you look a little rushed." This could be considered a joke, but no one laughed. The people in the distance didn't dare to do so because they didn't think it was funny. As for these four people, they didn't think it was funny. Shun Tian now explained in detail. "His cultivation method is a little special, so this kind of situation will occur. Actually, we are all from the same generation, so our age difference is not that big." When Zichen heard this, he nodded seriously. 3 innocent young men and 1 innocent young woman. He began to admire the 4 of them and the power behind them. What kind of person, what kind of power, and what kind of education method could produce these 4 people? The 4 of them were very strong and had outstanding aspects. However, they were neither arrogant nor rash, either wild nor arrogant. This was extremely rare. Facing such a person, a battle was naturally not advisable. Of course, Zichen could not win, so he decided to change the method. After a pause, Zichen said, "The twins are very important to you, I know this, but they are also my friends and brothers. I also want to obtain the domain core of spirituality, but if I have to give up my 2 brothers, then I'd rather give up the domain core of spirituality. What does it matter?" The 4 of them listened very seriously. When they heard Zichen's words, their eyes flickered, but after listening to him, they were very puzzled. "I won't watch them die unless I die first," Zichen said seriously. "Die?" The 4 of them were stunned again. "Why do you want to die? You need the twins. Isn't it a blood sacrifice?" Zichen asked when he saw the puzzled look on their faces. "Blood sacrifice? Who told you that? We only need the twins to break the formation. Maybe we only need a little bit of blood. They won't die at all." This time, it was the fortune teller who spoke. "Are you sure?" "Of course, I'm a fortune teller. I can even predict the fate of the heavens, let alone human lives." The fortune teller waved his folding fan, appearing very confident. Zichen naturally did not believe it. Even if the 4 of them looked so innocent that they would not lie, of course, they would not bother to lie. "I believe the fortune teller's words. If you feel that this is not enough, you can make a request. We will satisfy you. Of course, if your request is too excessive, not only will I not agree, but I will also kill you," Shuntian said. "I don't have any other request. I just want the twins to live," Zichen said. "The twins will definitely be fine, and we can also give you a chance to fight. If you win, we can also give you the spirit domain core," the fortune teller said. Obviously, he approved of Zichen. Of course, it was not that he approved of Zichen's strength, but Zichen's brotherhood. The 4 of them looked very sincere, and they did not attack immediately. Zichen somewhat trusted them. After a moment, Zichen said, "Okay, but I have to take a look at that place first." The 4 of them nodded, then turned around and signaled Zichen to follow. Zichen stepped forward. In the distance, the 15 people did not say anything, but some of them did not seem to care. Obviously, they felt that this was too troublesome, and it was better to just kill. Along the way, Zichen saw other people from the 4 forces. These people were all very high in cultivation, and there were many of them. Of course, their combat strength was also very strong. They were not really high-level life forms, but their combat strength was not weaker than that of the golden gorilla, who had already broken through to the next level. Just these people alone were guarding this place, and no one could charge in. Along the way, Zichen saw many cultivators at the late stage of the first domain realm. Zichen asked. The manor realm has only been open for a few years. Why are your people so high in cultivation? Our people were carefully selected before coming here. Everyone's cultivation level is suppressed to the limit, and they will break through when they reach this place. The fortune teller explained. Zichen was enlightened, and then he sighed. As expected of a big city, there were so many people with high potential. The people here were all from the four forces. Apart from them, there were no other forces. Zichen was puzzled again. He asked, I know that the top 4 cities are very strong, but the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th shouldn't be weak, right? The 4 people in front looked at each other. Obviously, they understood what Zichen meant. The top 4 cities were strong, but if the rest of them worked together, they might not be weaker than them. The fortune teller looked away from Jin Qingqing and said with a chuckle, Some of the more threatening ones are not on this level. What do you mean? Zichen was stunned. I chased them all away. This time, it was Jin Qingqing who spoke. Zichen was very surprised, but he did not ask for details. Being able to do this was enough to prove that this woman was not ordinary. As they were about to reach the place, they encountered even more powerful cultivators from the 4 forces. These people were also very strong, and they were responsible for guarding the most important places. Hey, it's you! Suddenly, a voice was heard. Zichen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man. Zichen recognized this person. It was the Beast Master who attacked him before he left. The Beast Tamer looked at Zichen with eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect Zichen to still be alive. It was obvious that his spiritual will had been destroyed. Qingqing, why did you bring this guy here? The Beast Master came closer and stared at Zichen with hostility. The twins are his people. I brought him here to take a look. Jin Qingqing replied indifferently. Bring him here to take a look. He's nothing. Just kill the twins and bring them here. The Beast Master looked at Zichen with disdain. He's a special existence. We can't kill him casually. This time, the one who replied was the young man in linen clothes, Shantian Dao. The Beast Master was clearly afraid of Shantian Dao. He retracted his disdainful expression and said, He shouldn't be a special existence. Besides, what qualifications does he have to stand here with us? He's not standing with you. He's standing with us. Heavenswell folded his fan and said indifferently. The Beast Master wasn't angry. He laughed lightly and said, If that's the case, he's very strong. Can you show me a move or two? I want to broaden my horizons. Shantian Dao frowned. Displeasure appeared on his face. The Beastmaster smiled and said, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to see what this person is capable of. I know you guys don't kill special existences easily. But as long as they're special existences, they're extraordinary. It's impossible to kill them in normal sparring. Besides, I've seen him before. I'm very curious to see what he's capable of. Don't worry, I'll know my limits. The others surrounded them, but they all stood far away. Obviously, they wanted to watch the show but didn't want to be in the spotlight. Hesitation appeared on the faces of the 4. Zichen smiled. Obviously, this Beastmaster was troubled by the fact that he destroyed his spiritual sense. Although he couldn't find fault with his words, he could kill him in battle. And once he killed him, he could find an excuse to say that this person's combat strength was too weak. He wasn't a special existence at all. In short, one was a living person and the other was a dead person. Naturally, the living person would say whatever he wanted. Heavenswell shook his head and said, No. He agreed to give Zichen a spot because of Zichen's brotherly love. As for strength, he really didn't think much of it. Although Zichen's speed had left a deep impression on him, Beastmasters didn't need to consider speed in battle. Indeed. Shantian Dao also shook his head. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Zichen either. If that's the case, then forget it. A special existence who doesn't dare to accept a challenge. I don't think he's that special. The Beastmaster smiled. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of disdain. Chapter 1463. Zichen's reply was simple and sharp. He looked down on the beast tamer. Even the four from Shuntian raised their eyebrows. Although the beast tamer was provoking them, he had the right to do so. Although the four of them could guarantee victory against the beast tamer, they had to admit that the beast tamer was arrogant and had the right to be arrogant. Even among the four factions, he could be ranked among the top. They didn't see Zichen attack, but they saw his extreme speed and guessed that he was from the Thunder clan. But when fighting against a beast tamer, speed was not the key. Speed was useless against a beast tamer. No speed in the world could compare to the attack speed of spiritual sense. Zichen's sharp reply would definitely enrage the beast tamer. Sure enough, the beast tamer was enraged. This was the result he wanted, but Zichen's reply was too sharp. He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "If that's the case, then let's see if you deserve to be called a special existence." As he spoke, light shone from the beast tamer's forehead. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Wait. What? Scared? But it's too late." The beast tamer smiled maliciously. Zichen's face was full of disdain. He said, "Don't say that I'm looking down on you. You'd better not use your spiritual sense. I'm going to fight you in your spiritual sense world." The beast tamer's face showed a hint of astonishment. The expressions of the people around them also changed. They all thought they had misheard. The most powerful thing about a beast tamer was his spiritual sense. Everyone knew that the mutated spiritual sense of a beast tamer had some special privileges. Spiritual sense was already powerful. If the beast tamer fought in his spiritual sense world, he would be invincible. Even the four from Shuntian had to admit that even if they entered the beast tamer's spiritual sense world, they wouldn't be able to win. For a moment, the four of them looked at Zichen strangely. Swoosh! A golden light shot out from Zichen's forehead and entered the beast tamer's spiritual sense world. Zichen used his actions to tell everyone that what he said was not a joke. There were experts all around, but at this moment, there was still an uproar. He actually dared to compete with a beast tamer in terms of spiritual sense. It's easy to die in a spiritual sense competition. Where does his confidence come from? Don't tell me it's a reckless fellow. To be able to come this far, he is definitely not a brainless person. However, this choice is truly too impulsive. After the uproar, discussions broke out. It was not that they did not believe in Zichen, but the Beast Master was just too strong. His spiritual sense was even more powerful. Even the four titled Beast Masters did not dare to claim victory, let alone a human. Even if this human was once a member of the incomparably glorious Thunder clan and was a Thunder martial artist. The strength of the Thunder martial artist lay in his ability to control thunder and thunder techniques. However, it seemed that spiritual sense was not the Thunder martial artist's strong point. At this moment, not only did the crowd have no confidence in Zichen, but even the four titled contenders did not think highly of Zichen. In a competition of spiritual senses, the outcome could be decided in an instant. However, in that case, the gap between the two parties was too great. At this moment, although the crowd felt that Zichen was no match for the Beast Master, they thought that he should be able to hold on for a while. However, he did not. He did not hold on for a while. Only 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, a golden light rushed out from between the Beast Master's eyebrows. It was Zichen's spiritual sense. Swoosh! The spiritual sense returned to the sea of consciousness. Zichen's eyes regained their vigor. His expression was still calm and indifferent. The crowd stared at Zichen with their eyes wide open. In their minds, Zichen should have been completely defeated. However, the fact that his spiritual sense could leave the Beast Master's sea of consciousness on its own was already impressive in the eyes of the crowd. A muffled groan was heard. It came from the Beast Master. The crowd subconsciously turned their heads and saw that the Beast Master had regained his vigor. However, his face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Zichen was unscathed. His face was still bright and energetic. On the contrary, the Beast Master was dispirited. At this moment, The crowd widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. They found it hard to believe that the Beastmaster had lost. However, from the look on his face, there was no doubt that the Beastmaster had lost. But how could this be? It must be that the human had lost. He was just pretending to be strong. Some people thought so. Cough. The atmosphere was a little quiet. A soft cough attracted everyone's attention. The beast tamer coughed lightly and coughed up blood. Seeing the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, the crowd opened their mouths wide in shock. He had lost. The Beastmaster had lost. There was no surprise. The four titled individuals were also looking at Zichen in astonishment. To be able to defeat a beast tamer in just 3 breaths of time was something that none of them could do. Zichen's expression was calm. Facing the shocked eyes of the crowd, he just said casually, "If you are a special existence, please don't call me that. I can't afford to lose face. Let me introduce myself. I am Zichen, from Huping City, number 108. I am a Thunder Warrior." Faced with such naked sarcasm, the Beastmaster couldn't bear it anymore. He coughed up blood. Until now, he still couldn't understand why he had lost, and lost so miserably, when his spiritual sense was far stronger than his opponent's. The Beastmaster coughed up blood and almost fainted. The crowd was in an uproar again. This time, they were surprised by Zichen's identity. He turned out to be from Huping City, number 108, the city at the end of 10,000 years. "Well, if there's nothing else, don't block the way." Zichen waved his hand as if he was driving flies away. The Beastmaster was a little confused by the loss just now. He was very afraid of Zichen. Although he was very angry at the moment, he could only retreat. The others also subconsciously made way, allowing the 5 to go forward. On the way forward, the atmosphere was a little quiet, but Zichen clearly felt that the 4 of them were looking at him differently. Although they still valued him, this time they valued his strength more. They didn't ask Zichen how he did it, and Zichen didn't have time to listen to the whispers of the others. Under the lead of the 4, they arrived at the final restriction. There were many formation masters gathered there, but all of them were dejected and helpless. In front of the formation masters was a huge chain formation. The formation was very powerful, without any blind spots. It was like a perfect formation, without any flaws. In front of the formation there were 2 platforms, supported by 9 shining stone pillars. The pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the platforms were also engraved with fine lines. Zichen and the other 4 stood at the back, quietly looking forward, not saying a word. A group of formation masters was discussing intensely. They seemed to have found a way to break the formation, and 2 formation masters walked out. The 2 formation masters looked similar, and they should be related by blood. The 2 of them jumped onto the stone platforms, and the lines on the stone platforms lit up as if they were activated. Then, the formation in front of them trembled slightly, and 2 shining vortexes appeared in the sky. The 2 vortexes corresponded to the 2 platforms. The 2 on the platforms looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they bit their fingertips, and the dark red blood condensed into a thin line, moving towards the vortexes above them. At the same time, the 2 of them formed seals with their hands, and one seal after another fell onto the vortexes in the sky. As the seals fell into the vortexes, the speed of the vortexes gradually slowed down. The vortexes almost came to a standstill, and then the 2 blood lines entered the vortexes. Looking at the 2 stopped vortexes, the formation masters' hearts tightened. They had found a way to break the formation, and now it was up to the formation to see if it approved of them. The blood lines entered the vortexes, and a red light appeared in the vortexes. However, just as the red light entered, it appeared again. The red light that appeared was no longer a blood line, but a blood sword. After the blood sword shot out from the vortexes, it went straight for the 2 formation masters. The formation master let out a strange cry, and activated the formation around him. Layer after layer of light barriers appeared. Bang! After the blood sword hit the light barriers, it shattered. During the process, it only pierced through a dozen layers of light barriers, but it did not completely penetrate them. After dodging a calamity, the two formation masters' faces were filled with joy. However, before the two of them could jump off the platforms, rays of light shot out from the patterns under their feet. These rays of light were like sharp swords, and in an instant, there were hundreds and thousands of them. Then, these rays of light began to rotate. Puff! Puff! The light barriers around the two formation masters were instantly pierced and torn to pieces. Then, the rays of light entered their bodies and began to cut them. In the blink of an eye, the two formation masters were ground to nothing by the rays of light. Sigh, we found the correct way to break the formation, but the direct bloodline still can't be used. Following the death of the two formation masters, the other formation masters lamented. It was not that their formation skills were not good enough, but that the formation's requirements for bloodline were too harsh. You saw it. That's it. Tianming turned back and looked at Zichen and said, "We found the correct way to break the formation, but we need the bloodline of the twins. Only the twins can break this formation." Zichen looked at the formation in front of him without saying anything, but there was worry in his eyes. Obviously, if the twins can't break the formation, then they will be ground to nothingness like the two formation masters just now. According to my calculations, this formation is extremely dangerous. If you are unable to break it, you will only die. However, if you are able to smoothly break it, it should be a kind of opportunity for the person who breaks it," said the fortune teller. "This is just your guess." "I can't agree," Zichen said. "This may be a good thing. We can take a gamble. Why don't you call the twins and ask them for their opinion?" Hidden Miss said. This was also a method. The final decision was still in the hands of the twins. "You guys retreat first." Zichen motioned them to retreat. They knew that Zichen was still vigilant in his heart, so they also dispersed. Those formation masters noticed the situation here and looked over curiously. Chapter 1464. The formation masters only had the twins in their eyes. After seeing the twins, they were so excited that they could not control themselves. In fact, Zichen had not only brought out the twins, but also the others. "Twins, with the twins, this formation can be broken. We've tried many bloodlines, but none of them could break the formation. Only the twins can break the formation." The formation masters were extremely excited. The four titled ones glanced at the twins and nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, the fortune teller explained the pros and cons of breaking the formation to the two brothers. Hearing this, Go Wen and Go Chang seemed a little nervous. Zichen patted their shoulders and said, "Don't worry, as long as you don't want to, no one can force you here. I'll take you away." With Zichen's promise, the two nodded and calmed down a little. Hammer and the others listened quietly and did not express any opinions. After the fortune teller finished speaking, he did not immediately ask for their opinions. Instead, he gave them some time to think about it. As for those array masters in the distance, they were eagerly looking in this direction. For array masters, nothing could make them happier than breaking a large array. Who in the world could escape death? In such an environment, anyone could die. In this place, life was the most worthless thing. The reason why the two brothers were able to come this far and survive was because of Zichen. In today's situation, they had already entered the hinterland of the four factions. If the two brothers did not agree, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Although Zichen spoke with confidence, the two brothers knew that Zichen did not have much confidence in his heart. After all, this was the hinterland of the four factions. Not to mention the four existences that made their hearts palpitate, there were many existences equivalent to high-level life forms in the distance. Once they fought, even if Zichen had many trump cards, he would probably die in battle. Just from this point alone, they could not let Zichen and the others take the risk. What's more, breaking the array wasn't a sure-death situation. Perhaps there would be some kind of opportunity. Just from the perspective of an array master, it was worth it for the two of them to risk it all. No matter how they thought about it, the two of them couldn't bear to see their big brother Zichen risk his life for them. Regardless of whether there were benefits or opportunities, the two of them would agree. The two of them did not take too long to think about it, nor did they need to communicate. They nodded at almost the same time. All right, I agree. The four titled individuals breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, the array formation masters began to cheer. Zichen and the others didn't say anything. They just stepped forward and patted the two of them on the shoulder. They seemed to be in low spirits. Big Brother Zichen, the two of us are very grateful to you, but this is our most sincere choice because we also want to give it a try. It's for ourselves so that we won't be a burden to Big Brother Zichen, and even more so, for our Huping city. The two brothers looked at Zichen and spoke very seriously and firmly. At this moment, the two of them were thinking the same as Dong Qin back then. The two of them walked towards the array formation masters. Afterwards, the two of them were surrounded by array formation masters. Many array formation masters took turns to explain the details of breaking the array to them, as well as the methods to break it. It had to be said that the array formation masters of the four factions were truly very impressive. There were many things that the two of them had never heard of before. The two of them were very surprised by the array formation masters' knowledge, but they were also very happy. They studied earnestly and humbly. In the process of teaching and learning, the comprehension that the two of them displayed surprised all the array formation masters. There were many things that the two of them did not understand before, but they were able to learn them in one go. There were even some things that they understood after just a little bit. All the array formation masters present were clearly extraordinary existences, but the two of them who could make them sigh in admiration were clearly even more extraordinary. This array was related to bloodlines, so it was very difficult to break it. In addition, the items behind this array were very useful to the factions behind them. Therefore, the array formation masters did not hide anything from them when they taught, and instead did their best to tell the two of them everything. As there was only one pair of twins, this was their only chance. They could only succeed, not fail. Therefore, they simulated many different methods to break the array. The two of them learned all of these methods, and then searched for the ones that they were most familiar with and practiced diligently. The array formation masters taught day and night, while the two of them studied earnestly and devoutly. Since it was impossible to break the array in a short period of time, Zichen did not remain idle while the two of them studied. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Beside him, Hammer was also fusing with the remnant soul from before. As for Wushuang and Langwei, they were clearly rather bored. Their cultivation levels had long been suppressed, and there was almost no possibility of their battle strength increasing. They had long since reached their limits, unless they directly broke through. Therefore, it did not matter if they cultivated or not. On the other hand, Zichen still had a lot of room for growth. His true cultivation level was still very far from the peak of the corporeal realm, and there was still room for improvement. As for his physical body, it had only reached 1 star with 2 veins, and was still very far from the limit of 1 star with 4 veins. The 4 titled individuals were not far away. When they saw Zichen cultivating, they did not disturb him. Because they were not very talkative, the 4 of them did not interact much. The idle fortune teller's gaze wandered around, sizing up his surroundings. His gaze fell on Zichen, then moved away again, and then fell on Zichen again. At this moment, his originally calm face had an additional look of doubt. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. His narrowed eyes flashed, as if he was calculating something. But soon he shook his head, then extended his right hand and used his thumb to move between his 4 fingertips, just like a fortune teller in the mortal world. "What are you calculating?" Shun Tianao asked after seeing fortune teller's actions. "Zichen, he's in a very strange state right now." "I can't predict anything," said the fortune teller. "What's so strange about that? Didn't you say that Zichen's future was bleak and was covered by a fog?" Shun Tianao disagreed. "It's different this time. Even the fog is gone this time. How can this be?" Fortune teller was very puzzled. Hearing the two's conversation, Hidden Mist could not help but snort, then curled his lips. You don't believe me? Fortune teller looked at Hidden Mist. I don't believe in fate. I only believe in myself, Hidden Mist said. I didn't calculate anything for you. Then what are you snorting for? I'm snorting that your skills are not good enough. How can you show off such a small trick? This is the real Tao of divination. How can you say that it's a small trick? Fortune teller was a little angry. Hidden Mist smiled and said, You can't even distinguish between the real body and the clone. Tell me, what's the use of Tao of divination? What do you mean? Fortune teller was startled. What he means is that the Ziqin you have just deduced is merely a clone. How can a mere clone have a future? Jin Qingqing, who had been silent all this while, said faintly. What? A clone? Fortune teller was very surprised. Shen Tianao looked at Zichen, then shook his head and said, It's really a clone, but it's almost like the real body. If you don't look carefully, it's impossible to detect. I didn't expect Zichen to have such a clone technique. Leaving a clone in the same place, but the real body is nowhere to be found. It seems that Zichen is also working hard. Zichen showed a clone, while the real body was practicing Thunder King body. He was indeed working hard. This state lasted for 5 days. In these 5 days, the two brothers' attainments in arrays improved a lot. On the 6th day, when it was time to break the array, Zichen's real body appeared. The two brothers said goodbye to Zichen and the others, then walked up to the array platform. The array platform lit up. There was no need to look at each other. The two of them started to form the array. In the sky, the two vortexes appeared and started to revolve. Array seals appeared from the two's fingertips and flew towards the vortexes in the sky. Just like 5 days ago, the rotation speed of the array gradually slowed down until it stopped completely. At this point, the array was considered to be 90% broken, but the remaining 10% was the most important. The two brothers took a deep breath at the same time and forced out a stream of blood from their palms. The blood condensed into a blood line and flew towards the center of the vortexes. Outside the array, everyone held their breath and stared at the vortexes. The blood line rose little by little and finally fell to the center of the vortexes. Buzz! The originally still vortexes trembled. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Last time, it was this tremor that caused the blood line to turn into a blood sword and return. After that, the array was activated and killed 2 array masters. Everyone was very nervous. A breath's time was as long as a year. After the tremor, the array did not produce any blood sword. Instead, it released a suction force. This suction force fell on the two of them, and then more blood spurted out from their bodies. The blood poured into the vortexes, and soon, the entire vortexes were dyed red. The moment the blood dyed the vortexes red, the vortexes began to tremble violently. It was like the surface of the water was constantly shaking, as if something was emerging from the bottom of the water. The vortexes trembled, and a huge door appeared. In front of the 2 vortexes, 2 doors appeared. It's broken! The array is broken! It's really broken! All the array masters were cheering, and they were very excited. The expressions of Zichen and the others immediately changed. Once the array was broken, it meant that the domain core would appear. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from the 2 doors. The 2 beams of light landed on the 2 people on the platform. Then, they wrapped around their bodies and entered the door. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react. The rays of light took the 2 brothers away. It was more likely that it was caused by an opportunity. Zichen and the others were not nervous. Chapter 1465. The 2 gates of light trembled and changed. In the end, they merged into one and became an even larger gate of light. Seeing the bigger light gate, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Could it be that the true heart of the evocation of spirits lies within this door of light? The 2 doors of light just now should be the opportunity for the twins. This one is ours. The gigantic door of light appeared and radiated light in all directions. Those array masters retreated amidst the sounds of discussion. Their mission had been completed, so naturally, there would be someone else to do the rest. As the formation masters retreated, the other cultivators not far away began to move forward. Zichen and the others stared at the door of light without moving. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that none of them moved. To be more precise, the fortune teller among them didn't move. There had to be something special about Destiny's City that had stood tall for countless years. Since the fortune teller was known as the strongest, his divination skills were naturally extraordinary. Since he hadn't moved, Zichen wouldn't move either. Of course, this was all because of Wushuang's warning. Zichen had been shocked when he'd heard the news. The door of light trembled slightly and rippled outwards. The ripples contained an indescribable power that broke through the remnants of the formation. Wherever the ripples passed, they instantly disappeared. The 2 stone platforms were also reduced to dust by the ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, there was nothing left except for the door of light that stood tall between heaven and earth. Under everyone's gazes, the door of light trembled again, and a beam of light appeared in its center. As soon as the light appeared, it was already very bright. Within the light, there seemed to be many colors that were constantly changing. Something appeared in the door of light. Everyone's eyes were glued to it, and they stared at the light. The light flickered and changed, as if it had traveled from the past to the future. It slowly took shape and grew larger and larger. Everyone could see clearly that it was an object emitting colorful light. It seemed to be alive and moving. All kinds of lights came from the colorful object in the door of light. The light was very bright, but it wasn't dazzling. Instead, it was very gentle. Its luster was ever-changing. It wasn't 7 or 9 colors, but many, many colors, as if it contained all the colors in the world. An object that contained all the colors in the world. Regardless of whether this object had any special characteristics, it was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. What is this? Spirit channeling domain core? I don't think so. It looks more like a gem. Indeed, the spirit linking domain core should be similar to the spirit linking domain crystal. It should be extremely intelligent. How could it be a gemstone? Some murmurs came from behind, but more people chose to remain silent. In the light door, the shape of the object finally appeared, causing a series of exclamations. It was not a gem, but a heart-shaped luminous object. It looked like a heart, and it was a beating heart. The dazzling light was emitted by the beating heart. There were all kinds of lights in the world, and they were innumerable. Destiny's calm expression changed when he saw the heart-shaped glowing object. Shuntiandio's eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. The hidden mist shadow's body began to fluctuate between reality and illusion. A power was surging without anyone noticing. There was a flash of light in Jing Qingqing's beautiful eyes, a very bright light. Wushuang's eyes were also shining brightly. Lang Wei's expression changed, and so did Hammer's. Zichen's pupils shrank, and his heartbeat subconsciously quickened. The expressions of all the cultivators to his left, right, and behind him changed after the heart-shaped luminous object appeared. Their breathing became rapid, and their heartbeats sped up. A hint of greed appeared in their eyes. Because that heart-shaped luminous object was the spirit channeling domain core. At this moment, there was no need to verify or verify. Everyone was very certain that the heart-shaped luminous object was the spirit channeling domain core. It was not only because it looked like a heart, but also because of the light it emitted when the heart beat. To be precise, it was not pure light at all, but the light of energy. Among them, there was the power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There was also the power of life, the power of yin and yang, the power of good and evil, the power of nature, the power of truth and falsehood, and so on. There was also the power of all the laws in the world. This was a heart that contained the power of all things in the world. Just like the origin of the world, it contained all kinds of power. In other words, it could be transformed into all kinds of power. At this moment, everyone undoubtedly felt the power in their bodies resonating with it. To be precise, the spirit channeling domain core was very useful to those who had not yet broken through to the domain realm. However, when they saw the real spirit channeling domain core, everyone could feel that this thing was very useful to everyone. It was just that it was slightly less useful to those who had not yet broken through. Now, everyone was certain that this was the real spirit channeling domain core. Therefore, after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone came back to their senses. Then, rays of light began to flash. However, they did not rush toward the spirit channeling domain core. Instead, they flashed to the side of Zichen and the others. In less than a breath's time, the originally empty space beside Zichen was filled with cultivators. There were dozens of people surrounding Zichen and the other three. The leader was the Beast Master who had been defeated by Zichen and had a confused look on his face. Zichen couldn't help but frown at the sudden encirclement. It couldn't be any more obvious. "What's the meaning of this?" Lang Wei asked unhappily. "Nothing. I just want you to stop for a moment." The Beastmaster smiled coldly and stared at Zichen with resentment. "Stop for a moment? Why? Have you forgotten who brought the twins here?" Lang Wei stepped forward and argued. The Beastmaster smiled again and said, "That's easy. After we go back, I'll send a few more twins to Huping City." "So, you're determined to go back on your word?" Lang Wei's face darkened. "This spirit channeling domain core is very important. Even if we give it to you, you won't be able to eat it. Moreover, you'll be hunted down by so many of us. Be sensible and leave or stay here. Maybe we'll remember your kindness," the Beastmaster said indifferently. "You!" Lang Wei was furious. After dealing with the four titled individuals, Zichen knew what kind of people they were. The Beastmaster's sudden appearance was naturally not ordered by them. Zichen looked at the four of them and smiled faintly. He asked, "I don't understand. What's the meaning of this?" Everyone's expression changed. At this point, even an idiot could understand what this meant. Why didn't he understand? Zichen was not angry. He just looked at the four of them indifferently. This made the four of them feel very uncomfortable. Because at this moment, Zichen's expression seemed to be saying that it was just an item. They had not even gotten it, and they had already broken their promise. If Zichen asked angrily, the four of them would feel better. However, Zichen was not angry at all. This made them feel ashamed. Of course, the main reason was that the four of them were too young and still had a pure heart in their hearts. "Yiming, what are you doing? Why aren't you going down?" Jean Qingqing's face was filled with anger. She glared at the Beastmaster and said unhappily, "Qingqing, I'm helping you. Can't you see?" Yiming looked at the four of them. "We have already promised Zichen that we will use our strength to obtain the domain core. No one else is allowed to interfere," Shantian Dao said. Yiming was very afraid of this young man in linen clothes. He had no desires and only knew how to cultivate. He could be said to be a cultivation maniac. Even in Shantian City, there were very few people who had seen him. The outside world's evaluation of him was very mysterious and very strong. But no matter how afraid he was, Yiming's face was filled with disdain. In terms of battle strength, he was not as good as Shantian Dao. However, in terms of scheming, even 10 Shantians could not compare to him. After disdain, he pointed at Zichen and said, "He is scheming against you. He only has a few people. What qualifications do he have to compete for the domain core? You are too naive. Such people should be chased away or killed directly. What qualifications do he have to agree to his conditions? We didn't agree to Zichen's conditions. We were the ones who proposed this condition. If you stop us now, you'll be accusing us of being unjust. If you attack Zichen and the others, you'll be accusing us of being heartless." This time, it was Tianming who spoke. Hearing Tianming's words, Yiming's nose was about to become crooked. He lost his composure and said, "Heartless and unrighteous? What's the point of being unfilial? In front of the domain core, kindness and righteousness are nothing. In here, there is only killing and plundering. There is no such thing as kindness and righteousness. What if we go out and the world knows? What will happen? Shuntianing asked. After we get out of here, I will be the supreme existence of Golden Leaf City while they will be the people of Huping City. We will never cross paths again, just like how an eagle and an ant will forever belong to two different worlds. If the world knows about what happened today, they will only praise my wisdom and decisiveness. Yiming roared in a voice that was close to a roar. The other cultivators did not speak, but from their expressions, they agreed with Yiming's words. Indeed, this was the rule of this world. In other words, the world had developed to this point. Everything was illusory, and only benefits were real. For the sake of benefits, they could give up everything, such as friendship, love, and even family, brotherhood, and kinship. Whether it was a cruel world or a dark world, there would always be some people who insisted on these things that everyone had long given up or abandoned. Zichen had never abandoned such things since he grew up. Those who knew him and thought of him as brothers had never abandoned them either. Apart from these people, there were always some people in the world who were regarded as fools, but they were still holding on. For example, these 4 people in front of everyone were very powerful, but they were very stupid. Some even said that they were brainless, but they were still holding on. Chapter 1466. As soon as Shuntian Dao finished his words, the cultivators of Shuntian City chose to retreat after a slight hesitation. From this point alone, one could see that Shuntian Dao had absolute authority in Shuntian City. The people of Shuntian City retreated as far as they could. Although many cultivators were confused, no one resisted. Shuntian Dao had made his stance clear. He wanted to protect Zichen with all his might. The fortune teller smiled and said, "In this world, not everyone is heartless and selfless. Everyone of Destiny City retreat." His words were calm. It didn't sound like an order at all, but it was comparable to one. Footsteps were heard as the cultivators of Destiny City retreated. Hidden Fog glanced at Yiming with an inexplicable smile. He said, "People of Hidden Fog City retreat." Then, the cultivators of Third City, Hidden Fog City, retreated as well. The 3 of them were known as the strongest and had great authority. Everyone in the city had to serve them. Even if they risked their lives to obtain something, they had to give it to the 3 of them first. "People of Golden Leaf City retreat." Jin Qingqing's voice turned cold and harsh. Footsteps were heard. Some of the cultivators of Golden Leaf City retreated, but not all of them. 5 of them stood with Yiming. "Yiming, are you trying to rebel?" Jin Qingqing's already ugly expression turned even uglier and colder when her authority was challenged. "I don't care what you've discussed, but today, I won't allow him to touch the domain core of channeling unless I'm dead," Yiming said coldly. Zichen's expression was calm as he replied, "If that's the case, then I'll have to fulfill your wish." "Shameless boasting," Yiming snorted coldly. "Have you forgotten that slash?" Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Yiming's expression changed. He said angrily, "I don't believe that you can use the same move again." 5 days ago, Yiming had been defeated in one move in his sea of consciousness. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Logically speaking, with Zichen's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to perform such a powerful move. After that, he guessed that Zichen must have used some kind of special technique to intimidate him and gain his qualifications. It was only after he figured this out that he gathered the others and had the courage to show up at this moment to stop Zichen. "If you are not convinced, you can try again. I can assure you that the person who walks out of your sea of consciousness alive will be me." Seeing that Yiming was still unconvinced, Zichen said coldly, "Trust me, the battle this time won't last more than 3 breaths." Yiming's face was filled with shock and anger when he heard that. "Enough, Yiming. Back off now. And all of you, are you trying to rebel?" Jin Qingqing's angry voice was heard. Seeing that the situation was bad, the rest retreated one after another. Yiming was the only one left. "Humph, so what if I give you a chance? You won't be able to get the psychic core." Yi Ming snorted coldly and retreated tactfully. All right, go get the psychic core first. Seeing that no one was blocking the way, Zichen chuckled. I'll go. Destiny Teller stepped forward and appeared to be very careful. His body slowly rose and reached in front of the light door. Then, he slowly reached out and grabbed the psychic core. Everyone else stared at the psychic core that was constantly pulsing and changing luster. Although everyone wanted to get it, at this moment, only 5 people had a spot. Other than the 4 titled ones, the other spot was Zichen. No one else was qualified, even if some of them thought that their strength was far beyond Zichen's. Obtaining the common spirit domain core was almost a certainty. The others couldn't help but guess who would obtain the common spirit domain core in the end. Everyone had their own guesses, but no one guessed that Zichen would get it. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Destiny Teller, waiting for him to take out the psychic core. However, just as his hand reached into the light door, he saw the light door tremble slightly. The psychic core, however, moved away from the light door amidst the trembling. Moving away from the light door did not mean that he had gotten the psychic core. On the contrary, the psychic core was moving toward the depths of the light door. Just like how it traveled through space when it came, it also traveled from near to far when it left. What's going on? Come back! Destiny Teller's expression changed instantly. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. An illusory handprint appeared out of thin air and moved toward the light door in front of him. It wanted to grab the psychic core that was moving away. However, just as the handprint reached the light door, there was a resistance from the light door, directly shattering the handprint. Come back, come back! Destiny Teller shouted repeatedly. Handprints appeared one after another, but he could not pass through the light door at all. What happened? Below, when everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. His figure flickered slightly, and like a wisp of green smoke, Sui Tian Dao arrived in front of the light door and fought side by side with Destiny Teller. He looked at the psychic core that was gradually moving away and asked, "What's going on? Who knew that it would suddenly run away as soon as we touched it?" Destiny Teller shook his head. There was an inexplicable anger in his words. Like a shadow, Misty's shadow appeared in front of the light door. He glanced at the light door and said, "The light door is blocked by a force. We can't open it with force. Try using all your strength to force it open," Sui Tian Dao said. "It's useless. This block is as stable as space. Unless you are strong enough to break open the space of this world, you can't open it at all." Misty's shadow shook his head. The few of them gathered around the door of light, clearly at a loss as to what to do. They could only watch helplessly as Tongling Xian left. Below, there was already an uproar. Why would the Tongling domain core suddenly run away? However, if the 4 strongest people couldn't do anything, they naturally couldn't do anything. The formation masters came forward to think of a way, but after a while, they shook their heads helplessly. The light door was not restricted at all, nor was it a formation. So, it couldn't be broken by force. Zichen didn't move, but he had a guess about the psychic core's sudden departure. Now you can't get what you want." Yi Ming snorted coldly, staring at Zichen with eyes full of satisfaction. "Not necessarily." Zichen smiled mysteriously. "The thing is gone." "How can you get it?" Yi Ming said disdainfully. "Let's just go in," Zichen said calmly. "You make it sound nice. Even a titled person can't break that light door. You think you can?" Yi Ming's face was full of sarcasm. "Brute force won't work. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Zichen waved his hand, looking very disdainful. Yi Ming was so angry that he glared at him. Their conversation attracted the attention of the others. The 3 people in front of the light door quickly turned back. The fortune teller asked, "Zichen, do you have a way?" "What kind of way does he have?" Yi Ming mumbled, but soon, he was met with several angry gazes. "The psychic core is far away, but the light door hasn't disappeared. According to the rules of the Tongyu Tower in the Mana Realm, this must be some kind of test," Zichen said lightly. "Test? What kind of test? In this situation, we can't break it by force. The four people were confused. Since it's a test, of course, we can't break it by force. Maybe this can. Zichen smiled mysteriously. As he spoke, a token appeared in his hand. Are you saying that this command medallion can bring us in? Lang Wei's eyes widened when he saw the token in Zichen's hand. He couldn't help but exclaim. Zichen looked at Lang Wei. Instead of answering, he asked, If I'm not wrong, Jin Meng schemed against you because of this token, right? Yes, this is it. According to the rumors, this token has a great use. Lang Wei nodded. Oh, how could I forget about this thing? It's said that this token is the real quota to obtain the psychic core. Shen Tian and the others were enlightened when they saw the token. Back when Zichen had obtained this token, he had heard from Chong Chui that this token was closely related to the spirit channeling domain core. When the psychic core appeared, Zichen was a little confused. However, when the psychic core suddenly disappeared, Zichen understood everything. There was a limit to the quota to obtain the psychic core. This quota was obtained when one broke through the last bottleneck of the first level. Zichen and Chong Chui had broken through the first floor and obtained 2 tokens. Based on this logic, other people should also be able to obtain a few tokens. However, due to some other reasons, this kind of token eventually appeared in some remains. Therefore, from a preliminary calculation, there should be quite a number of tokens. Just on Zichen's side alone, the number of tokens was as high as 3. Zichen and Hammer each had 1, while Lang Wei had 1. So, this is the real quota token. A powerful cultivator walked out from the crowd. This person held a quota token that was the same as Zichen's. After nodding at the 4 powerful existences, he appeared and nodded at them. Then, he rushed towards the light gate with the token in his hand. This was the first person to rush forward. Everyone raised their heads and looked at him. Swoosh! When he was still a distance away from the light gate, the token in his hand glowed and wrapped around him. Under the cover of the light gate, he smoothly passed through the light gate and disappeared from sight. As expected, this token is the final quota. In this way, our chances are greatly increased. Discussions could be heard from the crowd. Then, one cultivator after another rushed in. For the cultivators with tokens, the door of light did not obstruct them at all. As for those without tokens, they could only stand on the outside and anxiously watch the figures disappear one by one. Sister Wushuang, go ahead. Lang Wei gave the only token he had to Wushuang. He chose to give up this opportunity. Wushuang's battle strength was stronger than Lang Wei. She did not hesitate. Holding the token, she walked towards Zichen. Chapter 1467. Each token only corresponded to one person. Apart from killing the guardian of the passageway, there was also a chance to obtain the token in other ruins. Zichen and Hammer each had a token, while Lang Wei and Wushuang only had 1. Lang Wei automatically chose to withdraw and gave his spot to Wushuang. As the 3 entered the light gate, the 4 titled ones also moved. Although the cultivators from the 4 factions had already entered, they left their tokens for the 4 of them. Holding the tokens, the 4 of them entered the light gate. As the last cultivator with a token entered, the remaining cultivators from the 4 factions surrounded the place. Not to mention those who did not have a token, even those who had a token on them would not be able to come here and enter the door of light. Inside the door of light was another space. In this space, there were many towering mountains. These mountains were so tall that they reached into the sky. At the top of these mountains was a huge platform. Light was being emitted from the platform. Without a doubt, the domain core must be on the platform at the top of the mountain. What they needed to do was to climb to the top. Every flash of light represented the entry of a cultivator with a medallion. A mountain would also appear below the platform. When Zichen and the others arrived, 3 more mountains appeared out of thin air. The others stared at Zichen and the other 2 like tigers eyeing their prey. In view of what had just happened, they would not attack the 3 of them directly. However, before the titled warriors entered, they would stop the three of them from advancing. Zichen did not have the slightest intention to advance. He just looked at the mountains that appeared with a curious expression. The last to enter were the four titled ones. After entering, they nodded at Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "The mountains should be one for each person. Let's climb to the top now. This method is not bad. There is no need to compete. The domain core will belong to whoever obtains it." Hidden Mist pursed his lips with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "There is indeed no need to compete. However, it is a little unfair to Zichen," Shantian said. The other two nodded. As for the others, there was a hint of worry in their eyes. Obviously, they were afraid that their own titled warriors would say something stupid again. "It's not fair or unfair. Originally, I only had one spot, but now I have three. In fact, I'm already very lucky." Zichen smiled and said. When the others heard Zichen's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. "If that's the case, then let's climb to the top." The four titled cultivators did not argue anymore. "Please! Please!" The five of them were very courteous towards each other, giving way to each other. However, after giving way to each other, their expressions immediately became serious. Then, like arrows leaving a bow, they shot straight towards the five mountains. "TSK, you were so polite just now, but now you've become a rabbit. You're all hypocrites." Wushwang curled her cute little mouth and said, "This is called taking one's opponent seriously. None of those four are simple. Naturally, I will have to go all out." Zhong Chui smiled, before charging forward. Wushwang followed closely behind. Actually, she didn't have much hope for the spirit-channeling domain heart this time. Everyone rushed forward, each looking for their own mountain. Streams of light appeared one after another. Among them, a light flashed in the eyes of one of the cultivators. His body instantly rose into the air, and he headed straight for the platform. He had already sensed that there was no anti-flying zone here. He secretly guessed that this should be a loophole. He guessed that this was not a competition of speed, but intelligence and wisdom. Swoosh! His figure shot up into the sky, and he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. He headed straight for the platform. Seeing this scene, the others around him raised their heads and looked at him with a complicated expression. Seeing that he was about to reach the platform, some people's faces were filled with annoyance, blaming themselves for not thinking of this. During this time, most people had already stopped, but there were still some who were rushing towards the mountain. Among them were the four titled cultivators, Zichen, Zhong Chui, and the beast tamer Yiming. Wushwang didn't have much hope in this trip, so she also stopped and looked up curiously. There was an evil smile on her pretty face. She thought that if he really took the spirit-channeling domain heart, it would be a great show. Of course, this kind of evil idea wouldn't come true. Just as that cultivator reached the edge of the platform, he saw a light appear in the sky. This light that appeared quickly descended, and during the process of landing, it turned into a thick thunderbolt and blasted towards him. "Ha!" A loud shout echoed between heaven and earth. The cultivator's body began to glow, and waves of powerful aura spread out. Facing this attack, not only did he choose to defend, but he also chose to attack. A sword aura soared into the sky, carrying an unparalleled sword will, and also headed straight for the thunderbolt. Faintly, there was a sharp cry. This cultivator had used the weapon spirit. Such a scene attracted the attention of most people, but Zichen and the others were still unmoved. They continued to advance in a straight line, as if they didn't care about the result at all. The thunderbolt descended from the sky and hit the sword aura. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through heaven and earth. A powerful force shook, and a dazzling light was released. After the rumble, a resounding shattering sound rang out between the heavens and earth. It was the king-rank spirit armament that had exploded. The cultivator's face changed drastically. His strongest attack had been broken so easily, and even the king-level spirit weapon had shattered. The thunderbolt didn't dissipate. It fell again, and before the cultivator could escape, the thunderbolt enveloped him. Boom! With a boom, the thunderbolt dissipated, and the cultivator's figure also disappeared. At the same time, one of the many mountains below also disappeared. The aftermath of the energy was still vibrating in the sky, causing the space to distort, but the world was silent. That cultivator was almost standing at the peak of this world, but he was easily killed by a thunderbolt. Wushwang stuck out her cute little tongue, thinking about what would happen if she was in his place. Then she shook her head, not daring to think about the consequences. She turned and walked towards the mountain. The others also shook their heads. Some sighed, and then walked towards the mountain. It was a pity that such a powerful existence had died just like that. The people who had accurately climbed the mountain saw that there were people who had reached the foot of the mountain and started to climb. There were a total of 7 people. In addition to Zichen's group, there was also the heavy hammer and the beast tamer Yiming. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they took a step forward. The space began to change, and Zichen felt that he had walked into another world. It was a world full of thunderbolts. In this world, there were endless thunderbolts. These thunderbolts were thick and sticky, like a sea of thunderbolts. In Zichen's sharp senses, there were waves of energy fluctuations in the sea of thunderbolts. His perfect spiritual sense spread out and explored bit by bit. The first thing Zichen needed to determine was whether this place was real or illusory. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Zichen, who took a step forward, stopped moving. Like Zichen, the others didn't take a second step after taking the first step. Obviously, everyone was very cautious. Swoosh. The first to take the second step was not the 4 titled powerhouses, nor was it Zichen. It was the beast tamer Yiming. He was at the late stage of the first stage domain, so his spiritual sense was naturally at this level as well. With such a powerful spiritual sense, he could quickly determine whether this place was an illusion formation or not. As Yiming took his second step, Zichen and the rest followed suit. There was not a single breath's difference between them. After taking the second step, they took the third and fourth step. Although the speed of their steps was not fast, they were very determined as they walked along the stairs at the foot of the mountain and climbed to the top step by step. In the eyes of the other cultivators in the distance, Zichen and the others were climbing the stairs. However, if they were on the stairs, they would see a different scene. After Zichen confirmed that this place was real, he also took a step forward. However, the scene of him floating above the sea of thunderbolts did not appear. Instead, he entered the sea and gradually sank. During the sinking process, Zichen's vision became blurry. There was only thunderbolts in his eyes and nothing else. At this moment, his eyes had obviously lost their function. Even the yin-yang eye was useless. A perfect spiritual sense could penetrate a 10-meter radius of the sea of thunderbolts. To cultivators, 10 meters was useless, so they still had to rely on their sensitive senses. The sticky sea of thunderbolts suddenly began to vibrate slightly, as if something was shuttling through the sea. The frequency of the vibration was very low, but Zichen still sensed it. Immediately after, Zichen's spiritual sense discovered something. It was a bolt of lightning that flashed and disappeared. Bang! A cold light flashed through Zichen's eyes. The moment the lightning disappeared, he threw a punch. Lightning flashed on the dazzling fist as it struck the lightning that was heading straight for him. As the lightning flashed, Zichen could clearly see the lightning. There was a strange fish in the lightning, and its body was filled with the power of lightning. The strange fish saw the dazzling fist, but it was not afraid at all. It still opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp and sinister teeth as it bit at the fist. Boom! That punch was extraordinarily powerful. It wasn't something that could be bitten by a fish. When the punch landed on the fish, it instantly shattered its body. Immediately after, the fish turned into pure lightning energy and rushed towards Zichen's body. When the power of lightning entered his body, Zichen actually felt a tingling and numbing sensation. This is... Feeling the reaction from his body, Zichen's expression changed. This power was actually tempering his body on its own, just like when Zichen was using the Thunder King body. Moreover, such a small amount of lightning actually made his body tingle and numb. Obviously, the purity of this lightning was even higher than the world-shattering lightning of the 4th level. What a pure power of lightning! It's a pity that there's too little of it. Otherwise, it would definitely make my physical strength break through again and become a 1-star 3 vein. Zeichin sighed, looking a little disappointed. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.